LoveLore Library. Chapter 5:15. At this time, Yi Junqing was bitterly pleading in Ting Yu's room. That won't do. Ting Yu is one of Her Highness' people. Although Ting Yu doesn't mind being a villain, it's hard to guarantee that Yu Funing will think that Ting Yu has received Her Highness' intentions. This will greatly affect Her Highness' reputation. Ting Yu pushed the golden chain back to Yi Junqing. Ting Yu, you know that your master doesn't like Yu Funing. Don't you want to share your master's worries? Yi Junqing found this inconceivable. Ben Lei was one thing, but even Ting Yu had rejected him. This made him feel like the world had fallen into chaos. Prince, don't speak nonsense. When did Master say that he didn't like Miss Yu? If news of this got out, it wouldn't be good for Master's image to be affected. If Prince doesn't have anything else to do, Ting Yu still needs to prepare a meal, so I won't be wasting time with you. Ting Yu twirled a strand of hair before leaving lightly. Yi Junqing was left standing there, completely petrified. Right at this time, Ben Lei hurriedly ran in. Prince, it's bad. Fan Hu's army is attacking the city. Master has already gone up to the tower to supervise the battle. Ben Lei's words caused Yi Junqing's heart to tremble and he immediately turned to run up the tower. The sound of gongs and drums shook the heavens and the earth. Smoke filled the air above the tower and the air was mixed with black particles from the explosions. It was as if there was a black fog that obscured one's vision. Marshal Yao truly has a good plan. Right now, Fan Hu's army is several zhang away. Aside from throwing some black bullets over, not a single person has approached. Helian Peng happily walked to Yao Moen's side, his voice filled with unconcealable joy. I hope so. Yao Moen furrowed her brows. The layer of ice was so thick and Fan Hu wasn't blind. Since there was no hope of attacking the city, did he come out to practice? Right at this time, Yi Junqing had already reached the top of the tower. When Helian Peng saw that it was Yi Junqing, he immediately retreated. Moen, the tower is dangerous, how could you come up so rashly? Yi Junqing walked up to Yao Moen in a few steps and instinctively stood in front of her. Prince, don't be impatient. Right now, Fan Hu's army is several zhang away. How could they harm Moen? Yao Moen didn't think much of it. When Yi Junqing heard this, he turned to look at the other side of the gate tower. Unfortunately, there was nothing but black fog in front of him, so he couldn't see what the enemy was doing. Furthermore, there were the occasional explosions from the black spheres, so it was even harder for Yi Junqing to determine the situation on the other side. Since they know that it's impossible to break through the city gate tower, why do they keep throwing black balls, beating gongs and drums, and shouting so enthusiastically? What's more, they don't have as much financial resources as we do. Every black sphere costs at least 5 taels of silver to make. Yi Junqing still felt that there was something fishy about this. Before he could figure out what was wrong, Yao Moen walked around Yi Junqing and proudly walked to the gate tower. Moen. Just as Yi Junqing was about to turn around, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing roar. Yi Junqing immediately rushed to Yao Moen's side and pulled her into his embrace. At almost the same time, Yi Junqing felt a sharp pain in his back. An arrowhead had pierced through his chest. Yi Junqing. Yao Moen stared in shock at the arrowhead in Yi Junqing's chest and her heart clenched. She wanted to use her hands to stop the blood flowing out of Yi Junqing's mouth, but she was powerless. While Yao Moen was panicking, several miserable cries rang out from the gate tower. LoveLore Library. Helian Peng. Immediately order people to pour oil down the gate tower. The more, the better. Hurry. Yi Junqing ignored his own injuries and continued to protect Yao Moen as he walked down the gate tower. Yes. Although Helian Peng didn't understand what was going on, he didn't dare to tarry. He immediately gathered the soldiers nearby to get oil. This was what it meant to be rich and overbearing. When you took a barrel of oil from a commoner's home and promised to return 10 barrels, the commoners would volunteer to exchange all the oil in their homes for the soldiers. There were even more enthusiastic people who brought the oil from their homes and poured it down the gate tower with the soldiers. By the time Yi Junqing escorted Yao Moen down the gate tower, his strength had already been exhausted. Fortunately, Ben Lei had arrived just in time. Ben Lei. Send Prince back and tell Li Juan that if anything happens to Prince, he should prepare his own coffin. Yao Moen gave this order and prepared to go back up the gate tower. Moen. Don't go. Yi Junqing abruptly grabbed Yao Moen. Although he didn't use much strength, Yao Moen didn't dare to struggle due to Yi Junqing's injuries. Prince, let go. As the marshal, how could Moen shrink back at a time like this? She was the one who had come up with the idea, so if something happened, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame. Don't worry, it'll be fine. When the oil is poured, the area closest to the gate tower will definitely be higher than the other areas. If we pour oil like this, they won't dare to throw any more black balls. Otherwise, they'll slide back and they'll be the ones to suffer. Even if their spiked shoes are covered in oil, they won't be able to advance any further. They've probably already started to retreat, so they should be the ones to worry about. Once the black fog disperses, we'll be able to aim and shoot. They'll suffer heavy losses, explained Yi Junqing. When Yao Moen heard this, her tense heart finally relaxed. Ben Lei, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and send Prince back, urged Yao Moen. But Prince won't let go. How about Master also come up and Ben Lei can carry one? Ben Lei's quick wits caused the two to look at him with extreme disdain. Yin Shui. In her desperation, Yao Moen almost forgot about Yin Shui. Once Yin Shui appeared, Yi Junqing was naturally carried in her arms and she used her qinggong to leave. Master, this subordinate's qinggong isn't bad either. Ben Lei suddenly felt like he was being looked down upon. But your reaction speed is too lacking. Yao Moen threw this down, then hurried towards the guest house. Ben Lei stood at his original spot, his self-confidence taking a huge hit, his eyes dim and lifeless. He didn't understand. With his martial arts and knowledge, how had he fallen to a state where no one appreciated him? In the shadows, Lang Bingxin sighed lightly, her lips curved slightly. It seemed that there was a problem with her little follower. By the time Yao Moen arrived, the arrow wound on Yi Junqing's body had already been treated. Inside the room, Yu Funing was holding the prescription Li Juan had given her as she carefully listened to Li Juan's instructions. How is it? Yao Moen hesitated for a moment, but when she saw Yi Junqing on the bed, she stepped into the room. This subject kowtows in salute to Master. Ever since Yao Moen had returned, this was the first time Li Juan had seen her, so he was very excited. What time is it? What are you kowtowing for? How are Prince's injuries? Yao Moen waved her hand impatiently. Replying, Master, Prince's injuries are fine, but he needs to rest more and get up less often to avoid reopening his wounds. Also, before Li Juan could finish speaking, he saw Yu Funing walk over with a swaying gait. Also, don't let Prince get too excited. Prince's body is already very weak from his previous injuries, so his meals should be light. Funing will remember all of this, so there's no need for Marshal Yao to worry. Yu Funing's attitude was humble and courteous, but there was a hint of jealousy in her words that made Yao Moen feel extremely uncomfortable. Prince was shot for this marshal. Is there anything wrong with this marshal showing concern? Yao Moen's clear eyes were like water as she looked towards Yu Funing solemnly. So His Highness was injured because of Marshal Yao. Funing found it strange. They hadn't even sent troops, so how did Prince get shot? Marshal Yao, Funing is just a woman and doesn't understand the fighting and killing on the battlefield. However, I hope that Marshal Yao can take care of his body. Although you won't be the one injured, you should at least show some consideration for His Highness' health. If he continues to get injured, even if Marshal Yao doesn't feel bad about it, Funing will. Yu Funing wiped away 2 drops of beauty tears, then turned around and left with the prescription. Yao Moan was furious. What kind of attitude was this? She didn't want Yi Junqing to get injured. At this moment, Yao Moan really felt like she was going to have to swallow her anger. Who said she didn't feel bad? But she couldn't bring herself to say this. Back then, she had said those heartless words to Yi Junqing, and he had told her to leave. Now, it was like looking at flowers through a fog. They couldn't even see their own hearts, so how could they see each other's hearts? Reality proved that Yi Junqing's decision to pour oil on the city was a wise one. Fan Hu's army's first wave of attacks ended in failure. At this time, the golden armor that Huan Heng, Zhu Qin, and Ice Soul had developed together appeared. Inside the guest house, Yao Moan led everyone to sit at the upper seats as they waited for Zhu Chen's demonstration. Meanwhile, Yi Junqing arrived late with Yu Funing's support. At the arch door, Yi Junqing tried to struggle free of Yu Funing's support several times, but he gave up each time due to Yu Funing's determination to not let go. Actually, this prince can leave on his own. Yi Junqing wanted to keep some distance from Yu Funing, especially in front of Yao Moan. Funing doesn't think that way. Right now, taking care of Prince is Funing's responsibility. If anything happens to Prince, Funing won't be able to bear the blame, so Prince shouldn't make things difficult for Funing. Yu Funing's words were watertight, causing Yi Junqing's lips to twitch. He really wanted to ask Yu Funing who was making things difficult for who right now. Master, Prince is here, said Ting Yu quietly. Her gaze landed on Yao Moan's face as she carefully examined Yao Moan's face. She wasn't sure if it was the right decision to agree to Yu Funing's request back then. However, Yu Funing was right. Right now, her master and prince both had each other in their hearts, so all that was missing was a fuse. Yu Funing had said that she was willing to act as a catalyst to facilitate master and prince's marriage, so she hoped that she would keep her word. Didn't Li Jun say that he couldn't get out of bed? Yao Moan's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze unconsciously landed on Yu Funing's hand that was supporting Yi Junqing. At this time, Yi Junqing had already walked to the seat next to Yao Moan. Fortunately, this prince made it in time. Otherwise, it would have been terrible if I missed Zhu Qin testing out his new weapon. Ever since he had been injured that day, it had been 2 days since he last saw Yao Moan. He really missed her. In reality, Prince should be resting in bed. What's there to be worried about when Marshal Yao is handling things? The moment Fu Ning said this, Yi Junqing could clearly see Yao Moan's complexion rapidly turning green. Moan, this prince didn't mean that. This prince. Yi Junqing was filled with hatred. He really wanted to tell Yu Funing that even if she didn't speak, no one would think she was mute. Zhu Qin, begin. Yao Moan didn't even look at Yi Junqing as she spoke coldly. However, her heart was pounding. Was this what Yi Junqing had told Yu Funing? How infuriating. When Zhu Qin received the order, he immediately put on the golden armor he had prepared earlier. Under the sunlight, the armor flickered, causing Yao Moan to look sideways. That wasn't the main thing. What was important was that Yao Moan accidentally saw that Yu Funing's hand was currently massaging Yi Junqing's shoulder. Prince's body must be very stiff after lying in bed for so long. Funing will help you loosen them. Yu Funing didn't even get Yi Junqing's permission before starting to move her hands all over him. Yi Junqing was just about to stop her when he suddenly felt a sharp pain under his foot. When he looked down, he saw that Yao Moan's foot was firmly stepping on him. In contrast, she was looking towards Zhu Qin as if nothing had happened. Yi Junqing was speechless, but he didn't dare to warn Yao Moen. He could only allow her to step on him without making a sound. Prince, Marshal Yao, Zhu Chen will demonstrate for you right now. Zhu Chen had always been confident in his invention. At this moment, Zhu Chen had put on his dusk armor and raised his hands in front of his chest. Then he lowered his head and pressed his chin against the mechanism in front of his chest. In the blink of an eye, by the time Zhu Chen raised his head, the 5 pots in front of him had already turned into sieves. As expected, it's good. A clear voice rang out from the residence. Everyone turned to look and saw Chu Maobei, who was dressed in luxurious purple robes, standing there with his hands clasped together. His brows were sharp like swords, his eyes bright like stars, and he was incomparably handsome. Your Highness. Yao Moen reflexively stood up, a faint light in her eyes. In order to save her, Chu Maobei had almost lost his life. At the time, she had been worried about the safety of Feng Yihan and the others, so she had secretly left Great Shu before Chu Maobei had woken up. Now that she thought about it, she realized that she had been too heartless. Chapter 5:16. Yi Junqing harumphed coldly when he saw that Yao Moen was a bit distracted when she saw Chu Maobei. Ahem. Marshal Yao, don't you feel like your feet are numb? Yi Junqing got up and glanced meaningfully at the golden boots that were still on his feet. Prince, you're delaying Moen's landing. Yao Moen clicked her tongue and walked over. Behind her, Yi Junqing's lips twitched and his gaze turned cold. If looks could kill, Chu Maobei would have died several hundred times already. Moen didn't know your Highness Crown Prince was coming and didn't go out to welcome you. I hope your Highness won't take offense. Yao Moen's eyes were like peach blossoms, her face like peach blossoms, and her lips like peach blossoms. In Yi Junqing's eyes, she was like a blossoming peach blossom that pounced towards Chu Maobei. And Chu Maobei was like a bee that was picking flowers as he approached Yao Moen with malicious intent. In this situation, no matter how unwell Yi Junqing felt, he still had to step in. This crown prince can blame everyone in the world, but I won't blame my crown princess. Moen, you really have no conscience. You just left like that day. Maobei was really hurt. Chu Maobei's thin lips curved into a smile. That devilish charm in his eyes was enough to kill. If it wasn't for the fact that Yao Moen had strong willpower, she would have definitely fallen for it. Moen was in the wrong that day. Moen apologizes to your Highness Crown Prince. However, Moen feels that your Highness Crown Prince didn't come all this way just to hear Moen apologize, right? In reality, Yao Moen was still grateful to Nameless. If it wasn't for Nameless' so-called sowing dissension, the situation wouldn't have become clear so quickly. Right now, 4 out of the 7 countries were on good terms with her. Although the South didn't surrender, they naturally wouldn't stand with Yi Hongyi. As for the great Zhou, Yao Moen believed that Chu Maobei wouldn't let Zhou Xian go until he got his fill. Crown Princess is still the smart one. This Crown Prince came to send charcoal in the snowy weather and bring my Crown Princess back to Great Shu, said Chu Maobei with a smile. Huangfu Juanxiu took this opportunity to walk forward. Reporting to Crown Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince was entrusted by King Lulan to deliver this batch of gold to Yuanyang. Right now, this batch of gold has already entered Yuanyang barracks and will be received by old General Huan, reported Huangfu Juanxiu truthfully. This will be hard on your Highness Crown Prince. Moen can't accept the Grand Crown Prince of Great Shu personally escorting this escort. Yao Moen intentionally changed the topic. This Crown Prince is also borrowing flowers to present Buddha. With just a word from Han Genie, as long as there are bandits still alive, who would dare to have any ideas about this gold? Actually, this Crown Prince's main goal is still to bring you back, Warner. As Chu Maobei spoke, his eyes glowed like water and he couldn't help but point towards Yao Moen. Yao Moan is the commander-in-chief of our 3 armies, how could she leave just like that? Yi Junqing immediately moved in front of Yao Moan and looked towards Chu Maobei angrily. Your Highness, be careful of your body. When a woman marries, she will follow her husband. It's reasonable that the Crown Prince of Shu wants to bring Marshal Yao back. When Yu Funing saw Yi Junqing's murderous gaze, she didn't mind it at all. However, she didn't continue speaking. She understood that it was better to not overdo it. May I ask why Your Highness the Crown Prince went to Lulan? Yao Moan felt embarrassed and changed the topic. King Lulan seems to have gotten over this disaster. Although he can't bear to part with Sunshine Princess, the affairs of the world are hard to predict. He wants to see Zhu'er get married while he's still alive, so this Crown Prince went this time to send the betrothal gifts on behalf of Great Shu. Chu Maobei didn't care much about Yi Junqing's attitude and turned to follow Yao Moan into the main hall. These 2 children have finally succeeded. Moan is happy for them. Yao Moan was very happy when she heard this news. That's also thanks to you, Warner. Chu Maobei's brows were as light as a misty rain. The curve of his thin lips seemed to have the power to enchant people's hearts. His slight smile actually caused Yao Moan's heart to waver for a moment. Your Highness the Crown Prince is flattering me. This matter really doesn't have much to do with Moan. Yao Moan objected. If Warner hadn't been willing to marry this Crown Prince, according to Great Shu's laws, if the eldest son is unmarried, the second son would have to be delayed indefinitely. The smile in Chu Maobei's eyes deepened. He subconsciously raised his hand and brushed Yao Moan's hair. When it fell back down, a 9-1 hairpin had appeared on Yao Moan's head. This hairpin was extremely beautiful, comparable to an immortal phoenix tail hairpin. It made Yao Moan seem even more beautiful. How beautiful! Ting Yu exclaimed in surprise. Yao Moan already had this feeling, so when she saw Ting Yu's expression, she knew that something had appeared on her head. Vulgar. Yi Junqing's voice was neither loud nor soft, so it just happened to fall into Yao Moan's ears. Many thanks, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Moan likes it very much. When Yao Moan turned around, she deliberately lifted her brows towards Yi Junqing before inviting Chu Maobei to sit on the guest seat in a friendly manner. Ugh! It hurts. Just as Yao Moan was about to sit down, Yi Junqing suddenly clutched his chest and furrowed his brows in pain. Your Highness, what's wrong? Someone, hurry and call Li Juan over. Yao Moan trembled when she saw Yi Junqing like this. She instinctively wanted to go forward, but there was already someone serving Yi Junqing. Miss Yan, this prince might have passed the time to take the medicine. Could I trouble you to go to the kitchen and bring the medicine to this prince's room? Yi Junqing reflexively pulled his arm away from Yu Funing's grasp as he begged. It's just bringing the medicine, Ben Lei. Yu Funing was truly anxious and looked towards Yi Junqing with heartache. This prince doesn't trust anyone else besides you. Miss Yan, I'll have to trouble you. Yi Junqing insisted on having Yu Funing bring the medicine. But if Funing leaves, who's going to help you back to your room? Yu Funing looked towards Yi Junqing anxiously. Who did this prince get injured for? Does a certain person not have any conscience at all? Ugh, it hurts. In this world, it's hard to be a good person. As Yi Junqing spoke, he looked towards Yao Moan. Only now did Yu Funing realize that Yi Junqing was putting on an act. Anger surged in her heart, but she couldn't do anything in front of everyone. She could only get up and walk out of the main hall to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Everyone fell silent in this situation. They all knew that if anyone stepped forward to cause trouble at this time, they would definitely be punished by His Highness later on. Thus, even though Yao Moan was unwilling, she could only go forward and help Yi Junqing up. Your Highness, please wait a moment. Moan will be back soon. Yao Moen smiled apologetically, then helped Yi Junqing out of the main hole. Although Yi Junqing's expression was conflicted, a secretive smile flashed through his heart. Chu Mabe, just you wait. If this prince doesn't make you wait until the end of time, then I'll change my surname to yours. As Chu Mabe watched Yao Moen help Yi Junqing leave, his lips curved into a helpless smile. Tingyu, tidy up a room for this prince. This prince is truly tired from all this walking. As Chu Mabe spoke, he walked out. Your Highness, are you not planning on waiting for Master to return? Asked Tingyu in confusion. Do you think that the esteemed prince's illness will be cured that easily? Said Chu Mabe meaningfully. Then he walked out of the main hall. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Inside the room, Yi Junqing was clutching his chest with one hand while refusing to let go of Yao Moen with the other. If Moen remembers correctly, Prince was injured on the left side of your chest, right? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. She just felt like there was something strange about this pain. Then the arrow that was shot from so far away must have injured the left side of his chest, but it must have also shaken his heart. Yao Moen, if you really want to go back and find Chu Mabe that badly, then this prince won't keep you. Yi Junqing had no choice but to let go of Yao Moen and cover his chest with both hands. That's what Prince said. Moen will take her leave. Yao Moen wasn't used to sickness, so she turned to leave. It hurts so much. Ugh. When Yao Moen reached the door, Yi Junqing suddenly cried out. His handsome face was even more tense than before. Yao Moen stopped and looked back. Although Yi Junqing had exaggerated a bit, she still couldn't bear to do it. Where does Prince hurt? Do you want Moen to call Li Jun over? Yao Moen took a deep breath and returned to the side of the bed. This prince wants to drink water. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had returned, he was overjoyed. However, his hands were still clutching his chest as if he was conflicted, afraid that Yao Moen would notice something was wrong. Yao Moen took another deep breath, then walked to the table and poured a cup of tea for him. Before she knew it, it was already evening. Only when Tingyu came to find her did Yao Moen realize that she had forgotten about Chu Mabe's existence. Master, dinner has been prepared. His Highness the Crown Prince is already waiting in the main hall. Tingyu suddenly felt that Chu Mabe's decision to return to his room to rest was extremely wise. If he really had waited in the main hall, the result would definitely be awkward. Crap! Yao Moen suddenly understood and got up to leave. However, Yi Junqing called her back. This prince's chest hurts. Yi Junqing was like a child as he stared at Yao Moen with his large, watery eyes. He really did look a bit delicate and pitiful. Even if Prince's head hurts, you still have to endure it. He's a guest from afar and Chu Mabe has saved Moen's life. Moen can't slight him no matter what. Tingyu, stay here and take care of Prince. If Prince really hurts too much, call Li Jun over. Yao Moen didn't want to think too deeply about Yi Junqing's motive for doing so much to keep her by his side. In reality, she knew that if she wasn't willing, Yi Junqing wouldn't be able to keep her, just like right now. In the end, Tingyu is Marshal Yao's personal servant. How could she be allowed to take care of Prince? Fu Ning should do it. For the entire afternoon, Yu Funing stayed in the kitchen guarding the medicine stove. She had already brewed 7 or 8 batches of medicine. It wasn't that she really wanted to brew the medicine, but if she forced her way in and took Yao Moen's place, Yi Junqing definitely wouldn't give her a good attitude. Sometimes, it was necessary to exercise restraint. With Miss Yen here, this marshal can be at ease. Tingyu, let's go. Yao Moen really wanted to smile naturally, but when she saw Yu Funing gracefully walk over to Yi Junqing's side, it felt like there was a thorn poking at her heart, making her feel vaguely uncomfortable. Only after Yao Moen left did Yi Junqing loosen his grip on his chest. His expression was lonely. Prince, Funing has already brewed the medicine. Please drink it while it's hot. Yu Funing deliberately ignored the sudden change in Yi Junqing's expression and attentively handed him a porcelain bowl. This prince doesn't want to drink it. Yi Junqing struggled to get up from the bed. He wanted to fall back onto the bed, but Yu Funing persisted. She forcefully pushed the porcelain bowl in front of Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing was irritated and with a wave of his hand, the porcelain bowl fell to the ground with a bang, spilling the medicine inside onto Yu Funing's hand. Ah! The medicinal concoction heated up slightly, causing a large patch of red to appear on Yu Funing's jade-like skin. If one were to look at her, it would cause one's heart to ache. However, Yu Funing didn't make a sound. Instead, she bent down and squatted down to pick up the broken pieces of porcelain. In the process, she accidentally cut her fingers, adding hail to snow. Chapter 5:17. No matter how apathetic Yi Junqing was, he had no choice but to get off the bed and take Yu Funing's hand. Sorry, this prince didn't do it on purpose. In reality, this prince is already much better and doesn't need to drink medicine. Just sit here, this prince will go get some medicine for you, said Yi Junqing guiltily. He turned around and took out a white gauze and medicine from the drawer before sitting down next to Yu Funing to bandage her wound. Prince really hates Funing. Yu Funing smiled bitterly. Under the light of the candlelight, her charming face seemed to contain faint sorrow. Miss Funing's words are too serious. This prince isn't someone who doesn't know what's good for him. This prince can't thank Miss enough for taking care of me these past few days, said Yi Junqing lightly as he wrapped Yu Funing's injured little finger up. Since Prince doesn't hate Funing, why did you pretend to be sick for an entire afternoon? Why did you make Funing worry for so long? Did Prince just say that you didn't want Yao Moen to be with Chu Mabe, so you didn't care about Funing's feelings? At the end of the day, Prince's heart is still with Yao Moen. Funing can't win against him. Yu Funing spent an entire afternoon reflecting on her painful experience and finally thought of a good plan to cut off all means of retreat. However, if this plan didn't work, then she could forget about being together with Yi Junqing for the rest of her life. Miss Funing. Yi Junqing felt awkward and couldn't think of a better way to respond. Prince doesn't need to explain. Funing should have known that no matter if Yao Moen is the Empress of Chu, the consort of the Crown Prince of Shu, or Marshal Yao, in Prince's heart, she only has one identity, and that is Prince's lover in this life. Is Funing right? Yu Funing's voice was slightly sorrowful. Yao Moen was so lucky to have Yi Junqing treat her so deeply. That's right. In this prince's heart, Yao Moen is unique. In this life, this prince will never fall in love with anyone else besides Yao Moen, said Yi Junqing solemnly, but in reality, he was trying to make Funing give up. If Prince wasn't so devoted, Funing wouldn't have fallen in love with Prince. Yu Funing's lips curved in a bitter smile. When her beautiful eyes landed on Yi Junqing's bandaged little finger, a tear appeared in her eye. I'm sorry. Yi Junqing didn't know what else to say besides these 3 words. Since I know Prince's heart, Fu would rather help Prince win Yao Moen's heart. Yu Funing restrained the sorrow in her eyes and lifted her head. You are helping this prince. Yi Junqing looked towards Yu Funing suspiciously. Right now, everyone knows that Yao Moen is Chu Mabe's crown princess and Chu Mabe has already come knocking on our door. If Prince doesn't think of a way, once Yao Moen is taken away by Chu Mabe, will there still be a chance for her to return? Said Yu Funing solemnly. That was just a scheme, it wasn't real. Refuted Yi Junqing anxiously. But other than the prince and a few others who knew that it was a scheme, who else knew? The world only knows that the current Yao Moen is Chu Mabe's woman. Yu Funing cruelly stated the truth. I won't. Moen would never leave with that bastard. Moen has always hated Chu Mabe the most. She has hated him since a long time ago. Yi Junqing was a little flustered as he consoled himself. Hate you. When Prince first entered Guan Osprey Palace, did you like Yao Moen? Yu Funing hit the nail on the head. No. This prince can't let Yao Moen leave again. Since it will still be dangerous for her to leave, this prince is willing to protect her under my wings and ensure that she doesn't have to worry for the rest of her life. When he saw Yao Moen again, Yi Junqing had already made up his mind. This time, he no longer hesitated, no longer cowered, nor did he want to dwell on those meaningless questions. He just wanted to hold Yao Moen's hand tightly and never let go. When he found out from Leng Bingxin that neither Chu Mabe nor Chu Maxin had recognized the disguised Chu Shi, Yi Junqing came to a sudden realization. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. He hadn't recognized Yao Moen not because his love for her was shallow, but because his true feelings had been aroused. It's not that Funing wants to attack Prince, but this matter isn't something Prince can just say. First of all, Chu Mabe has to be willing to give Yao Moen a letter of divorce, and second, Yao Moen has to be willing to stay. Although Yu Funing said that she didn't want to attack him, in reality, Yi Junqing's head was already rumbling with rage. Then what should I do? This prince really can't do without Moen. Yi Junqing looked towards Yu Funing. Funing has said that she will definitely help Prince fulfill his wish. In truth, has Prince ever considered that if Yao Moen admits to liking Prince, then these two matters won't be hard to resolve? If Yao Moen isn't willing, then she naturally won't leave. Then Yao Moen can negotiate with Chu Mabe and have him write the letter of divorce. That should make things much easier, said Yu Funing calmly. Do you think that Moen will admit to liking this prince? Although we've braved life and death together many times, this prince's relationship with Moen is still ambiguous. This prince can be sure of my own feelings towards her, but I can't guess Moen's thoughts. Yi Junqing smiled bitterly as a trace of loneliness flashed through his eyes. That's what Funing was going to say next. Any woman would more or less feel jealous. Although Yao Moen isn't a normal noble daughter, she's still a woman. As long as Prince and Funing have enough scenes, it will definitely bring out that jealousy in Yao Moen's heart. At that time, Funing guarantees that Yao Moen will confess to Prince, explained Yu Funing. In reality, in Yu Funing's opinion, if Yi Junqing really was willing to put on this show with her, she had 10,000 reasons to believe that Yao Moen would leave with Chu Mabe without hesitation and never return. Inside the main hall, Chu Mabe watched as Yao Moen filled the wine cup in front of him, but showed no intention of raising it. Your Highness Crown Prince doesn't like this wine, asked Yao Moen when she saw Chu Mabe sitting on the chair with his arms crossed. Warner, what do you think would have happened if this Crown Prince had ignored you when he saw you in the trap and turned to leave? Chu Mabe lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. Ahem. Moen admits that she neglected your Highness Crown Prince. Didn't she already pour wine and apologize to your Highness Crown Prince? Crown Prince, please don't be so unforgiving. Yao Moen put down the wine cup with a bitter smile. This Crown Prince won't forgive even if he isn't being reasonable. If he's being reasonable, then there's even less reason for me to forgive, said Chu Mabe resentfully. He still showed no intention of raising his cup. Actually, Moen feels that if your Highness Crown Prince hadn't jumped down, Moen might have discovered some sort of secret passage in that pit. Then she would have climbed in along the secret passage and accidentally stumbled upon a treasure that had been buried underground for several hundred years. That treasure is boundless. If it had fallen into Moen's hands, it might have been enough to buy several great shu. So your Highness Crown Prince, you have to compensate Moen for her losses. Since a certain person was being unreasonable, she naturally played along. Ting Yu, hurry and shake your master awake. The sky isn't completely dark yet. The corners of Chu Mabe's lips twitched and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. How could he have forgotten that the person in front of him was the first ancestor of being unreasonable? It's not impossible for this crown prince to drink this cup of wine, but you have to first call this crown prince Mabe. Remember, be gentler and more likable, otherwise this crown prince won't buy it. Chu Mabe felt that it was better to be more practical. Mabe, hurry up and drink this cup of wine. Warner poured it sincerely. If you don't drink it, Warner will be sad. Yao Moen wanted to disgust Chu Mabe to death, but she didn't expect that Chu Mabe wasn't the only one who was disgusted. At the entrance of the main hall, when Yi Junqing heard Yao Moen's coquettish voice, his expression changed like the pages of a book. Prince. Prince. Next to Yao Moen, Ting Yu was the first to see Yi Junqing. She couldn't help but choke. This really wasn't the right time to come. When Yao Moen heard this, she turned to look and saw that the veins on Yi Junqing's forehead were bulging as if they were going to explode in the next second. Junqing, Funing will help you sit down. Standing for too long isn't good for your body. On the way here, Yi Junqing had been hesitating over Yu Funing's suggestion. However, just now, Yi Junqing had finally made up his mind. Even if he had to make a desperate attempt, he couldn't let Chu Mabe take advantage of him. Has the esteemed prince's injury gotten better? This crown prince heard that the esteemed prince had gotten injured in order to save Warner, so this crown prince is extremely grateful. Juanxiu, remember to have Gunya pick some top-notch tonics for the esteemed prince when you return to Shu. Chu Mabe had a smile on his face. When Yi Junqing saw this clearly friendly gaze, it was like a ravenous wolf had roused his fighting spirit. This prince appreciates your highness crown prince's good intentions, but in reality, it's Marshal Yao who knows how to stand. The city gate tower is so big, yet she just had to stand behind this prince. Your highness crown prince couldn't possibly think that this prince had deliberately run over to save her, right? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen hatefully, then turned to look towards Chu Mabe in disapproval. So it's like that. Juanxiu, just pretend that this crown prince didn't say anything earlier. Chu Mabe's thin lips curved slightly, then he reached out to pick up the wine cup and smiled at Yao Moen. That smile had the power to bewitch people, causing their hearts to tremble. However, in Yi Junqing's eyes, that smile was abnormally dazzling. At this moment, Yi Junqing suddenly thought of someone. Thus, Yan Nanxing, who was far away at Phoenix Feather Manor, started to sneeze. So that was the situation at the time. Moen blamed herself for a long time. Since Prince had stumbled upon it by accident, then there's no need for Moen to worry about Prince's health. Ting Yu, tell the kitchen that there's no need to boil that ginseng soup that this consort just ordered. Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing was lying, but she didn't care. Since he wanted to draw a clear line between them, there was no reason for her to stick close to him. You made soup for this prince. Yi Junqing was slightly shaken when he heard this. He looked towards Yao Moen as if he was touched, but Yu Funing kicked him gently. Imperial physician Li said that Prince's current health isn't suitable for large amounts of nourishment. Once Prince's health gets better, Funing will take care of these matters, so there's no need for Marshal Yao to worry. Your Highness, try this dish. It's your favorite. Yu Funing virtuously placed a piece of fish into Yi Junqing's bowl. Her voice was as gentle as water and the adoration in her eyes was obvious. Delicious. Yi Junqing ate the fish in his bowl like he was chewing wax. However, acting was only effective when it was real, so even though it was tasteless, Yi Junqing still looked like he was enjoying it. Your Highness, Moen is unable to repay the favor of saving Moen's life. Yao Moen suppressed her anger and placed some vegetables into Chu Mabe's bowl. So Warner, you're devoting yourself to me. Calling you Your Highness is too unfamiliar. Chu Mabe enjoyed the vegetables very much, but his eyes occasionally shot Yao Moan an electrifying glance, causing Yi Junqing's chopsticks to clatter. Mabe, Wana will pour some wine for you. Yao Moan softly got up. She knew that Yi Junqing would get angry, so Yao Moan's goal wasn't to anger him, but to anger him to death. This prince is full. It was true that Yi Junqing had a very good upbringing, but when faced with this kind of situation, he couldn't stay for even a second longer. Otherwise, he wasn't sure whether he would flip the table or not. Yu Funing didn't try to persuade him and just supported Yi Junqing out of the main hole. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and she was very sure that Yao Moan wasn't feeling very comfortable right now either. Once Yi Junqing had walked far away, the vegetables Yao Moan was about to put into Chu Mabe's bowl suddenly froze in midair and then landed heavily on the table. Is there a need to be so obvious? As an important prop, this crown prince's treatment is a bit unfair. Chu Mabe's thin lips pressed together, a faint sense of disappointment hidden in his smile. If Yao Moan could keep pretending, then he had enough confidence that Yao Moan would be willing to put food into his bowl in a short amount of time. But now, Chu Mabe suddenly felt that he still had a long way to go. Moan doesn't know what your highness is talking about. Yao Moan felt a bit awkward and buried her head to eat. Chapter 5:18. The night of early winter was much colder than autumn. The wind blew and the chill seeped into one's bones, making one feel that it was pointless to wear more clothes. Yao Moan only snapped out of her daze when Chu Mabe took off his robe and draped it over her. What are you thinking about? Chu Mabe slowly walked to Yao Moan's side and looked towards her with a hint of playfulness. It's rare to see such a beautiful snowy scene. It's just that the snow came early. In the past, even when winter came, it would still be warm for a while. Yao Moan said embarrassedly, her heart overflowing with bitterness. Did she have to tell Chu Mabe that she was thinking about how a bastard was made? Cold. Chu Mabe saw that Yao Moan was rubbing her hands together, so he covered her small hands with his without her permission. Your Highness Crown Prince. Yao Moan wanted to pull her hands out, but she was a woman after all. How could she resist Chu Mabe's stubbornness? Are you afraid that this crown prince will eat you? Chu Mabe's eyes were clear as he smiled warmly. This made Yao Moan feel like she was being too vulgar. If that's the case, then your highness's taste is a bit too heavy. Yao Moan laughed. This action of pursing her lips made the stars in the sky dim. It really is like. Chu Mabe couldn't help but say when he saw Yao Moan smile. Like what? Yao Moan looked towards Chu Mabe curiously. Like an idiot. Chu Mabe nodded, but his heart trembled. Back then, it was precisely because of Yao Moan's smile that rippled his heart that was as calm as still water. That should have been the first woman that moved his heart. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of beauties. How many peerless women in this world would have their hair turn white? TCH. How could your highness's intelligence be any good to be talking and laughing with an idiot? Yao Moan abruptly pulled her hands out and rubbed them fiercely as she looked towards Chu Mabe. Why don't we try? After Chu Mabe smiled, his expression became even darker. Try what? Yao Moan lifted her brows and looked towards Chu Mabe resentfully. She probably wouldn't get anything good out of his mouth. Try to accept him, Mabe, perhaps you'll change your mind. His deep voice was like rain falling on banana leaves, so clear and crisp that it made one's heart tremble. Yao Moan couldn't help but choke. Her gaze that was looking at Chu Mabe slowly shifted. Her face gradually turned crimson and her heart was beating wildly. At this moment, Yao Moan felt like there were crows flying over her head. After they cawed a couple of times, they flew away in a straight line. Your Highness Crown Prince, Moan is thinking that if there's an illness, you should treat it. Hiding one's illness for fear of treatment is a great taboo. Yao Moan looked towards Chu Mabe with great sympathy. Her eyes were filled with worry. What do you mean? Chu Mabe was very dissatisfied with the results of his first confession. If it was any other woman other than Yao Moan, even if they didn't pounce on him, they would be moved to tears. Has no one ever told you that you have masochistic tendencies? Yao Moan asked solemnly. I've been discovered by you. How can this be good? Tell me. Should this crown prince kill him to silence him? Chu Mabe stared blankly for a moment before he slowly leaned over to Yao Moan. His thin lips curled up to reveal his white teeth. Moan suddenly remembered that there's something very important I haven't done yet, so I won't keep you company. Yao Moan only knew that at this moment, every cell in her body was warning her that there was danger. She found an excuse to slip away. What important thing? Chu Mabe's smile became even more sinister. Sleep. Yao Moan sprinted away. Masochism. Then this crown prince will masochism for you to see. Because Huan Heng had been forging golden armor day and night, the first batch of golden armor had been delivered to the 500,000 soldiers in just 3 days. Coincidentally, Fan Hu's army was attacking the city at this time. In order to prevent the possibility of falling on the ice and pouring oil, they had put in a lot of thought and invented a kind of ice skates that could slide on the ice. Not only did the ice not cause them any harm, it actually increased their attack speed. They also didn't need to throw black balls, so they naturally didn't need to be afraid of the threat of pouring oil. If it wasn't for the golden armor, Yao Moan felt that it was very likely that they would be in for a hard fight, but it was different now. At this time, Yao Moan, Yi Junqing, Chu Mabe, and the others were all sighing in admiration at the power of the golden armor. Even though Fan Hu's army was as brave and skilled in battle as before, each of them brandishing their blades fearlessly, the golden warriors that Huan Heng had sent out didn't give them the chance to kill. The golden warriors all lowered their heads and aimed their hands at the zombie-like existences that were struggling on the ice. Thus, a magnificent scene appeared. Not a single person in Fan Hu's army was able to get within 100 feet of the golden warriors, and they all fell to the ground in waves. Wan Er's invention has truly broadened this crown prince's horizons. It looks like this crown prince has no choice but to urge Shu's blacksmiths to work harder. Chu Mabe stood next to Yao Moan, his long and narrow eyes sparkling with resplendent light. What do you mean? Yi Junqing turned to look towards Chu Mabe and asked with raised brows. It's nothing much. It's just that 2 days ago, this crown prince ordered someone to send the blueprint of the golden armor back to Great Shu. If those blacksmiths work fast enough, Great Shu should have around 100 or so pieces by now, right? Estimated Chu Mabe. Chu Mabe, you're stealing. Yi Junqing was stunned when he heard this, then roared in anger. Juanxiu, explain. Chu Mabe had no intention of arguing with Yi Junqing, so he sent Huangfu Juanxiu over. Esteemed prince, it's actually like this. Juanxiu found out that the proposal for the golden armor was made by the crown princess. Although Ju Chen and Ice Soul made some improvements later on, it's still the same. In this matter, the crown princess contributed the most. Huangfu Juanxiu explained patiently, but there were people who lost their patience. Get to the point. Chu Mabe and Yi Junqing practically said in unison. Ahem, the main point is that Yao Moan is our Great Shu's crown princess, so the idea of the golden armor that she suggested should also belong to Great Shu. Great Shu will take into account the fact that the esteemed prince has saved the crown princess from danger so many times, so Great Shu will no longer pursue prince's evil theft. Huangfu Juanxiu finished speaking in one breath, then looked towards Yi Junqing respectfully. Do you believe that this prince won't throw you off right now? After hearing this explanation, no matter how good Yi Junqing's temper was, he couldn't remain calm. Huangfu Juanxiu believed it, he believed it very much. Thus, the second after Yi Junqing threatened him, he hurriedly retreated behind Chu Maobei. Prince, Fan Hu has retreated. Our army has achieved a great victory. Should we follow up with another attack? Just as Yi Junqing was about to give up, Wan Hing walked over to Yi Junqing excitedly and reported the truth. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Sound the gongs to retreat immediately. This great victory has been hard on all the soldiers. Pass on this prince's order to reward the three armies, said Yi Junqing firmly. Huan Hing retreated. At the side, Yao Moan glanced at Chu Maobei. You're saying that other people's things are your own. Moan admires your Highness Crown Prince's mouth. Yao Moan had never seen anyone act so righteously after stealing something. This prince also admires esteemed prince. Using other people's things as if they were your own. This prince is truly ashamed of his inferiority. Chu Maobei's thin lips curved slightly as he smiled leisurely. Rewarding the three armies for a small victory. Not spending his own money meant that he didn't feel any heartache. As an ally, Lulan naturally contributes money and strength. Yi Junqing's actions are understandable. Yao Moan didn't think much of it. That's why this prince doesn't mind that he stole my great Shu's crown princess's idea. We can be considered to have strength, right? Chu Maobei smiled at Yao Moan. His eyes were so bright that Yao Moan didn't dare to look at him directly. It's because you can't withstand this prince's charm that you don't dare to look at this prince, right? Chu Maobei leaned closer to Yao Moan confidently. Your Highness Crown Prince does have charm, but it's a bit lacking compared to the one behind you. Big brother upstairs, please stop blinking. Your eyes are about to go blind. When Chu Maobei heard this, he was slightly shaken. When he followed Yao Moan's gaze, 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. Chapter 5:19. On top of the city gate tower, Yan Nanxing was dressed in a flowing red robe. The hem of his robe billowed with golden waves. As the wind blew, the hem of his robe fluttered. His fluttering ink-black hair matched with his red robe. It was an indescribable scene that could topple the heavens and earth. Little Moan, long time no see. A man that was as breathtaking as an immortal floated over and landed silently in front of Yao Moan like a feather. His exquisite and perfect facial features and charming eyes that could captivate one's soul, Yan Nanxing, who was so beautiful that he didn't seem like an ordinary person, once again shocked Yao Moan. When they first met, Yao Moan had coveted Yan Nanxing's beauty. Although his beauty hadn't softened Yao Moan's heart in the slightest, she had to admit that Yan Nanxing's face definitely had the qualifications to be pleasing to the eye. You're dressed like this. You want to be a courtesan? Yao Moan couldn't bear to look away and asked with raised brows. If little Moan is willing to be Nanxing's guest, Nanxing can consider it. Yan Nanxing lifted his lips into a faint smile. His charming eyes seemed to contain a misty power that could turn all living things upside down. Yao Moan's heart trembled and she was momentarily dazed. Yan Nanxing, this crown prince's tolerance has a bottom line. Aren't you going too far by seducing this crown prince's crown consort in front of this crown prince? Chu Maobei became even more unconfident in Yan Nanxing's appearance. TSK. Just who's seducing who? Look at your crown consort, where's her saliva flowing to? Ayaya, little Moan, don't look at Nanxing like that, this servant is embarrassed. As soon as Yan Nanxing's words came out, the people in the city tower felt as if they were being struck by heavenly thunder. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, striking them until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Big brother, can you speak properly? Can you not? Yao Moan was heartbroken. This peerlessly handsome man just had to have a problem with his brain. The heavens were jealous of his beauty. Little Moen, aw. Don't go. Nanxing still wants to catch up with you. Hey. As soon as Yan Nanxing spoke, Yao Moen dragged Chu Mabe away like a hurricane, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. May I ask who you are? Yi Junqing, who had been standing in a daze for a long time, stepped forward uncertainly. You don't recognize your most adorable and masculine senior brother. Yan Nanxing's voice finally returned to normal as he lifted his brows towards Yi Junqing. Yan Nanxing, are you alright? Were you possessed by a ghost just now? Yi Junqing sighed heavily before finally daring to walk over to Yan Nanxing's side. Didn't you tell me to help you seduce Yao Moen? Just this set of clothes alone cost me over 10,000 taels of silver. It's on your tab. Yan Nanxing was just saying it. He didn't really want Yi Junqing's money, but to his surprise, Yi Junqing actually agreed. It's just 10,000 taels of silver. This prince will give you 10,000 taels of gold, but the condition is that you have to seduce Yao Moen, vowed Yi Junqing. If this alliance master really seduces you, will you regret it? Yan Nanxing narrowed his long and narrow eyes, his thin lips curling into an extremely demonic smile. Try it. Yi Junqing bared his teeth, cough, he was fuming with rage. Don't worry, it's just Chu Mabe. Watch how this alliance master takes care of him. Yan Nanxing raised his head that he was so proud of and walked down the city gate tower like a fire phoenix. Imperial Chu City, Imperial Study, what did you say? Yi Hongyi abruptly stood up, his deep eyes filled with a strong murderous aura. Yi Junqing has already found a way to deal with the invincible death soldiers. Jiang City is in a state of emergency. According to Fan Hu's news, Yi Junqing's entire army is wearing golden battle armor and the arms of the armor can shoot black balls as thin as peas. Although our army is invincible, they couldn't get within 100 meters of him and were completely annihilated. The guards seemed to have already sensed the cold air in the imperial study and his voice trembled. Yi Junqing. Preposterous. Ah! Yi Hongyi roared like he had gone mad. He suddenly stretched out his hand and the reporting guard's entire body floated into the air. His face was filled with unprecedented fear. Unfortunately, that fear didn't even last for a second before the owner of the body burst into flames and turned into ashes. Not even a speck of dust remained. Your Majesty should refrain from using a fierce martial art like the heartless art in the palace. If news of this gets out, the consequences will be severe. A deep voice rang out as Nameless walked out of the secret passage to the left of the imperial study. His hawk-like eyes were filled with disdain. You know that this is the heartless art. Yi Hongyi turned to look at him, his cold eyes spitting out flames that made people shiver. Eating the heartless fruit naturally results in the heartless art. Nameless walked over to the dragon desk and spoke indifferently. You know, that deity. Yi Hongyi looked towards Nameless coldly, his heart filled with endless doubt. Nameless doesn't know about the so-called deity Your Majesty speaks of, but I was fortunate enough to see the heartless fruit. This fruit is of the highest quality and is extremely rare. Although Nameless explained, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Cultivating the heartless art meant walking down a path of no return. Forget it. I'm sure that Commander has also heard that Yi Junqing actually forged some golden armor, so our medicine is no longer effective. What should we do now? Yi Hongyi frowned as he looked towards Nameless worriedly. As of today, Yi Junqing has already taken over Mongyuan, Ji Province, and the 5 surrounding counties, Guangning, Ximin, Goose City, and Yuanyang City. If Nameless calculations aren't wrong, Jiang City will definitely fall within 2 days. Nameless carefully counted how Yi Junqing had swiftly taken over a third of Great Chu's territory in the past half a year. This kind of speed and momentum was definitely not something he had expected. No matter what price we have to pay, we won't let him take another step forward. Yi Hongyi clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Nameless has already found out that Yi Junqing used golden armor to defeat Fan Hu's army. From the looks of it, Lu Lan has also become Yi Junqing's ally. That's why they're spending so much to forge armor out of pure gold. However, this is also their weakness. Nameless' lips curved into a smile, but his eyes were as cold as a blade. If it could be said that everything he'd done back then had only been to carry out his mission, then right now, he really wanted nothing more than to utterly defeat Yi Junqing so that he could capture Yaomoan and tear her to shreds. Weakness. Yi Hongyi lifted his brows as he looked towards Nameless. That's right. I wonder if your majesty has ever heard of something called a gold-transforming water in this world. Wu Ming stroked his half-black and half-white beard, his eyes revealing an unscrupulous smile. We have heard of it, but gold transformation water is mostly circulated among the common people and there's only a limited amount of it. The process is complicated. Yi Junqing already has a considerable amount of golden armor, so there's probably not enough time to gather the materials to make the gold transformation water, said Yi Hongyi solemnly. Since Wu Ming has brought it up, he is naturally well prepared. Wu Ming smiled confidently. But we heard that the golden armor is extremely powerful. Flesh and blood can't even get close to it. Even if we have gold transformation water, how will we be able to splash it on those golden warriors? Yi Hongyi's expression was filled with worry. When Yi Junqing had raised the flag in Mongyuan, he had thought that Yi Junqing had overestimated himself and was throwing an egg against a rock. But now, Yi Hongyi finally realized the severity of the problem. There were only 5 cities between Jiang City and Chu Imperial City. If Jiang City fell, half of his empire would fall into Yi Junqing's hands. The current Yi Junqing already had the strength and confidence to stand on equal footing with him. How could he not be worried? Your Majesty, don't worry. Nameless iron-blooded army isn't to be trifled with. This time, Nameless has already ordered people to forge long snake water arrows. The arrows are made of bamboo and contain extremely dense gold transformation water. Our army only needs to stand on the city walls and shoot. Not a single soldier will be wasted. Your Majesty can imagine, this water can even melt gold. If even a drop of it splashes on your face, what would the consequences be? Also, although the golden armor is good, it's too heavy. At that time, even if Yi Junqing wants to retreat, it'll probably be too late, said Nameless with a cold smile. Good. Very good. This time, we'll make Yi Junqing suffer a crushing defeat. Nameless, once we capture Yi Junqing alive, we'll naturally make you Great Chu's Prime Minister and Imperial Preceptor. Yi Hongyi promised the rewards he could bring out and laughed loudly. Your Majesty's words are too serious. What Nameless is doing is within his duty. The meaning of the iron-blooded army's existence is to ensure Great Chu's prosperity and people's safety. Nameless looked towards Yi Hongyi with a faint smile, the disdain in his heart growing stronger. While Nameless and Yi Hongyi were discussing, Yi Junqing's side really did take down Jiang City. At this time, Yi Junqing and the others were in the inn discussing the matter of attacking Yangshua. Speaking of which, this can also be considered Great Chu's military secret. Shouldn't a certain someone leave on his own accord? Yan Nanxing, who was like a fire phoenix, lifted his extremely refined eyebrows as he looked towards Chu Mabe in an extremely unfriendly manner. Chu Mabe took 2 steps back, then took 2 steps forward. It wasn't until he noticed that Yan Nanxing's eyes followed his movements that he came to a realization. So the certain someone Alliance Master Yan was talking about was this Crown Prince. Moen, let's go. They don't like us getting involved. When Chu Mabe realized this, he very naturally pulled Yao Moen's hand and turned to leave. Wait, you can leave, but why are you pulling little Moen? When Yan Nanxing saw that Chu Mabe was holding Yao Moen's hand tightly, he lifted his brows and scuttled in front of Chu Mabe like a fighting rooster. Ahem. I hope that Alliance Master Yen will watch your words. The little Moen you're talking about is my Great Shu's Crown Prince consort. Even if you don't need to call her Alliance Master, there's no need to be so ambiguous. Phoenix Feather Manor is powerful, but Great Shu doesn't care about it at all. Chu Mabe looked towards Yen Nanqing sternly and warned. Little Moen, little Moen, little Moen. Yen Nanqing lifted his brows. He didn't care what Chu Mabe said and only repeated those 3 words countless times. His shameless behavior was truly asking for a beating. Yen Nanqing. Chu Mabe couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Yao Moen took a step forward and stopped the 2 of them. His Highness the Crown Prince is my army's ally, so there's nothing wrong with him researching ways to deal with the enemy together with us. As for Moen, as the Marshal of the Allied forces, there's naturally no reason for her to leave. Even if the 2 of you feel that there's no point in staying here, Moen will send someone to escort the 2 of you to rest first. Yin Shui, escort Alliance Master Yen out for this marshal. Tingyu, escort His Highness the Crown Prince back to his room first. Ever since Yen Nanqing had descended from the city gate tower, he had started to intentionally or unintentionally cause trouble for Chu Mabe. Sometimes, even the smallest of matters could cause them to overturn the heavens. In reality, Yao Moen knew very well why Yen Nanqing had appeared and why he had come. It was precisely because of this that Yao Moen was even more furious at Yi Junqing. Since he couldn't bear to, why didn't he say it himself? After the 2 of them left, Yao Moen looked back to see Yi Junqing's bright eyes. When their eyes met, Yi Junqing lowered his face guiltily, but he was rejoicing inside. Reality proved that calling Yen Nanqing over to deal with Chu Mabe was definitely a wise and decisive decision. Prince, Marshal Yao, the general of Yangshuo's garrison, Li Xian, is from the same faction as this old man. If the 2 of you agree, this old man is willing to persuade them to surrender, said Huanheng calmly with a hint of confidence. Chapter 520. Yao Moen knew where Huanheng's confidence came from. At the time, Li Xian had been surrounded and was going to die without a doubt. However, Huanheng had gone against the emperor's will and sent troops to rescue him, saving Li Xian's life. From then on, Li Xian began to respect Huanheng like a father and always followed Huanheng's lead in court. Adding on the fact that Huanheng's master and Li Xian's master were fellow disciples, their relationship grew even closer. Moen understands old general's intentions, but Moen feels that we should send troops to test the waters first. If Li Xian has any intentions of pledging allegiance, it wouldn't be too late for old general to go. What does Prince think? Suggested Yao Moen as she looked towards Yi Junqing. This prince and Moen have the same thoughts. Although Li Xian was saved by general, there's no such thing as father and son on the battlefield. This prince feels that there's a need to test him, said Yi Junqing. Huanheng didn't retort and left with Helian Peng and the others. At this time, only Yao Moen and Yi Junqing remained in the hall. Moen, you also feel that there's something wrong with Li Xian. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen was about to leave, he immediately stepped forward to stop her. It's better to be safe than sorry. Moen has never interacted with Li Xian before and it's hard for Moen to comment on his character. However, based on Prince's words, it seems that you don't really like this Li Xian. Yao Moen's expression was indifferent and her voice was slightly distant. This prince has never gone onto the battlefield with him, but based on his records, although this person is skilled in martial arts, he's too eager for quick success. There were a few times when he accidentally fell into enemy ambushes for the sake of success. His mind isn't very bright either, said Yi Junqing. To receive such an evaluation from Prince, Li Xian really isn't much better. Yao Moen knew Yi Junqing's character well. If it wasn't for the fact that he was extremely bad, he wouldn't speak so harshly. If it weren't for the fact that Huanheng has such high hopes for this prince would definitely give up on Huanheng's intentions, said Yi Junqing solemnly. In reality, Prince doesn't need to worry too much. Since Li Xian is this kind of person, Prince should tell Huanheng the truth and give him a warning. After all, Yao Moen wasn't familiar with Li Xian, so if it was her who said this, Huanheng definitely wouldn't believe it. However, if it was Yi Junqing who said it, even if Huanheng didn't agree, he would at least think about it in his heart. And then this prince will find a chance to talk to Huanheng. Moen, it's lunchtime, how about? Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then looked towards Yao Moen. Wang Ye, you really are here. Fu Ning saw old General Huan and the others leave the guest house and knew that you were done. Just as Yi Junqing was about to invite Yao Moen to join him for a meal, Yu Funing appeared at just the right time. As she spoke, she wrapped her fingers around Yi Junqing's arm. This prince can walk on his own. Yi Junqing tried to pull his arm out guiltily, but Yu Funing held on tightly. Of course Funing knows that Wang Ye can walk on his own, but Li Jun said that your body is still very weak and that there's a chance you might faint at any moment, so it's better for Funing to support Wang Ye. If you fall, Funing's heart will ache. Prince, please leave, Funing has already prepared lunch. It's in your room. Yu Funing smiled sweetly. Her beautiful face was like a flower and her voice was so soft that Yao Moen got goosebumps just by listening to it. If Wang Ye doesn't have anything else, then Moen will take her leave. Yao Moen felt that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from telling Yin Shui to seal Yu Funing's mouth. Yi Junqing wanted to follow Yao Moen, but Yu Funing forcefully pulled him back. Wang Ye doesn't want Yao Moen to change her mind. Yu Funing lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing, but there was a different light in her eyes. This prince is just afraid that if this continues, Moen will misunderstand. As Yi Junqing spoke, he carefully pulled his arm out of Yu Funing's grip. I want her to misunderstand. If she doesn't misunderstand, how could she see her own heart? She clearly likes Wang Ye and has Wang Ye in her heart, but she refuses to admit it no matter what. She's hypocritical and unreasonable. Wang Ye, this is the time where the wind and waves are the fiercest. If you shrink back, you'll definitely be overturned by the waves. At that time, Yao Moen will leave with Chu Maobei. You can't blame Funing for not doing her best to help you. A trace of disappointment flashed through Yu Funing's heart when she felt that her hands were empty. This time, she had staked everything on this one throw and cut off all means of retreat. By the time Yao Moen returned to her room, Lang Bingxin had already been waiting there for a long time. Is something the matter? Even though Yao Moen knew that Yi Junqing didn't like Yu Funing and that they were just putting on an act, Yao Moen still cared about Yu Funing sticking so closely to Yi Junqing. Sometimes, Yao Moen felt that she was extremely laughable. She clearly had that man in her heart, yet she was so stubborn. It was all thanks to Yi Junqing that she wanted to save face so much that she had to suffer. Bingxin feels that. Master should show some concern for his subordinates. When Lang Bingxin said this, Yao Moen couldn't help but raise her eyes, her expression extremely astonished. On the bed, Ben Lei covered his head with the brocade quilt and only stuck his butt out. From time to time, he would let out a long sigh. Ostrich, hurry and get up. Master is looking for you. At the side of the bed, Lang Bingxin casually patted Ben Lei's firm butt, scaring him so much that he flipped over and looked towards Lang Bingxin angrily. Boss, please watch yourself. After Ben Lei's expression turned solemn, he looked like he was about to die. Why would Master be looking for me? She has Tingyu by her side, Yin Shui for her martial arts, and Feng, Yu, Lei, and Dian for her side. What am I? Don't make fun of me. If a person couldn't find value in their life, then they would be nothing more than a walking corpse. Ben Lei was currently in this state. I've already sent the message, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Lang Bingxin had never expected that Ben Lei would be this dispirited. Even if she was the one who gave him melon seeds, Ben Lei wouldn't even have the strength to eat them. When he saw that Lang Bingxin was about to turn and leave, Ben Lei flipped over and got off the bed to grab Lang Bingxin. Master really wants to see me. Really? There was light in the depths of Ben Lei's eyes as his voice trembled slightly. If you don't believe me, you don't have to go. Lang Bingxin lifted her brows and said resentfully. When Ben Lei walked in, Yao Mo Wan was sipping tea. Master, you're looking for Ben Lei for something. Ben Lei had always felt that he was a dispensable existence in Yao Mo Wan's eyes and that he often represented disloyalty. Thus, in Ben Lei's opinion, even if Yao Mo Wan was looking for him, it wouldn't be for any important errands. Oh, that's right, I've just arrived in Jiang City, so there's no one to take care of the task of cleaning the toilets. Ben Gong has a very troublesome matter. After thinking about it, Ben Gong can only be at ease if you handle this matter. Yao Mo Wan's words caused Ben Lei's expression to shake. If Master has anything, just tell me. Ben Lei will definitely not disappoint you. Ben Lei's eyes brightened and his heart instantly surged. Jiang City's toilets. Yao Mo Wan set down the teacup and intentionally paused. Ben Lei only felt like the sky was rumbling above his head. His heart cracked open and was about to shatter in the next second. Master, this subordinate obeys. Ben Lei's voice carried a heavy sobbing tone. Tears swirled in his eyes as he felt frustrated. Could it be that he, Ben Lei, would never be able to get rid of the word toilets for the rest of his life? What joy was there in life? What was there to fear about death? The servants will naturally take care of the matter of the toilets. Ben Gong sends you back to the barracks to watch over old General Huan day and night. You mustn't let him leave the city by himself, especially not let him go to Yangshua to look for Li Xian. Understood. Yao Mo Wan's careless words were like a ray of sunlight that shone into Ben Lei's heart. His nearly shattered heart was glued together until it was as firm as a boulder. Understood. Master, Ben Lei understands. Ben Lei was overjoyed and tears flowed out of his eyes. Only after Ben Lei left did Yao Mo Wan take a deep breath and look towards Tingyu. Tingyu, how do you think Ben Gong treats Ben Lei? Actually, Yao Mo Wan felt that out of all of her subordinates, Ben Lei's skin was the thickest. It shouldn't matter much if he got hurt once in a while. This servant truly feels that Master treats Ben Lei well. Otherwise, why would Ben Lei still stay by Master's side after cleaning the toilets for half a year? Ting Yu's words made Yao Mo Wan speechless and petrified. After dinner, Yao Mo Wan had just walked out of the room when she saw Chu Maobei standing elegantly at the door. How long has your highness been standing there? Yao Mo Wan looked towards Chu Maobei in astonishment. The cold northern wind swept through the fallen leaves, leaving behind a bone-piercing chill. I've just arrived. I called you to eat with me, but it wasn't good to disturb you, so I waited here. Chu Maobei's thin lips were slightly dry and his face was slightly pale. His fingers were completely red from the cold, but they were still exposed. This is the legendary trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others, right? Just as Yao Mo Wan was about to speak, a bright red figure floated over like an immortal. The corner of her lips curled into a smile filled with disdain. The moment Yan Nanxing landed on the ground, her jade fingers seemed to carelessly brush against Chu Maobei's lower back. Then she walked towards Yao Mo Wan with eyes full of affection. Little Mo Wan, this alliance master has made a sumptuous meal. Let's go. Yan Nanxing reached out to pull Yao Mo Wan, but Yao Mo Wan cleverly avoided him. This consort appreciates Alliance Master Yan's good intentions, but this consort still feels that it isn't good to be too close to Alliance Master Yan, so this consort hopes that Alliance Master Yan can change the way you address me. Yao Mo Wan's expression was cold as she looked towards Yan Nanxing. Why? Don't tell me it's because you're Great Shu's Crown Prince consort. Yan Nanxing raised his brows in disapproval. That's not it. Yesterday, Yin Shui saw Mei Ji on the streets, explained Yao Mo Wan concisely. Who? Mei Ji. That can't be. When Yan Nanxing heard these 3 words, his face instantly turned green. It had taken him a full 7 days to shake off Mei Ji on Green Summit Mountain. Alliance Master can choose not to believe me, but... As Yao Mo Wan spoke, her eyes slowly moved upwards. Her gaze moved past Yan Nanxing and landed on the roof behind him. On the roof, a woman in a light green robe was fluttering in the wind. There was clear anger on her beautiful face. Chapter 521. Yan Nanxing felt a cold breeze behind him and his body couldn't help but tremble. Thus, he turned around. In that instant, the sky changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Yan Nanxing didn't hesitate for even half a second and immediately jumped up and left. Help this alliance chief say goodbye to Junqing. Yan Nanxing's voice drifted through the air, but he had already disappeared. However, Mei Ji's figure was still standing on the roof. Under the cold wind, her figure seemed even more frail. Mei Ji actually dares to show herself here. Yin Xiong. Chu Mabei's numb legs finally relaxed a little and he shouted. Almost at the same time, the person on the roof also became unwilling. Master, find someone to help me down. Bingxin is afraid of heights. Save. Save me. Just as Leng Bingxin was trembling and shouting, she lost her balance and rolled down from the roof. Fortunately, Yin Shui caught her in time. Otherwise, there would be one less rare disguising genius in this world. Warner and this crown prince really have a telepathic connection. After hearing Leng Bingxin's cry for help, Chu Mabei came to a realization and his lips curled into a smile of relief. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how to get revenge on Yan Nanxing for ambushing him. If Yan Nanxing hadn't used a secret technique to seal his acupuncture points, he wouldn't have been able to stand in the cold wind for so long. Even if he liked Yao Moen, there was no need to torture himself like that. Of course, Chu Mabei wouldn't tell Yao Moen about this even if he died. When it came to a man's face, Chu Mabei would definitely keep his mouth shut. At the time, Yan Nanxing had also grasped Chu Mabei's mentality, which was why he was so unbridled. What do you mean? Yao Moen turned to look at Chu Mabei and asked with raised brows. Warner doesn't hate Yan Nanxing. He swaggers through the streets with his androgynous face all day long. Does he really think he's a peerless handsome man? Now it seems that not all women buy into him. Chu Mabei said resentfully. In reality, his confidence had taken a huge blow these past few days when Yan Nanxing appeared. Your Highness, that's what you think. Yao Moen's expression was strange as she spoke in realization. Ah, that's right. Chu Mabei looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Moen doesn't know what other women think, but Moen knows that if Alliance head Yan had stayed for a few more days, Moen would have gone to Phoenix Feather Manor against the pressure, said Yao Moen carelessly. Why are we going to Phoenix Feather Manor? Chu Mabei looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. I'm going to be the Alliance head's wife. Yao Moen smiled ambiguously as she turned and walked towards the main hall. Behind him, Chu Mabei's lips twitched as 3 black lines gradually appeared on his forehead. That damnable Yan Nanxing. Perhaps he should find someone to disfigure him. Your Highness, should we follow? Asked Huangfu Juanqiu awkwardly from behind Chu Mabei. Follow my ass. This crown prince's legs are numb. Help me back. When he felt his legs go numb, Chu Mabe wanted nothing more than to skin Yan Nanqing alive. In the main hall, Yi Junqing sat woodenly in front of the square table, refusing to move his chopsticks. No matter what Yu Funing said, he had to wait for Yao Moen to come. It wasn't until he heard the servants report that his expression finally returned to normal. When Yao Moen comes later, Prince must remember Funing's words. When Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing had changed so much, she started to worry. She suddenly wasn't sure whose boat she had sunk with this act of cutting off all means of retreat. This isn't too good, right? Yi Junqing looked towards Yu Funing awkwardly with a conflicted expression. Back then, it was Prince that promised Funing to act in this play. If Prince stops halfway through, what kind of situation would Funing end up in? Does Prince really not care about Funing at all? Yu Funing took advantage of Yi Junqing's benevolence and tried to provoke him. But Yi Junqing looked conflicted. If Prince continues to hesitate, Yao Moen will leave with Chu Mabe. At that time, Prince can't blame Funing, warned Yu Funing coldly. Right at this time, Yao Moen arrived with light steps. When Yi Junqing saw that it was Yao Moen, he instinctively wanted to get up, but Yu Funing pressed him down. Moen, you're here. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen's clear and icy gaze, he felt a bit diffident from the bottom of his heart. Yao Moen didn't look at Yi Junqing. She just sat down across from him. At the side, Tingyu respectfully scooped rice and ladled soup for her. Marshal Yao, why did you come alone? Funing just saw His Highness the Crown Prince at your door. Prince was just saying that he wanted to have a good drink with His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince's contributions cannot go unnoticed in this great victory of Jiang City. Yu Funing's cherry lips curved into a smile. Oh. Does Prince feel that the great victory of Jiang City was Chu Mabe's contributions and not Huan Heng, Helian Peng, or Zhu Chen's contributions? Yao Moen lifted the porcelain bowl as she looked towards Yi Junqing coldly. Of course. Yi Junqing was just about to speak when Yu Funing stopped him. Old General Huan and the others have naturally performed meritorious deeds, but as officials, this is their duty. However, His Highness the Crown Prince is different. If it weren't out of consideration for Marshal Yao, His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't have stayed behind to oversee things for Prince. Prince should really thank Marshal Yao for this. Yu Funing's words took a sudden turn and forced Yi Junqing to the point of no return. Moen, you've worked hard during this time. This prince offers you a toast. Yi Junqing's toast seemed humble, but he was clearly treating Yao Moen as an outsider. Perhaps Yi Junqing didn't realize this, but Yu Funing knew that Yao Moen definitely did. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing raise his cup, she paused for a moment, then slammed the bowl down on the table with a bang. She then ordered Tingyu to invite Chu Mabe over. This matter is due to Mabe's efforts. As the Crown Prince's consort, Moen also follows her husband's lead. Since Prince wants to be respectful, you should naturally be respectful to Moen's husband, said Yao Moen coldly, her gaze solemn. On the other side of the table, Yi Junqing's handsome face abruptly tensed up as an indescribable wave of jealousy washed over him. Yi Junqing didn't even know how he'd managed to put down his wine cup. The words "follows your husband's lead" kept echoing in his mind. Thus, that night, Yi Junqing and Chu Mabe drank themselves into oblivion while Yao Moen watched coldly from the side. Yu Funing was naturally very happy. She was one step closer to her goal. The next day, no one brought up the events of last night, but the events of last night had taken root in their hearts. Reporting to Prince, Helian Peng's 500,000 troops are ready to attack the city as soon as Prince gives the order. On the city gate tower, Helian Peng was dressed in golden armor, looking valiant and formidable. Good. Attack the city, shouted Yi Junqing. Helian Peng immediately obeyed the order and personally led the 500,000 troops towards Yangshuo West City. On the city gate tower, Yi Junqing, Yao Moan, Chu Maobei, and Huan Heng were all standing at the center of the storm as they stared at Yangshuo West City. They were confident that the golden armor was invincible and their eyes were filled with anticipation. They firmly believed that this battle would definitely end in victory. As long as they took down Yangshuo, they would be able to attack the imperial city with 3 more cities. Yi Hongyi, I've made you wait a long time. Mo Xin, Junqing swears to chop off Yi Hongyi's head for you. Yi Junqing looked in the direction of the imperial palace, his heart surging with anger. Since the heavens had allowed her to live, then some people were destined to die. Nurse Gao died, Do Xianglan died, Yao Zhenting died, Yao Sulwan also died. Yi Hongyi ah. Now you're the only one left. Yao Moan and Yi Junqing glanced at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they knew what the other was thinking. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, the situation on the battlefield changed. The golden warriors who had been advancing bravely suddenly collapsed. Yi Junqing and the others could clearly smell an extremely pungent smell in the smoke and screams of pain rang out. At this time, no one cared where the smell came from. Everyone's eyes were on the soldiers fighting with their lives on the battlefield. Explosions rang out one after another and the screams of pain grew closer and closer. When everyone saw the scene in front of them through the smoke, they couldn't help but feel their hearts shatter. Not far away from the city gate tower, the golden armored soldiers were all holding their faces and howling in pain. The golden armor on their bodies was continuously melting, forming a pool of golden liquid on the ground. It's metal dissolving water. Yao Moan exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with intense coldness. No matter how much she thought about it, she never expected that Yangshuo would use metal dissolving water to deal with the golden armor. At this time, most of the switches on the chest of the golden armor had been melted by the metal dissolving water. The switches were malfunctioning and black balls the size of fingernails filled the sky. The scene in front of him was far too tragic. Yi Junqing slumped dejectedly against the wall as he watched these 500,000 soldiers kill each other. Yao Moan felt even more regret. Her sudden inspiration had now caused these 500,000 soldiers to lose their lives. How could the word pain describe his heart? Yao Moan felt her vision blur and darkness descend upon her. Moan. When Yao Moan fell to the ground, her body fell into a warm embrace. However, no matter how warm the embrace was, how could it compare to the coldness in her heart? The cries of pain by her ears were like sharp blades stabbing into her heart. One wrong step and the wilderness would cover up the white bones, leaving her with nowhere to speak of her misery. Chu Maobei pulled Yao Moan into his embrace and glanced coldly at the miserable scene below the city gate tower. Then he resolutely left the city gate tower. General. You can't go. Right at this time, Ben Lei desperately tried to stop Huan Heng, who was about to rush down the city gate tower. His voice was heavy with sobs. How could Ben Lei's heart not ache when he saw the brother who had gone through life and death with him die so miserably? However, if he went down now, he would undoubtedly be hit by those black bullets and die a worthless death. Ben Lei. Let go. Helian Peng, you have to hold on. Let go. This old man is going to save them. Let go. Hurry and take off the golden armor, hurry and take it off ah. Huan Heng's eyes were red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Under his white brows, his eyes were filled with tears. I won't let go. Ben Lei can't let you go and die. How could Ben Lei be a match for Huan Heng? In just a few moves, he was thrown to the ground by Huan Heng and coughed up blood. But even so, Ben Lei still tightly held on to Huan Heng's legs. No matter how crazed he was, he wouldn't let go. Ben Lei won't let go. Ben Lei won't let go even if he dies. Old General, how are you going to save General Hellion with your flesh and blood? Mournful cries filled the air below the city gate tower. Ben Lei desperately shook his head, allowing his tears to blur his vision. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be. The second Huanheng fiercely kicked Ben Lei away. He also fainted on the ground. Prince. Ben Lei looked in the direction that Huanheng had fainted in and saw Yi Junqing standing straight in front of him. Yi Junqing's raised hand froze in midair and there wasn't a trace of emotion on his face. Prince. Prince. Right after, Yi Junqing's body fell like a statue and he fainted. Chapter 522. The bitterness of this battle couldn't be described with words. When the smoke dispersed, the ground was covered in golden liquid. Only 10,000 of the 500,000 soldiers had survived. The faces of the soldiers who had died were unrecognizable. Most of the soldiers had died under the black bullets fired by their comrades even though their golden armor hadn't been drenched in the liquid. When Hellion Peng was found, he had already fainted. Fortunately, the damage to his golden armor wasn't too great, but his left arm couldn't be saved. In her daze, Yao Moen could clearly see terrifying and sinister faces flashing in front of her. Those faces floated in the air, wantonly clamoring for her to pay with her life. Sorry. Sorry. In her dreams, Yao Moen shook her head furiously. Her messy hair on the pillow was drenched in tears. Warner, wake up, hurry and wake up. At the edge of the bed, Chu Maobei gripped Yao Moen's shoulders with worry in his eyes. He originally thought that he only had a little bit of a good impression of Yao Moen. One had to know that in this world, she was the only woman who had a little bit of a good impression of him. But the moment he saw Yao Moen faint on the city wall, Chu Maobei felt like his heart had been thrown from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. That drop was enough to prove that he definitely didn't just have a little bit of a good impression of Yao Moen. Just like right now, when he saw Yao Moen's haggard and pale complexion, Chu Maobei felt like his heart was being clutched in someone's hands. Sorry. Ah. Yao Moen abruptly opened her eyes. Her sparkling eyes stared blankly in front of her. Only when Chu Maobei's figure entered her vision did Yao Moen regain consciousness. How much is left? How much is left? Yao Moen gripped Chu Maobei's arms tightly and suddenly sat up. Her teary eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. Warner, you've already been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Thankfully, the porridge was just delivered. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over for you. Chu Maobei deliberately avoided Yao Moen's question, but when he got up, Yao Moen pulled him back. The entire army was wiped out, right? Of the 500,000 soldiers, not a single one survived, is that right? Yao Moen roared hysterically as tears streamed down her face. It's not as bad as you think. Hellion Peng managed to survive the remaining 10,000 people. So... Chu Maobei thought that this kind of number would give Yao Moen some comfort, but unexpectedly, Yao Moen's cherry lips trembled and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. 10,000 people, 500,000 soldiers. Only 10,000 were left. Gold transformation water. They actually used gold transformation water. Yi Hongyi. If I, Yao Moen, don't kill you, how would I be able to face the 500,000 soldiers who died? Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen's hands fiercely gripped the brocade quilt. Her nails dug into the silk, making a chi-chi sound. Her teary eyes were filled with extreme killing intent. Warner, don't be like this. I, Chu Maobei, will avenge you. Chu Maobei tightly gripped Yao Moen's hand, trying to give her some strength, but when he saw the heaven-destroying cold light in Yao Moen's eyes, Chu Mabe felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Just what kind of hatred did such a slender woman have to endure for her to have this kind of explosive strength? That kind of pain came from the bottom of his heart. Moen will definitely personally avenge this. Yao Moen sat straight on the bed, her hands clenched into fists as she said this through gritted teeth. Chu Mabe was speechless. He knew that Yao Moen wouldn't listen to anything he said right now. The best method was to remain silent. The prerequisite for revenge is that you need to live well. Chu Mabe slowly walked to the table and brought the porridge back to the bed. He personally scooped some porridge into Yao Moen's mouth. Yao Moen didn't refuse. That's right. She wanted to live. She definitely had to live to grind Yi Hongyi's bones into dust and personally see him receive his punishment. That night, Chu Mabe insisted on staying by Yao Moen's side, but Yao Moen refused. Your Highness, don't worry. Moen knows what she needs to do. Rather than wasting time on grief and regret, it's better to find a solution. So Moen wants to be alone for a while. Yao Moen's excuse made Chu Mabe unable to refute it. Once Chu Mabe left, Yao Moen's eyes seemed to lose focus and her tears flowed down like a flood. A wave of sobbing like that of a small animal lingered in the air above the room. Outside the room, Huangfu Juanxiu sighed as he looked towards Chu Mabe. He was just about to speak when Chu Mabe stopped him. Let her be alone for a while. Chu Mabe's eyes drooped slightly, then he turned to leave. In these 3 days, Yao Moen forced herself to walk out of her grief. If grief could defeat the enemy, she would be willing to be sad for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, it couldn't, so no matter how difficult it was, she still had to walk out and face everything. So even if the food tasted bad, Yao Moen still ate the breakfast Tingyu had carefully prepared. Just as Yao Moen put down her bowl and chopsticks, Yu Funing unexpectedly appeared in Yao Moen's room. Yao Moen, go see Prince. Yu Funing didn't know what she was feeling right now, but she really had no other choice. For 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Junqing had locked himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't let anything in and didn't even let anyone in. Even Ben Lei had been kicked out. What's wrong with Yi Junqing? Yao Moen's brows were tightly furrowed and her eyes were cold. Ever since the attack on Yangshuo, Prince has locked himself in his study and hasn't come out even now. Funing doesn't know how Prince is right now. She doesn't even know if Prince is still alive. Yu Funing choked with sobs, her tears falling like pearls from a broken necklace. If she didn't have no other choice, why would she come to beg Yao Moen? Without any hesitation, Yao Moen headed straight for the study. When faced with the tragic deaths of 500,000 soldiers, Yao Moen suddenly felt that everything between her and Yi Junqing was as trivial as dust. Yao Moen couldn't think about the matters of romance in front of such a grave matter. Outside the study, Ben Lei stood at the door with a frown and knocked on it from time to time. Behind him, Feng Yu, Lei Dian stood to the left and right with worried expressions. Prince, attacking Yangshuo isn't your problem alone. The burden of getting revenge for the dead soldiers shouldn't be shouldered by you alone. Ben Lei is begging you, come out. Men don't cry easily, but at this moment, Ben Lei's eyes were red from crying. That's right. Prince, you haven't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days and 3 nights. If your body collapses, how will you get revenge for the soldiers? Feng Lin and the others tried to comfort him, but no sound came from inside. Prince, you don't need to blame yourself too much for this. Actually, the idea of the golden armor. Ben Lei felt that as long as he could get Yi Junqing to come out, even if some of the explanations were against his will, it was still necessary. Ben Lei. Just as Ben Lei was about to speak, Feng Lin suddenly roared and glared at him. Ben Lei was startled, but in the next second, he heard a familiar voice. The idea of the golden armor was Moen's, so Moen will naturally be responsible for all the consequences. Moen doesn't have the right to comment on Prince's current actions, but right now, Moen wants to go to the barracks to visit General Hulian. If Prince feels that there's a need, you can come along. The clear and cold voice was like the cold rain falling from the eaves, clear and sharp, yet stern. Everyone silently looked over to see Yao Moen wearing a plain white morning dress. Her fine black hair was coiled up with white silk and the bangs on her forehead were disheveled in the cold wind, adding a hint of sorrow to her appearance. Just as Yao Moen stopped speaking, the door to the study slowly opened from the inside. The instant Yi Junqing appeared, everyone present couldn't help but cry. His beard grew like wild grass past his chin, his cheekbones were protruding from being too haggard, his eyes were pitch black, the whites of his eyes were crimson, and he was still wearing the battle robe from that day. The moment Yi Junqing walked out of the study, Yao Moen indifferently turned around and headed straight for the door. As she turned, a single tear silently slid down her cheek. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen leave, Yi Junqing silently followed behind her, his eyes without the slightest bit of light. Only after Yao Moen and Yi Junqing left did Feng Lin walk in front of Ben Lei. Do you know why I warned you? There was unconcealable anger in Feng Lin's eyes. Ben Lei wanted to explain but was interrupted by Yu Er. Ben Lei, if you had said what you just said, then Yu Er would have never known you in this lifetime, said Yu Er coldly, then she flung her sleeves and left. We wanted Prince to come out just as much as you did, but there must be a limit to everything. Do you know that Master fainted for 2 days and 2 nights because of this battle? Lei Ting looked towards Ben Lei solemnly, his eyes filled with faint disappointment. Ben Lei, I just want to know, if Master and Prince were to meet with danger at the same time, who would you choose? You don't have to say it, but Lei Ting is telling you, if that sort of situation were to occur, Lei Ting would choose Master without hesitation. If you aren't, then what right do you have to call Yao Moen Master? Lei Ting sighed, then followed Yu Er and Lei Ting out of the residence. They weren't sure what the consequences of Yao Moen entering the military camp would be. Feng Lin, believe me, I just wanted Prince to feel better. Also, at the time, I didn't know that Master would be behind us. Ben Lei was so anxious he wanted to cry. I believe that those words you said were against your heart, that's why I called out to you. But more importantly, I didn't want Master to feel sad. So Ben Lei, compared to us, you're lacking one thing towards Master, said Feng Lin indifferently. There was no emotion in his voice. What is it? Ben Lei looked towards Feng Lin anxiously. Loyalty. Feng Lin's words were like 5 bolts of lightning striking Ben Lei's head. Even after Feng Lin left, Ben Lei still hadn't reacted. They've left, yet you still plan on standing here. Leng Bingxin patted Ben Lei's shoulder, her eyes like water. You also think that I lack loyalty towards Master? Ben Lei's voice was hoarse and there were tears in his eyes. Their words are too serious. Everything you've done for Prince just happened to prove your character. Leng Bingxin's words came from the bottom of her heart, but it just so happened to confirm what Feng Lin had said. The 1-hour journey from Jiang City's guesthouse to the Western City's military camp actually felt like Yao Moen had walked for a year. Inside the palanquin, Yao Moen's hands were tightly clenched into fists. Her palms were sweating and her heart was filled with apprehension and guilt. She didn't know which leg she should take to enter the military camp first, nor did she know what kind of face she should use to face those soldiers who had survived a disaster. How could she comfort the 490,000 souls who had died on the battlefield? Chapter 523. Even though she had gathered all her courage, Yao Moen still hesitated when it was time to face it. When she saw that the camp was just 100 meters away, she stopped. Master, Yin feels that it's not suitable for you to go in right now. When Yin saw that more and more soldiers were gathering at the gates, she looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Then when is it suitable for me to go in? Yao Moen smiled bitterly. Since she was already here, she had to take this step no matter what. Thus, Yao Moen didn't accept Yin Shue's suggestion and walked towards the camp with heavy steps. Master. Yin Shui had already sensed the fiendish aura and was about to walk forward when Yi Junqing stopped her. With this prince here, there's no need to worry. Yi Junqing stopped Yin Shui and began to walk more quickly towards Yao Moen. In front of the barracks, all the soldiers were looking at Yao Moen as if they wanted to torture her to death. The hatred in their eyes made Yao Moen not dare to look at them directly. She's Yao Moen, the person who developed the golden battle armor. A loud shout broke the strange silence. As soon as the voice fell, another person shouted angrily. Yao Moen. How many of our brothers have died because of your golden armor? You're an executioner. The first soldier voiced out the thoughts of all the soldiers. Yao Moen. Give back my brothers' lives. General Helian lost his left arm because of you. Yao Moen, you won't have a good death. Bullshit golden armor, it's just a death warrant. Yao Moen, your hands are stained with the blood of 500,000 soldiers, you devil. Curses and curses rose and fell as Yao Moen walked into the camp step by step. Every step seemed to take all of her strength. Tears fell silently. The wind whistled past her ears. Yao Moen could clearly feel something hard flying towards her, but the pain didn't come as expected. Instead, there was a patch of darkness above her head. Yao Moen stopped and looked up to see that Yi Junqing was standing right in front of her, blocking the stone that had been thrown at her. This prince is the commander-in-chief, so all mistakes should be borne by this prince. If the soldiers are angry, feel free to vent it on this prince. None of this has anything to do with Yao Moen. His deep voice was incomparably firm. Yi Junqing was like a tall mountain blocking the wind and rain for Yao Moen. After a moment of silence, a soldier roared angrily. If we didn't rely on you, the general wouldn't have been injured, and our brothers wouldn't have died. Only 10,000 soldiers were left from the 500,000 strong army. Yi Junqing, how could you face the general? After the first cry, there was a second, then a third. Yi Junqing. Did you see how tragically the soldiers died? The enemy did not even draw their swords. They died under the weapons of their own brothers. This was all your idea. It was you who killed them. You and Yao Moen should both atone for your sins. Atonement. Another stone was tossed over. Yi Junqing didn't dodge. This was something he should endure. Helian Pang's 500,000 personal guards were now down to 10,000. Even a saint wouldn't be able to endure this kind of loss. Helian Pang came with absolute sincerity, but he let him down. I'm sorry. Junqing has let everyone down. Yi Junqing's eyes were wet and his lips were trembling. He choked with sobs as he faced the curses and accusations of the soldiers who had survived. Stones of all sizes were tossed over, hitting Yi Junqing's body like raindrops. However, he stood in front of Yao Moen like a statue, using all of his strength to protect Yao Moen, not letting her get hurt in the slightest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yao Moen crouched weakly on the ground as tears rolled down her cheeks. She knew that in this moment, she should rush in front of Yi Junqing and bear all of this, but she really didn't have the courage to do so. For the first time, she felt so useless. More and more stones were thrown and the curses shook the heavens. Yi Junqing's forehead was bleeding and there were many bruises on his body. He could ignore the stones hitting him, but he couldn't bear to watch Yao Moen suffer even the slightest injury. Thus, he turned and pulled Yao Moen into his embrace, allowing the stones to land on him. Junqing, let them hit me. Only then can I feel better. Don't block anymore. Yao Moen's tears flowed down her cheeks as she watched the blood trickling down Yi Junqing's forehead. Master. Yin Shui could no longer remain indifferent. Even if she couldn't do anything, she could still stand in front of Yao Moen and block the stones for her. Yao Moen's heart ached even more as she watched the stones land on Yin Shui's body. Yin Shui. Stand down. Yao Moen howled mournfully, but Yin Shui still stood there. For the first time, she didn't want to follow some hidden guard rules. For the first time, she disobeyed Yao Moen's orders. Master. The scene in front of them shocked Fing Yulei and Yen. Thus, the four of them didn't hesitate and rushed to Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's side to surround them with Yin Shui. It was true that with their martial arts, they didn't care about hidden weapons as thin as a cow's hair, but right now, they knew that if they made a move, it would definitely incite public anger. Thus, they could only endure. All of you stand down. Do you hear me? Yao Moen's tears fell like rain as she watched Fing Yulei Dian and Yin Shui get beaten black and blue. Her heart ached as if someone was stabbing it. At this moment, she suddenly understood Helian Peng's feelings. Seeing so many of his personal guards die, he must be living a life worse than death. Stop. A cold voice seemed to descend from the heavens, followed by a wave of anguished wails. Yin Xiong's figure moved as fast as lightning to catch all of the stones and throw them back. Chu Mabe, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Yao Moen wiped away her tears as she looked at the soldiers wailing in pain. You're Great Shu's crown prince consort. If they attack you, then they're disrespecting Great Shu, said Chu Mabe coldly. Then he walked to the front of the camp and looked at everyone sternly. As soldiers, you should understand that victory and defeat are common occurrences in military affairs. If you didn't have the golden armor, would you have been able to survive until now? During the Battle of Jiang City, the enemy troops attacked like zombies. How were you supposed to defend against such a powerful attack? Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were in the wrong in Yang Shuo's crushing defeat, but even if you didn't have the golden armor, how could your bodies of flesh and blood resist the corrosion of the gold transformation water? War has always been cruel. You've all fought your way through the battlefield, so you should be even more aware of this fact. Now you're placing all of the blame on Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Are they really in the wrong, or are you guys transferring the confidence that should have been built on your bodies onto the golden armor? That's why the divine destruction of the golden armor has disheartened you. Soldiers, we suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and lost our brothers who risked their lives for us. Just who is the instigator? It's not Yao Moen and Yi Junqing in front of you, nor is it me, Chu Mabe. It's Yang Shuo's general, Li Xian. It's Yi Hongyi. What we need to do is to conserve our strength and get revenge for our fallen brothers in the future. Chu Mabe's impassioned speech instantly shifted the conflict. All of the soldiers felt their blood boil and swore to kill Yi Hongyi to get revenge for their fallen brothers. Many thanks. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Mabe gratefully as she watched the soldiers leave. Her cherry lips parted slightly, tears in the corners of her eyes. It was nothing. Take good care of her. Chu Mabe turned to look towards Yi Junqing, then silently left with Yin Xiong. After all, this was Great Chu's military camp, so it wasn't appropriate for him to appear here. Inside the tent, Helian Peng was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling of the tent. He didn't say a word. General. Esteemed Prince and Marshal Yao have come to see you. After the guard passed on the message, Helian Peng still didn't react at all. He just sat there like a zombie, not even blinking once. Yao Moen walked into the tent before Yi Junqing. When she saw Helian Peng's lifeless and pale face, Yao Moan's heart instantly ached. It's Moan who has wronged General Hellion. If Moan hadn't used a scheme to persuade you to surrender that day, General's personal soldiers wouldn't have. Moan is guilty. Even if I have to give this life to General, I am willing. Yao Moan knelt in front of the bed, her eyes filled with endless remorse. Even if she died 100 times, it still wouldn't be enough to repay 490,000 lives. General Hellion, as the commander-in-chief, Junqing cannot shirk the responsibility of this crushing defeat. This time, Junqing offers a humble apology and asks for General's forgiveness. As Yi Junqing spoke, he was about to kneel, but before his knees could touch the ground, a hand supported him up. Marshal Yao, please rise. I, Hellion Peng, am not an unreasonable person. This crushing defeat was all due to the enemy's craftiness. No one had expected that they would use gold-dissolving water, and that they had stored so much of it. The golden battle armor of 500,000 soldiers had been melted by the gold-dissolving water until it was unrecognizable. If I don't get revenge for this, Hellion Peng won't be able to die in peace. Hellion Peng helped Yao Moan up, the light in his crimson eyes like frost. Moan will definitely help General capture Li Xian alive and take revenge for the soldiers who died. Yao Moan choked with sobs, her voice abnormally firm. This prince has already ordered people to verify the identities of the dead soldiers and send the pensions to their families as quickly as possible. This defeat has caused the general's personal troops to suffer heavy losses. This prince will naturally mobilize 500,000 troops under the general's command. As for Li Xian, this prince promises the general that after we take down Yangshuo, I will definitely hand Li Xian over to the general to deal with. Yi Junqing used everything he could to make up to Hellion Peng, but he knew that even if he was given an army of 1 million, so what? Even if the world's most elite soldiers were given to Hellion Peng, they still wouldn't be able to win against the soldiers who died on the battlefield. Yao Moan and Yi Junqing didn't stay in the tent for too long. Even if they were heartbroken over this defeat, they knew that compared to Hellion Peng, their grief was far too insignificant. After leaving the tent, Yao Moan and Yi Junqing looked at each other silently and walked towards the exit. Yin Shui and Fing Yulei Dian sighed inwardly in relief when they saw that their master was safe. Right at this time, Ben Lei and Lang Bingxin also arrived at the entrance. If it wasn't for the fact that Lang Bingxin didn't know martial arts, they would have witnessed the shocking scene just now. How did you guys get injured? Lang Bingxin's question was exactly what Ben Lei wanted to know, but due to the awkwardness at the time, he couldn't bring himself to ask. It's just a small injury, it's not a big deal. The most important thing is that Master is fine, said Feng Lin loudly as he looked meaningfully at Ben Lei. On the way here, Ben Lei had been thinking about everything and felt that regardless of whether Yao Moan would forgive him or not, an apology was necessary. Thus, when Yao Moan and Yi Junqing walked out of the camp, Ben Lei was just about to walk forward when he saw a horse whizzing over. When the soldier on the horse saw Yi Junqing, he immediately pulled on the reins and hurriedly jumped off the horse to run over. Prince, it's bad. Old General Huan has disappeared. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What did you say? When Ben Lei heard this, he abruptly walked forward, his eyes wide. Old General Huan has disappeared. This subordinate has been searching for a long time, but hasn't been able to find any trace of the old general, repeated the soldier. His voice was filled with unconcealable anxiety. That's impossible. When I left the camp this morning, Huan Heng was still there. Ben Lei felt his heart beating wildly and his eyes going blank. He didn't know what to do. Ben Lei. If something happens to Huan Heng, this consort will definitely punish him heavily. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. At the time, Yao Moan had predicted that Huan Heng still hadn't given up on finding Li Xian to persuade him to surrender, which was why she had Ben Lei look after him. After all, Li Xian's character wasn't as virtuous as his name suggested. Crap. Could Huan Heng have gone to find Li Xian? Yi Juanqing's heart tightened and a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Yin Shui, hurry to Yangshuo with wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. You must rescue Huan Heng, ordered Yao Moen sternly. This subordinate obeys. Yin Shui knew that the situation was urgent and immediately left. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning naturally went together. Master. This subordinate is going as well. If I can't rescue old General Huan, this subordinate will bring my head to see you, said Ben Lei impatiently. However, when he turned around, he heard Yao Moen's cold and emotionless voice. You aren't this consort's subordinate, so you should ask Prince before doing anything. Yao Moen threw this down before leaving indifferently. Master. Just as Ben Lei was about to speak again, Yi Junqing took a step forward and gripped Ben Lei's shoulder. With Yin Shui and the others around, I believe that nothing will happen to old General Huan. You're a familiar face, so if you go, you might alert the enemy, said Yi Junqing lightly as he tactfully declined Ben Lei's request. Chapter 524. Even after they walked far away, Ben Lei still stood in the same spot, his lips trembling and his face pale. Are you all right? Actually, you're the same. Why did you run out of the barracks? There were so many people watching, would His Highness have let him die? If. Lang Bingxin felt that Ben Lei's plan was truly too unlucky. His fate was too inauspicious. Nothing can happen to Huan Heng. He really can't. Before Lang Bingxin could finish, Ben Lei suddenly hugged Lang Bingxin and muttered as his body trembled uncontrollably. Lang Bingxin originally wanted to give Ben Lei a big slap, but when she felt Ben Lei's body tremble, she gave up on that idea. Yangshuo, Dragon Gate Inn. Li Xian kowtows in salute to old General Huan. When the door opened, a man dressed in plain clothes strode in. After closing the door tightly, he bowed to the person in front of him. This old man has been thinking that if this old man had come to see you earlier, then the battle of Yangshuo could have been avoided. Huan Heng sat at the table and stroked his white beard. His voice was sorrowful. So old General didn't hesitate to take the risk to come here to persuade you to surrender. Seeing that Huan Heng hadn't told him to get up, Li Xian stood up on his own. Although he was respectful, there was a faint coldness in his eyes. That's right. Li Xian, this old man has always felt that you were a promising talent. This time, this old man wants to persuade you to surrender to the esteemed prince and overthrow the tyrant together. What do you think? Huan Heng had always thought that his relationship with Li Xian was like that of a father and son. As long as he spoke, Li Xian would definitely nod. Tyrant. Forgive this general for being unable to agree. This general truly can't see how tyrannical His Majesty is. This general also doesn't understand why old General Huan, who has received the emperor's favor for decades, would disregard his reputation and surrender to the rebels. Also, after the Battle of Yangshuo, do you think that even if this general was willing to surrender, Helian Peng would allow this general to stand under the same roof as him? Li Xian's expression was cold and his eyes were solemn. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Even now, Huan Heng still felt the pain of that bitter battle. Old General's words are incorrect. During the Battle of River City, didn't Yi Junqing also use his golden armor to kill all of the 100,000 defending soldiers of River City without using a single soldier? Dare I ask, old General, did you feel any heartache at that time? Li Xian's words rendered Huan Heng speechless. In fact, as a famous general of his generation, Huan Heng naturally understood that in a battlefield filled with flames of war, the winner represented justice. That was what it meant to be a king if you won, and a thief if you lost. Only the winner would have the right to proclaim his glorious achievements to the world and belittle his opponent. You and I both know that those 100,000 soldiers must have taken some kind of stimulant, which is why they don't feel pain and charge fearlessly. Even if I didn't kill them, they wouldn't have survived either. Huan Heng explained. But the old general still killed them. That's different. Li Xian didn't care. His expression was still cold. Li Xian, the current situation is clear. The 5 countries are all friends with the esteemed prince and enemies with Yi Hongyi. If you continue to help the wicked, you can imagine the consequences. It was true that Huan Heng wanted to persuade Li Xian to surrender, but he also wanted to point Li Xian in the right direction. After all, in his heart, Li Xian was worth this trip. Old general, you don't have to say more. I, Li Xian, have been greatly indebted to the emperor. I will never betray the emperor. Li Xian said solemnly, expressing his sincerity. Fine. Since that's the case, this old man won't force you. Farewell. Huan Heng had come full of hope, but he didn't want to return empty-handed. The moment the door opened, Huan Heng froze in place. His eyes were filled with unconcealable disappointment. Since old general has come, don't leave. Li Xian's voice suddenly turned cold. His sinister eyes shone with cold light. Li Xian. How dare you treat this old man like this? Huan Heng's heart turned cold when he saw the hundreds of soldiers pointing arrows at him. He had been too careless on this trip. Old general, don't blame me for being ruthless. There are no sons and daughters on the battlefield. Now that you've betrayed the imperial court, what you've committed is a crime punishable by death. Since you're going to die sooner or later, Li Xian feels that old general's death should be worthwhile. Li Xian's thin lips curled as he spoke with a sinister smile. What do you mean by worthwhile? Huan Heng's expression was calm. His eyes were sharp as he questioned coldly. If old general's death can allow this general to be promoted and conferred nobility, then it's worthwhile. Li Xian smiled coldly, a vulgar light shining in his eyes. Li Xian, are you really not going to remember that this old man has saved your life several times? Huan Heng knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. If there was anyone in this world he was worried about, it would be his daughter. Humph. Are you trying to save me? You're trying to flaunt your great achievements. You're trying to let the world know how brave you are. Without you, I, Li Xian, would be riddled with holes. Huan Heng, your existence will cast a shadow over me. So, you must die. As Li Xian spoke, he suddenly pulled out a hidden weapon from his sleeve. Huan Heng suddenly dodged, his eyes filled with intense anger. In this world, there would always be someone with a twisted heart. Unfortunately, his eyes were clouded by dust, and he actually treated Li Xian as his own son. Although Li Xian's martial arts were not as good as Huan Heng's, Huan Heng had come alone and didn't have any weapons on him. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage in the fight. After a dozen moves, he was forced out of the room by Li Xian. Huan Heng, you're really old. Shoot! Seeing that Huan Heng had entered his encirclement, Li Xian gave the order. Hundreds of soldiers shot tens of thousands of arrows at the same time. Just like that, a famous general was riddled with holes. His body suddenly fell from the sky, his heart shattered. At the moment of his death, Huan Heng's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he glared at Li Xian's wildly laughing face, unwilling to die in peace. Huan Heng was dead. He died in the hands of the person he trusted the most. A moment of carelessness had brought about the end of his life. Dying before achieving victory, a hero's robe was filled with tears. The Largen was filled with an indescribable sorrow, causing people to cry uncontrollably. Tut tut. Don't say that I don't appreciate your kindness. This tear is to repay you for saving me that day. On the railing of the second floor of the inn, Li Xian wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye with a smile on his face. Men, carry this traitor's corpse back. We'll send it back to the imperial city in a few days. Li Xian shouted loudly, his voice filled with unconcealable joy. As long as they handed over Huan Heng's corpse, promotion, wealth, and fame were just around the corner. Just as the soldiers were about to lift Huan Heng's corpse, several cold rays of light shot over, followed by a wave of howls like pigs being slaughtered. Li Xian. Hand over your life. When Yin Shui saw Huan Heng lying there covered in arrows, her eyes were bloodshot. She desperately shot out the hidden weapons in her sleeves. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning also swung their weapons crazily as they dove down. Li Xian knew that the situation was bad, so he abandoned his soldiers and fled towards the side door alone. Yin Shui was afraid that if she chased after them, she would fall into an ambush, so she immediately turned back to Huan Heng. Under the cover of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, she carried Huan Heng's corpse out of the inn. Jiang City, guest house. Yao Moen sat on the main seat with a cold expression. Her icy eyes flickered with unconcealable anxiety. Publicly, if something happened to Huan Heng, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the army attacking Chu. Privately, she was the one who had led Huan Heng onto this path of no return. She had even said that she would protect everyone in the Huan residence for the rest of their lives. If something happened to Huan Heng, how would she explain it to Huan Kaier? On the other side of the table, Yi Junqing hadn't said a single word since he returned. His expression was dark and his lips were tightly pressed together. Huan Heng's life and death were of great significance to Yi Junqing. On this journey, Huan Heng had contributed greatly to him. If it wasn't for Huan Heng, he definitely wouldn't have been able to attack Jiang City so quickly, so he had always felt grateful towards Huan Heng. Your Highness Crown Prince, will my father-in-law be fine? Chu Mabei's expression was cold as he sat on the guest seat. Since Li Xian was able to use such a vicious move like gold transformation water to deal with Hellion Pang's army, this person's heart was definitely as stubborn as a rock. Whether Huan Heng lived or died would depend on whether the people Yao Moen sent out could save him in time. Beside Chu Mabei, Huangfu Juanqiu's expression was filled with worry. Chu Mabei didn't reply to Huangfu Juanqiu's question because the truth was right in front of them. Just as everyone was feeling apprehensive, Yin Shui and the others carried the blood-covered Huan Heng into the main hall. In that instant, the atmosphere in the main hall dropped to freezing point. Everyone felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe and almost suffocate them. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has failed in his duties. By the time we arrived, old General Huan had already fallen into Li Xian's ambush. 10,000 arrows pierced through his heart and he died on the spot, said Yin Shui sorrowfully with tears in her eyes. At this time, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning had already gently placed Huan Heng's corpse in the center of the main hall. The thick stench of blood permeated the air and everyone's mood was incredibly heavy. Huan Heng's death had been too tragic. There were dozens of sharp arrows all over his body and his eyes were wide open. Old father-in-law, how could this happen? Who did this? Huangfu Juanqiu staggered over to Huan Heng, tears rolling down his face. Old General Huan. Yao Moen's tears streamed down her face. Her body swayed as she walked over to Huan Heng. She slowly bent down and her tears fell, mixing with Huan Heng's blood. Moen has let you down. Don't worry, no matter what price I have to pay, Moen will make Li Xian suffer a fate worse than death. Juanqiu, the person the old general cares about the most in this life is Kaier. Yao Moen looked towards Huangfu Juanqiu with teary eyes as she spoke in a choked voice. Father-in-law, don't worry. Juanqiu swears that he will treat Kaier like a precious pearl and will never leave her. If I violate this oath, I am willing to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Huangfu Juanxiu knelt in front of Huan Heng and swore mournfully. Perhaps Huan Heng's soul sensed Huangfu Juanxiu's sincerity, because right after Huangfu Juanxiu made his vow, Huan Heng's fierce eyes slowly lifted. Yin Shui, seal old General Huan's body in ice and preserve it. You must wait for Kai Er's return. Let the father and daughter meet for the last time. Yao Moen sobbed as she spoke, her eyes filled with a biting coldness. She really wanted to take Li Xian's head right now. She couldn't wait any longer. General Huan. It's all because of me. It's all because of me. Why did I run out? Why did a bastard like me run out? The moment Ben Lei saw Huan Heng's corpse, he pounced over as if he had gone mad and started hitting his head with all his might. If it was possible, he would rather be the one lying on the ground right now. Yin Shui. Have old General Huan leave. Yao Moen's teary eyes swept over Ben Lei as her voice gradually turned cold. Ben Lei, please move aside. When Master had given Ben Lei the order, Yin Shui had also been present. It was true that Huan Heng's death was fate, but if Ben Lei hadn't left, perhaps it would have been a different scene. After Fingyu Lei Dian carried Huan Heng's corpse out, Ben Lei knelt in front of Yao Moen and Yi Junqing and fiercely knocked his head against the ground. Ben Lei is guilty, please punish me, Master and Prince. Ben Lei is willing to pay with his life for old General Huan's. Ben Lei begged for death. Because of his negligence, he had taken Huan Heng's life. Even if he lived, he wouldn't have the face to see the soldiers again. If your death can be exchanged for Huan Heng's life, this consort definitely wouldn't hesitate, said Yao Moen coldly, then she got up and left the main hall. Prince, Ben Lei only begs for death. Ben Lei buried his head between his knees and wept bitterly. All of you can withdraw. This prince wishes to be alone for a bit. From the moment Yi Junqing saw Huan Heng's corpse, he felt as if his chest had been flooded by seawater, drowning his heart in bitter and astringent seawater. This feeling was suffocating and he suddenly doubted whether he was still that brave and good at fighting Yi Junqing. Chapter 525. In the main hall, Chu Mabe took a deep breath, then helped the crumbling Huangfu Juanxiu out. Ben Lei looked towards Yi Junqing in despair, then finally retreated. Only Yi Junqing remained in the main hall. Li Xian, if Junqing doesn't capture you alive, I swear that I'm not human. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, the cold wind was biting cold. A person was hanging from a crooked tree next to the dry well in the back garden. Seeing that person kick, a chair was delivered to that person's feet just in time. Leng Bingxin. What are you doing? Ben Lei angrily looked at Leng Bingxin and scolded. To save you, of course. Leng Bingxin shrugged, thinking that this question was unnecessary. Who needs your help? It is Ben Lei who has wronged old General Huan. Ben Lei will go to old General Huan and offer a humble apology. Get out of the way. Just as Ben Lei was about to kick the stool away, Leng Bingxin suddenly shouted, scaring Ben Lei into a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Ben Lei, you coward. Go to hell. This lady wants to know if Huan Heng will forgive you after he sees that your hands are empty. Hurry up and die. Kick the stool. Leng Bingxin glared at Ben Lei. Her face was full of disappointment. What can I do? Should he kill Li Xian to avenge the old general and the 500,000 soldiers? How is this possible? Ben Lei hugged his head as he squatted on the stool, groaning in pain. Why not? Leng Bingxin raised her eyebrows and curled her lips into a strange smile. What did you say? You have a way, don't you? Ben Lei looked at Leng Bingxin as if he had found a life-saving straw, his eyes brightening. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Since Li Xian is heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. I have a way to sneak into Yangshuoan, do you dare to come with me? Lang Bingxin raised her eyebrows and said confidently. You dare. If I can kill Li Xian, Ben Lei will not hesitate even if I have to sacrifice this life of mine. When Ben Lei heard this, he leaped off his chair and vowed solemnly. That's what I want you to say. Let's go. I'll bring you to take revenge. Lang Bingxin waved her hand, and Ben Lei immediately followed, leaving only the hemp rope on the crooked tree, fluttering in the wind. It was especially frightening. Only when Lang Bingxin and Ben Lei's footsteps grew distant did Yao Moen walk out of the shadows. Actually, you don't have any intentions of blaming Ben Lei, right? A clear voice pierced through the silence of the night. Chu Mabe walked to Yao Moen's side and spoke indifferently. Moen caused the deaths of 500,000 soldiers because of a moment of impulse, so how could she have the right to blame Ben Lei? Yao Moen smiled bitterly, a hint of bitterness on her lips. Everything you did was to let Ben Lei see a chance of survival in his despair, so he rushed towards that bright spot, until he found the light. Isn't this what you call putting one's life on the line? If this crown prince's guess is correct, you were the one who sent Lang Bingxin. Chu Mabe looked towards Yao Moen confidently as his eyes twinkled like stars in the night sky. With such a big thing happening, even if Moen forgives Ben Lei, will he be able to forgive himself? How will he face the soldiers in the army? Rather than letting him carry a knot in his heart and live a life worse than death, it would be better to let him fight with his life on the line. If he can capture Li Xian alive, he will be free. As for Lang Bingxin, although Moen didn't order her to do this, Moen guessed that she would definitely do it. Yao Moen's eyes were like water, but her heart was filled with sorrow. She could think of a way to untie the knot in Ben Lei's heart, but who could untie the knot in her heart? You're not afraid that they won't return? Chu Mabe was very curious about the source of Yao Moen's confidence. With Yin Xuan wind, rain, thunder, and lightning secretly helping them, it would be hard for them not to return, explained Yao Moen. Mabe, dare I ask, when did you start to think of this plan, Wanner? Asked Chu Mabe curiously. The moment I saw Huan Heng's corpse. Since Li Xian is a despicable person, Moen should naturally deal with him using despicable methods. Actually, Moen had thought of this a long time ago, but at the time, I wasn't sure if Nameless and the others would be in Yangshua. Also, Moen was too confident in the golden armor. Yao Moen was still vexed. One should look forward to the future. However, so what if you manage to capture Li Xian alive? Now that they don't have the golden armor, it's very likely that Yangshua's army will be like Jiang City's army, charging around like zombies, unafraid of injury or death. What are you going to do then? Chu Mabe was giving Yao Moen a way out. As long as Yao Moen was willing to beg him, he would naturally transfer 500,000 soldiers from the Golden Gate to help her. Everything came with a price. What Chu Mabe was asking for was for Yao Moen to say some soft words to him, her husband. If Moen's guess isn't wrong, then the so-called unafraid of injury or death is just because he took a stimulant drug. This consort hopes that besides capturing Li Xian alive, Ben Lei will also be able to unravel this mystery. If there's an antidote for this drug, then that would naturally be good, but if there isn't, this consort believes that Yi Junqing will definitely have a way to solve this problem. Yao Moen's eyes were like limpid autumn waters. You trust Yi Junqing that much? If he could, then the golden armor wouldn't have appeared, right? Chu Mabe felt an indescribable sourness in his heart. Although it wasn't strong, it was like a drop of ink soaking in a pond. It spread out and infected every cell in his body. People always have to learn more things as they grow. Even 3 years ago, Your Highness, Have you ever seen an aero-explosive rat on any battlefield? Something made from saltpeter and sulfur is far more powerful than a machete or a spear, but it's still the same. These are all ingredients for war. Victory in every battle still depends on the commander's intelligence. Moen has enough reason to believe that Junqing has this kind of intelligence, said Yao Moen resolutely, her eyes shining brightly. If you praise Yi Junqing like this crown prince will get jealous. Don't forget, you're this crown prince's imperial consort, you know. We're getting married legally and in a large palanquin. Chu Mabe sounded like he was joking, but this was what he really thought. Your Highness, don't forget that it was just a play that ended a long time ago. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. She really didn't understand why Chu Mabe would keep this up. Based on what she'd thought before, Chu Mabe was already being merciful by not silencing the people who knew about this. Based on their relationship, this was definitely a stain on Chu Mabe's life. It's not up to you to decide whether it's over or not. Chu Mabe was unhappy. Just how bad was he to have Yao Moen constantly reminding him that the grand wedding back then was just a play? Your Highness, don't tell Moen that you've fallen in love with such a black-bellied and sinister woman like me. Your Highness, don't forget that Moen's mother was a witch. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Mabe in self-mockery, then turned to walk back to her room. Chu Mabe watched as Yao Moen left, but he didn't follow. That word, fell in love, caused Chu Mabe's heart to tremble. Did he fall in love? If he did, then just how deep was his love? The next day, Tingyu placed breakfast in Yao Moen's room. You're not going to the main hall. Yao Moen was still dressed in a plain white robe. Her face was a bit haggard. This morning, a servant came to report that Prince has moved to the barracks. It's estimated that he won't be able to return for 8 to 10 days. This servant thought that since the weather is cold and there aren't many masters in the inn, we might as well change the meals to your room. This way, you won't have to walk back and forth, replied Tingyu considerately. He went to the barracks. Yao Moen's brows relaxed slightly and a trace of relief flashed through her eyes. Just as Yao Moen sat down at the table, a pigeon landed. Tingyu hurriedly walked to the window and untied the bamboo tube from under the pigeon's leg. Then she handed the letter inside to Yao Moen. Master, Ling Bingxin and Ben Lei have already snuck into Yangshuo Inn and are in the back kitchen, Yin Shui. As she looked at the letter in her hands, Yao Moen finally revealed a trace of a smile. I didn't think that Ling Bingxin and Ben Lei would move so quickly. In just one night, they managed to sneak into Li Xian's inn and even occupy such a powerful position. Yao Moen felt that it was time to let Ling Bingxin know of her plan, so she got up and returned to the inner room. She picked up a brush and put the letter into the bamboo tube. Master, are you still blaming Ben Lei? Tingyu took the bamboo tube and looked towards Yao Moen carefully. I can only hope that he can make up for his mistakes this time, said Yao Moen with a light sigh. The master and servant had just left the inner room when they saw Huangfu Juanxiu walk in with a sorrowful expression. Juanxiu kowtows in salute to Crown Princess. As Chu Mabe's trusted aide, Huangfu Juanxiu naturally changed the way he addressed Yao Moen from the Chu Empress back then to the Crown Princess today. Does Lord Huangfu need something from this consort? Yao Moen didn't want to dwell on these meaningless forms of address and asked suspiciously. Juanxiu has come to bid farewell to Crown Princess. Now that Kai is pregnant, Juanxiu is worried about her rushing over alone, so with His Highness the Crown Prince's permission, Juanxiu plans to return to Shu to pick up my wife. Huangfu Juanxiu's voice was low and his eyes were sorrowful. Kai is pregnant. What a pity, old general. That's fine too. Take good care of Kai and don't let anything happen to her. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Huangfu Juanxiu received the order and turned around. When he walked to the door, Yao Moen added another sentence. Lord Huangfu, Moen hopes that you can treat Kair well. If you've let Kair down in the slightest, this consort, Crown Princess, don't worry. Huangfu Juanxiu once swore in front of father-in-law that he would only spend the rest of his life with Kair and would never marry again. Huangfu Juanxiu naturally understood the meaning behind Yao Moen's words and immediately promised. With such a good son-in-law, old general can rest in peace in the underworld. Yao Moen nodded in relief, her eyes filled with gratitude. It was truly not easy for Huangfu Juanxiu to do this for Huang Kair. Yangshuo guest house, back kitchen, what are you looking at? Seeing that there was no one at the kitchen stove, Ben Lei walked over to Leng Bingxin and looked suspiciously at the letter in her hands. Nothing, bring the fallen goose sand over. Leng Bingxin looked towards Ben Lei and casually tossed the letter into the stove. Don't we have to wait for the 9 tonic soup to boil before poisoning him? Ben Lei didn't think much of it. This miss has thought about it. Poisoning Li Xian to death is truly letting him off too easily. Think about it, wouldn't it be better if we captured Li Xian back to Jiang City and made him kneel in front of old general's grave to repent? Suggested Leng Bingxin. What kind of joke is this? Do you think this is a place where we can come and go as we please? This is Yangshuo, being able to poison him to death is already a great fortune. In a bit, I'll bring the 9 tonic soup to Li Xian. When Li Xian's poison acts up, you can take advantage of the chaos to slip away. From the moment Ben Lei entered Yangshuo, he had already made up his mind to perish together with Li Xian. Since this miss has said this, then this miss naturally has full confidence. Wait here and don't act rashly. This miss will be back soon. Remember, before I return, you definitely can't make a move. Forget it, give me the poison. Leng Bingxin didn't care if Ben Lei was willing or not and immediately snatched the fallen goose sand from his arms. Remember, wait for me to return. Leng Bingxin hurriedly left the back kitchen as she said this. Seeing that Leng Bingxin had left, Ben Lei slowly took out a bag of poison from his waist. Thankfully, I prepared 2 portions. Bingxin, sorry, Ben Lei can't let go of this opportunity. Ben Lei pursed his lips tightly, then turned around and poured most of the fallen goose sand into the 9 tonic soup that had just boiled. Chapter 526. The alley on the left of the guest house was a dead end. When Leng Bingxin arrived, Yin Shui was already waiting there with a portrait. Master knows that Ben Lei and I came to Yangshuo. Leng Bingxin looked at Yin Shui in surprise. Ever since you guys left the guest house in Jiang City, I've been secretly protecting you guys. Yin Shui's words already answered Leng Bingxin's question. Ahem. Master isn't angry, right? Leng Bingxin didn't fear anything except Yao Moen. Don't worry, not only is Master not angry, he's also very supportive of your idea. Other than me, there's also wind, rain, thunder, and lightning protecting you guys in secret. Take a look at this painting first. Yin Shui handed the painting to Leng Bingxin and continued, the person in the painting is Li Xian's beloved, Zhou Sun. Unfortunately, she's also Li Xian's eldest sister-in-law. Fortunately, Li Xian's eldest brother passed away 3 years ago and Li Xian has always coveted his eldest sister-in-law's beauty, so you want me to disguise myself as Zhou Sun and trick Li Xian into leaving the guest house. Then you guys can secretly capture him. Leng Bingxin guessed. That's right. Feng Lin has already invited the real Zhou Sun to another place. You can enter the Li mansion as Zhou Sun at any time. With the help of the Yin clan's information channel, Yin Shui had thoroughly investigated Li Xian's ancestors. No problem. Leng Bingxin said confidently. There's one more thing. Master suspects that Li Xian's army must have taken some stimulant drugs. If you can get some information from Li Xian, that would be the best, Yin Shui instructed. Don't worry, I'll act according to the situation. Lang Bingxin nodded and handed the painting back to Yin Shui. No need. Yin Shui looked up suspiciously. One look is enough. Lang Bingxin pursed her lips confidently and left the alley. She went to an abandoned house closest to the guest house. Seeing Lang Bingxin leave, Yin Shui couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, there were experts in this field. Lang Bingxin was indeed extraordinary to be able to disguise herself so well with just one look. As Yin Shui praised her, the painting in her hands had already turned into ashes. Lang Bingxin naturally couldn't compare to this kind of ability. In the main hall of the guest house, Li Xian looked at the woman sitting in the main hall. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but his expression was one of humility and respect. Vice County Commandant is wise. I did plan to kill Huanheng. All the soldiers in the inn that day can testify. Li Xian wanted to claim credit, but unfortunately, he did not have Huanheng's corpse. Mei Ji did not buy it. Actually, Lord Li, you don't have to worry about this. As long as you can defend Yangshuo, His Majesty will reward you generously. As for Huanheng, if he doesn't appear on the battlefield, then he's dead. Mei Ji said leisurely, her charming eyes slightly raised. Even though Mei Ji was extremely beautiful, Li Xian was not the least bit tempted. Firstly, Mei Ji was the deputy captain of the Iron Blood Army, and was not someone that he could covet. Secondly, his sister-in-law's looks did not lose to Mei Ji at all, so there was really no need for him to give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. Vice County Commandant is right. This lowly general is only reporting the truth. Vice County Commandant, please help this lowly general report to His Majesty. Li Xian will definitely eradicate this traitor and personally bring Yi Juanqing's head back to the capital to see His Majesty, vowed Li Xian. Then Mei Ji will wait for Lord's good news in the imperial city. Now that the golden armor has been broken, it's time for Mei Ji to return and report. I'll leave this place to Lord Li. I hope that Lord Li will remember your words. His Majesty is still waiting for Yi Juanqing's head in the capital. Mei Ji's cherry lips curled up, her tone slightly mocking. In Mei Ji's eyes, Li Xian really wasn't a big deal. If Yi Juanqing's head really was taken by him, then the heavens really didn't have eyes. Li Xian respectfully sees off Vice County Commandant. Li Xian waited respectfully at the side when he saw Mei Ji get up. Only after Mei Ji left did Li Xian sit back down angrily. Anger surged in his heart and he abruptly smashed the teacup on the table onto the ground. Damned stinky woman. She actually dared to suppress this general's credit. Humph. Sooner or later, this general will make you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Li Xian naturally saw the disdain in Mei Ji's eyes and instantly felt that his pride as a man had been greatly insulted. General, don't be angry. This is the 9 nourishment soup this servant just finished cooking. Please have a taste. Ben Lei walked politely into the main hall with an unprepossessing expression. Put it down. Li Xian was currently in a fit of anger, so how could he be in the mood to drink the soup? This soup has to be drunk while it's hot for it to be effective. If it's cold and loses its medicinal effects, then it won't be good. There was only one chance, so Ben Lei couldn't bear to give it up. This general told you to put it down and get out. Li Xian felt irritated and shouted loudly. But Ben Lei was still unwilling. As he spoke, he felt Li Xian's gaze land on him. You're a new face, where did you come from? Li Xian asked coldly, his eyes gradually turning cold. General, this servant is the housekeeper and just bought it yesterday. This servant is thinking about the general's health. If the general doesn't want to drink it, then this servant will bring the soup back to be warmed. When the general wants to drink it, this servant will bring it back. Ben Lei knew the situation was bad and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Li Xian. Stop. Someone, let housekeeper Li in. Li Xian shouted coldly. Ben Lei was shocked at the sound, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This plan didn't work. It seemed like he could only fight with his life on the line, Ben Lei thought. As the footsteps approached, Ben Lei's hand that was holding the ginseng soup slowly moved down. As soon as the housekeeper spilled the beans, he would pull out a sharp weapon and fight with Li Xian. It would be best if he could kill him, but if he couldn't, then he would commit suicide. It was better than falling into Li Xian's hands and being humiliated. At this moment, housekeeper Li had already entered the main hall. You came quickly, this general has a question for you. Before Li Xian could ask, housekeeper Li interrupted him with a face full of joy. Reporting to the general, Madame Li Zhou is waiting at the door, saying that she has something to discuss with the general. Housekeeper Li's face was full of flattery, his eyes narrowed into slits. Madame Li Zhou. Who? Li Xian didn't think much of it. General. It's your eldest sister-in-law, Zhou Sun. Hearing housekeeper Li's words, Li Xian stood up, his eyes brightening. Is what you said true? She's willing to take the initiative to look for this general. What are you still standing there for? Quickly followed this general to welcome her. Hearing that it was Zhou Sun, Li Xian's spirits immediately rose, while Ben Lei was left to the side. After Li Xian left, Ben Lei didn't dare to stay for a moment longer. However, he had just turned around when he was called back by housekeeper Li. What are you still standing there for? Boil water and serve tea. Housekeeper Li hurriedly ordered, then followed Li Xian out. Ben Lei instantly felt that this was an opportunity. Hardening his heart, he strode towards the back kitchen. Outside the guest house, Lang Bingxin tugged at her wide sleeves. When she raised her eyes, she saw Li Xian rushing over in a hurry. My sister-in-law, why have you come personally? If there's anything, just send someone from the residence to inform me. Li Xian will naturally return to the residence without delay. Li Xian said politely, his eyes full of smiles. Brother-in-law has a myriad of affairs to attend to, how would I dare to disturb you? Lang Bingxin didn't speak much, but the movements of her eyes were very rich, especially the movement of her eyebrows. It was incomparably elegant and full of tenderness, making Li Xian's bones soften. My sister-in-law, please come in. Li Xian was overwhelmed by the favor and retreated to the side, extending his hand to invite Lang Bingxin into the guest house. In the main hall, Lang Bingxin was naturally served to the main seat, while Li Xian sat on the other side of the square table, his shifty eyes never leaving Lang Bingxin's delicate face. Housekeeper Li. Hurry up and serve tea. Seeing that the table was empty, Li Xian immediately shouted. By the time housekeeper Li responded, Ben Lei had already walked in with a freshly brewed teapot. This was all the poison he had on him. If he still couldn't poison Li Xian to death, he decided to put his life on the line. General, have some tea. Ben Lei forced himself to remain calm as he politely filled the teacups in front of Li Xian and Lang Bingxin. Even though he knew that the young woman in front of him was innocent, at this moment, he couldn't care so much. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't follow his wishes. Just as Ben Lei filled the teacups, he saw Li Xian suddenly extend his hand and pour the 2 cups of tea onto the ground. This kind of action, not to mention Ben Lei, even Lang Bingxin, who was at the side, broke out in a cold sweat. But when Li Xian opened his mouth, Ben Lei and Lang Bingxin were instantly enraged. They really wanted to rush up and push this guy against the wall so that he wouldn't be able to be pulled down. Preposterous. You dare to take out this kind of trash to greet guests. Go and take out the top-grade Longjing that His Majesty bestowed upon you a few days ago. Li Xian angrily rebuked. Ben Lei endured again and again, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to pull out his knife, he suddenly saw the girl to his left using a silk handkerchief to wipe away the water droplets that had spilled onto the side of the table. His mind instantly cleared. This silk handkerchief was Leng Bingxin's item. Then this person, after Ben Lei left the main hall, he hid in a corner and took a deep breath. If that cup of tea had really been drunk by Leng Bingxin, then he really deserved to die 1,000 times over. Leaving aside how Ben Lei would self-destruct, inside the main hall, Leng Bingxin looked at Li Xian with a smile in her eyes. Actually, I didn't come here for anything important. I just feel that little uncle's recent victories have earned you quite a lot of rewards from His Majesty. This is a good thing that brings honor to your ancestors, so I specially prepared a table of dishes and wine in your residence. I just don't know if little uncle has the time to do this for me. Leng Bingxin deliberately controlled her tone and spoke softly. In front of Li Xian, my sister-in-law's words are like gold and jade. For some reason, there is no battle now. Even if Li Xian is on the battlefield, as long as my sister-in-law says a word, Li Xian will rush back. Looking at Li Xian's wretched gaze, Leng Bingxin only felt disgusted. There was a saying that was right, it wasn't that her brother wasn't good enough, it was that her sister-in-law was too enchanting. Now that Li Xian was obsessed with lust, he naturally didn't care much about Leng Bingxin's little slip-up. Since that's the case, how about tonight at 5:00? Leng Bingxin looked at Li Xian with misty eyes, her fingers twirling around the embroidered handkerchief. Her bashful look made Li Xian scratch his ears and cheeks. 5:00, 5 o'clock is good. Li Xian will definitely keep his promise. After sending off Leng Bingxin, Li Xian started to get busy. He found a dozen sets of clothes and tried them on, then ordered the kitchen to cook a large pot of 9 nourishment soup. At this time, Ben Lei had already left the guest house. At the corner outside the Li residence, Ben Lei finally saw Leng Bingxin. What exactly happened? Ben Lei took a step forward and asked anxiously. You still have the nerve to ask. If it weren't for Li Xian's stupidity, I would be a dead soul under your hands. Leng Bingxin glanced at Ben Lei and said resentfully. How would I know that you would become like that? But I was also afraid for quite a while. If something had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live. Ben Lei's brows were tightly furrowed and he lowered his eyes in self-blame. Why? Leng Bingxin looked at Ben Lei with interest. If you were to die, who would return my handsome face? This face is so ugly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ben Lei felt his vision go black. Leng Bingxin's fist landed mercilessly on his eyes. Chapter 527. That night, Li Xian came as promised, and he only brought 4 guards with him. Little uncle, if you don't mind, can you ask them to leave? When I look at their glittering clothes, I can feel my heart thumping non-stop. Leng Bingxin's coquettish voice made Ben Lei want to vomit, but when he thought of his own identity, he couldn't vomit. At this moment, Ben Lei was like a wet nurse in the residence. Leave. Good, stand down. All of you leave. Without my order, even if the sky falls, you are not allowed to come in. Li Xian thought that his daughter-in-law of many years had finally become a mother-in-law. Now that he got a response from his sister-in-law, he naturally couldn't wait. The moment the door closed, Leng Bingxin swayed to Li Xian and poured wine for him. Her eyes were like silk, and when she smiled, her beauty could topple a city. Little uncle, if you don't mind, let me feed you. Leng Bingxin's white fingers slowly stroked Li Xian's shoulder. Her red lips were slightly pouting, and the cup in her hand had already touched Li Xian's thin lips. Sister-in-law is so kind, Li Xian should accept. Seeing Li Xian drink the wine, the curve of Lang Bingxin's lips deepened. "Uncle, how does it taste?" Lang Bingxin threw away the wine cup and looked at Li Xian. "Naturally, the things my sister-in-law prepared are the best." Li Xian swallowed, raised his hand to wipe the remaining wine from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bursting with a dark green light. "If uncle thinks so, then I can rest assured. Wet nurse, go and take out the things I prepared for uncle." Lang Bingxin raised her eyebrows, her voice as gentle as the wind. When Lang Bingxin closed her mouth, Ben Lei was still standing there, looking coldly at Li Xian. It was not until Lang Bingxin coughed that he realized his identity. Therefore, Ben Lei suppressed the anger in his heart, turned and walked into the inner room. Before long, he saw a tied-up woman being pushed out by Ben Lei. "My sister-in-law." The moment he saw Zhou Suner, all of Li Xian's enthusiasm disappeared like smoke, and his greedy eyes instantly turned to ice. Zhou Suner only knew that a disaster had fallen from the sky. She had no idea why she was tied up like a dumpling. At this moment, she could only ask Li Xian for help. "Who are you?" When Li Xian glared at Lang Bingxin, he was thinking about how to escape. There was no doubt that he had fallen into a trap. "It doesn't matter who we are. All you need to know is that you can't escape this time." Lang Bingxin patted her cheeks and said leisurely. Li Xian ignored Zhou Suner's call for help and immediately rushed to the door. The moment the door opened, the 4 bodyguards lying on the ground were no longer breathing. Li Xian was shocked. Someone was fighting outside, but he didn't hear anything. "Li Xian, do you still want to resist?" Yin Shui landed in front of Li Xian like a deity. Behind her, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning streaked across the sky at the speed of aurora, silently standing behind Yin Shui. "Sister Yin Shui, don't worry. I'll count to 3. If he doesn't fall, I'll change my surname to his. 1, 2, 3. When Lang Bingxin finished speaking, Li Xian fell. The moment he closed his eyes, Li Xian was filled with regret. Lust was like a knife above his head. He really couldn't get through this. "I'll bring Li Xian back to Jiang City first to avoid trouble. You guys go back with Bingxin and Ben Lei." After Yin Shui instructed wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, she stepped forward and sealed all of Li Xian's acupoints. Then she carried him on her back and left. Once Yin Shui left, Lang Bingxin indicated for Ben Lei to knock Zhou Suner unconscious. Then she left with wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. When Li Xian woke up, he was already tied to a torture rack. In front of him was an extremely beautiful woman leaning on a chair. She was currently looking at him with a hand resting on her cheek. Li Xian immediately recognized the woman in front of him. When he entered the imperial city to receive the title, he had the fortune of meeting Empress Chu. The woman in front of him was undoubtedly Yao Mo. "If you want to kill me, if you want to scrape me, do as you please." Li Xian immediately understood his situation and became unyielding. "Tell me, what exactly did Yi Hongyi feed his soldiers?" "Bravery and fearlessness. Only a ghost would believe that." Yao Mo-wan's voice was cold and emotionless. Her deep and serene eyes emitted a cold, baleful aura. "Even if I die, I won't betray His Majesty. You rebels and traitors won't have a good ending. Especially you, Yao Mo-wan. His Majesty treats you so well, yet you're cheating and fooling around with Yi Junqing. Vixen. Seductive fox." Li Xian's curses were quite satisfying, but the torture that followed made Li Xian unable to feel happy. According to Yao Mo-wan's intentions, Li Xian was to have a taste of all the torture instruments, but the prerequisite was that his life wasn't in danger. For this reason, Yao Imo-wan had specially brought over the most skilled executioners from the prisons of several prefectures to personally carry out the torture. Originally, Yao Imo-wan wasn't willing to see this kind of bloody scene, but Li Xian had the honor of having Yao Imo-wan accompany him from start to finish. That was a medicinal liquid. After drinking it, it can bring out a person's potential to its peak. Also, anyone who drinks that kind of medicinal liquid doesn't feel pain. Li Xian, who was covered in blood, was no longer as unyielding as he was before. Where is the medicinal liquid? Is there an antidote? What will happen to the soldiers who drink the medicinal liquid? Yao Imo-wan questioned. I don't know, just kill me. Li Xian begged in pain as blood seeped out of the corners of his eyes. You guys know what to do. Yao Imo-wan flicked at the corner of her unwrinkled clothes, her voice so cold that it made one shiver. Don't. I'll tell you. The medicinal liquid is in the barracks under the supervision of the military supervisor that His Majesty personally sent. According to what the military supervisor said, there's no antidote for the medicinal liquid. Once the soldiers drink the medicinal liquid, even if they don't die on the battlefield, they'll still die on the 10th day. Li Xian felt as if every part of his body was being bitten by a poisonous snake. That bone-biting pain made him wish he was dead. Unfortunately, his acupuncture points were sealed, so even if he wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, he didn't have the strength. Where in the barracks is it? Yao Imo-wan didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy when she saw that Li Xian would rather die. When she thought of the 500,000 soldiers in Huanheng who had died, Yao Imo-wan felt that this wasn't enough. It's too late. The day before yesterday, the Sky Supervisor had already selected 100,000 soldiers and had them drink the medicinal liquid. They've also decided to attack Jiang City the day after tomorrow. That's all I know. Just let me die. I beg you, let me die. Li Xian roared hysterically as more and more blood flowed out of the corner of his eyes. Blood flowed down his eyelids and he looked just like a zombie, causing people to feel disgusted and disgusted. Yi Hongyi is simply utterly devoid of conscience. In order to win, he's actually treating people's lives like a game. Yao Imo-wan's willowy brows knitted together, her eyes filled with extreme anger. Master, what do we do now? Asked Din Shui, who had been silent for a long time. Go to the barracks for this consort and tell Yi Junqing everything that happened here, said Yao Imo-wan calmly after taking a deep breath. Once Din Shui left, Yao Imo-wan summoned the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Feng Lin, think of a way to disguise yourselves in Yang Shuo's barracks and spread the news of the medicinal liquid. Use this to disrupt the army's morale. When Yao Imo-wan finished speaking, Feng Lin and the others left. Yao Imo-wan. I've already told you everything I know, just let me die. Li Xian never knew that dying was actually a very difficult thing to do. Put him down and follow Tingyu to find Imperial Physician Li. Tingyu, tell Li Juan to take good care of him. If there's even the slightest mishap, don't blame this consort for punishing him. Yao Imo-wan lazily got up and glanced at Li Xian before leaving the secret room. Yao Imo-wan, you're too vicious. Let me die. Let me die. Li Xian naturally knew that Yao Imo-wan wasn't doing this out of kindness. She just wanted to continuously torture him. A woman's heart was the most vicious, he had finally experienced it this time. When it comes to viciousness, who can compare to you, Li Xian? Lift him up and let's go, said Tingyu hatefully as she looked towards Li Xian. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moon hung high in the sky and the weather seemed to be warming up. The chill and the wind seemed to have lessened a bit. Yao Imo-wan leaned against the railing and stared at the clear and crystalline ripples on the surface of the pond. If it weren't for the fact that the snow from 2 days ago hasn't melted yet, this crown prince would really think that it's spring. Chu Mabe had unknowingly appeared next to Yao Imo-wan. His voice was as clear as spring water, making one feel comfortable just listening to it. Since when did she stop rejecting Chu Maobei? Yao Imo Wand pondered inwardly. The weather is fickle, just like war. No one knows who the winner is until the very last moment. Yao Mo Wan lowered her eyes to hide the worry in her eyes as she spoke lightly. Li Xian confessed. What was the result? Chu Maobei returned to the main topic and asked solemnly. The results weren't satisfactory. 100,000 soldiers drank medicine that could make people excited. Yao Moen sighed lightly as she subconsciously rubbed her hands on the railing. Even though it was warmer, it couldn't compare to the fact that Yao Moen wasn't wearing much. How about, this crown prince transfer 500,000 soldiers from Jinmen to help you? A black cloak fell on Yao Mo Wan's body as Chu Maobei's melodious voice sounded like the sounds of nature. Yao Mo Wan froze when she heard this. When she turned to look at Chu Maobei, her eyes were still filled with disbelief. You don't recognize me anymore. Chu Maobei's handsome face glowed faintly with moonlight. The smile on his lips was sincere and calm. This was the first time Yao Mo Wan didn't see the word conspiracy on Chu Maobei's face. However, this kind of words sounded like he had bad intentions. Based on Chu Maobei's personality, Yao Mo Wan had reason to believe that there was more to this sentence than a full stop. That's right, this crown prince hasn't finished speaking yet. The condition is, you must attend Ma Xin's wedding as the crown prince's consort. Otherwise, this crown prince will lose a lot of face. Chu Maobei stated his condition very seriously. It sounds like Mo Wan has profited. Actually, even if Chu Maobei hadn't said it, Yao Mo Wan wouldn't have missed out on Chu Ma Xin's wedding. As for her identity, it didn't seem that important. The crown prince will return to Jinmen tomorrow. Since she had profited, Yao Mo Wan had no reason to disagree. Mo Wan feels that there's no need for that right now. Of course, Mo Wan will still agree to attend Ma Xin's wedding as Great Shu's crown prince's consort. Her eyes were as clear as the moonlight. Chu Maobei was stunned by Yao Moen's words. He always thought that if he took the initiative to express goodwill, Yao Moen would be endlessly grateful. Even if she didn't feel grateful, she would at least have a trace of a good impression of him. But she rejected him. Yao Moen actually rejected him. Do you really believe that Yi Junqing will win this battle? It's not an exaggeration to say that soldiers who drink the medicine can fight 1 against 10. Does Jiang City have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers? For the first time, Chu Maobei felt that Yao Mo Wan's head wasn't very bright. I believe, and I firmly believe. Aren't you being too confident? Yao Mo Wan's lips curved into a smile as she looked at Chu Maobei. I hope you're right. Chu Maobei took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. The trust that Yao Mo Wan and Yi Junqing had built up over a long period of time wasn't something he could compare to. However, Yao Mo Wan, if you're willing to give this crown prince a chance, this crown prince will do even better than Yi Junqing. However, are you willing? Mo Wan also thinks this way. Yao Mo Wan turned to look at the pool of green water. Her heart gradually rippled. Junqing, you'll win, right? Chapter 528. It had been 3 days since Yin Shui had returned from the barracks, but Yi Junqing hadn't done anything in the slightest. This made Yao Moen a little anxious. At this time, Yao Moen was just about to go see Li Xian when she saw Ben Lei standing respectfully at the door. Ben Lei greets Marshal Yao. The way Ben Lei addressed her surprised Yao Moen. Back then, Tingyu had said that she had treated Ben Lei well, so he had done everything he could to stay by her side. But now that Ben Lei had given up, Yao Moen felt that she needed to reflect on herself. Come in. What's the matter? Yao Moen said indifferently. Reporting to Marshal, His Highness hopes that Ben Lei can bring Li Xian to the camp. Also, Huang Fujuanxiu and Huan Kai'er are also in the camp, reported Ben Lei truthfully. It's about time, Yin Shui. Yao Moan summoned Yin Shui. Yin Shui is here. Go with Ben Xianfeng to Li Juan's side. You must ensure that Li Xian safely enters the barracks. Yao Moan knew that Yi Junqing was about to make a move, otherwise he wouldn't have dragged Li Xian over to boost morale. Yin Shui received the order and left first with Ben Lei. Yao Moan then ordered Tingyu to prepare a carriage. It was reasonable for her to be present at the memorial service for Huanheng. Just as Yao Moan walked out of the room, Feng Lin came up to report that Chu Mabe had left the guest house and gone to the Golden Gate. Yao Moan's heart warmed slightly. Chu Mabe was definitely afraid that something might happen, so he went back to the Golden Gates to prepare everything. With Helian Peng's approval, Yi Junqing assigned the remaining 10,000 soldiers under his command to Yuan Huanheng's 600,000 soldiers. At this time, the 700,000 soldiers were standing upright on the empty drill grounds. An iron pole was erected on the platform, and on both sides were military rods. When Li Xian was pushed onto the platform, the crowd below the platform was filled with indignation. The condemnation of 700,000 soldiers was enough to shake the sky and the earth. The sorrow of 1,000,000 soldiers turned into layers of dark clouds rolling over the drill ground. Kill Li Xian and take revenge. The rising and falling cries echoed in everyone's heart. The rising hatred made Li Xian's legs tremble and his face pale. Li Xian. Old General Huan has saved you from danger time and time again, but you return his kindness with ingratitude. You are utterly heartless. On the stage, Yi Junqing stood in front of Li Xian in his silver armor. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He betrayed Great Chu. Betrayed His Majesty. This is a crime punishable by death. Li Xian looked towards Yi Junqing with trembling eyes. Li Xian. You beast. Give me back my father's life. I'll kill you. Looking at Li Xian on the high platform, Huan Kai'er's eyes seemed to shoot out fire dragons, wanting to burn Li Xian to ashes. Kai'er, don't be sad. Today, the esteemed prince will take revenge for father-in-law in front of all the soldiers on this high platform. Huang Fujuanxiu hugged Huan Kai'er tightly as he consoled her. His eyes were hazy. Li Xian. As soldiers, we will use the methods of soldiers to deal with you today. Men, give him a stick. By the time Yi Junqing finished speaking, the guards had already pressed Li Xian onto the bench. Right after that, Helian Peng and Huanheng's Deputy General Zhao Shuo walked onto the stage one after the other. They picked up military rods and walked towards Li Xian with vicious steps. Fight! If you have the ability, then beat this general to death. 18 years from now, I, Li Xian, will still be a man. Li Xian knew that he was going to die, so he just wanted a quick death. Thus, he shouted loudly in hopes that Helian Peng and Zhao Shuo would hit harder. Li Xian. You owe me, Helian Peng, the lives of 490,000 of my personal soldiers. Today, I will take revenge for them. As Helian Peng spoke, he raised the military rod with one hand and controlled his strength to strike down. Ah! As a general, Helian Peng naturally knew how to hit Li Xian's but without injuring his internal organs. Li Xian. Old General Huan has done you a favor, yet you're biting the hand that fed you. As the old general's deputy general, Zhao Shuo should punish a treacherous villain like you for him. Zhao Shuo raised the rod with both hands, and when it landed on Li Xian's butt, it immediately turned dark red. However, he hadn't used any internal energy in this strike, so Li Xian only suffered some physical pain. After 60 strikes, Li Xian grimaced in pain and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. You guys, are so vicious. How could Li Xian not realize Helian Peng and Zhao Shuo's goal? He was shocked, but all of his acupuncture points had been sealed by Yin Shui, so it was impossible for him to kill himself even if he wanted to. In terms of viciousness, no one can compare to you. Yi Junqing ordered people to tie Li Xian to the metal rod as he looked coldly at the pained Li Xian. Yi Junqing. You said that you'd use military methods to deal with this general. Why didn't you beat me to death? Why? Perhaps Li Xian had never imagined that death would be so extravagant for him. The military this prince is referring to is old General Huan, as well as the 490,000 soldiers that died because of you. As for you, you're only fit to be called a beast. Generals and soldiers. This beast killed 490,000 of our brothers by shooting old General Huan to death with a random arrow. Today, we'll use the methods we use on beasts to let him know just where he went wrong. Ben Lei. We'll start with you. As soon as Yi Junqing gave the order, Ben Lei walked onto the stage with a blade that was as wide as a finger and as thin as a leaf. Li Xian. If it wasn't for you, old General Huan wouldn't have died in vain and this vanguard wouldn't have failed in his duty. This blade is this vanguard's reward for you. As Ben Lei spoke, the blade in his hand slid across the left side of Li Xian's face and he walked down in satisfaction. Right after, the soldiers standing at the very front walked onto the stage one after the other. Every single one of them made a cut on Li Xian's body. Don't. I beg you, just kill me. Although it was only a shallow cut, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of cuts. Thus, on the metal rod, Li Xian watched in horror as every soldier walked up to him. He wailed in pain as blood gradually seeped out of his body and dyed his clothes. In the corner, Yao Moen looked indifferently at Li Xian's expression, which was as if he wanted to die but couldn't. Her lips curved into a smile of relief. I wonder how many cuts Li Xian can endure. Yao Moen suddenly asked curiously. Master, don't worry. In the few days that Li Xian was at Imperial Physician Li's place, he only ate 3,000-year-old ginsengs and the rest were all precious medicinal herbs. In Li Juan's words, Li Xian's body is as strong as an ox after being touched by him. Without several hundred cuts, he won't die, reported Ting Yu. And Li Juan understands this consort's intentions. Yao Moen nodded as her eyes flickered. Perhaps Ting Yu had underestimated Li Juan's abilities, or perhaps Li Xian didn't really want to die that badly. As a result, by the 1,000th cut, Li Xian still hadn't breathed his last. Yi Junqing stopped the soldiers on the stage and ordered people to pour diesel on Li Xian's body, then had Huan Kaier personally light the fire. As the flames burned his body, Li Xian couldn't take it anymore. With a howl, he finally turned into ashes, ending his life unwillingly. As Huan Kaier watched the raging flames on the stage and the cries of vengeance from the 700,000 soldiers spread over 1,000 li, she threw herself into Huangfu Juanqiu's arms and sobbed loudly. After this assembly, Yi Junqing quickly set out for Yangshuo at noon that day. This caught Yao Moen by surprise. It was true that arousing fighting spirit was effective, but it was just this one move, so the effect might not necessarily be that outstanding. Yao Moen had always thought that Yi Junqing would have a backup plan, but now that it seemed like it, she couldn't help but worry. Inside the guest house, Yao Moen paced back and forth. There were several times when she thought about going to the tower to watch the battle, but she hesitated. Master, how about Yin Shui go to the tower and scout for you? Asked Yin Shui when she saw Yao Moen's thoughts. This consort has thought about it. You should make a trip to Jinmen and pass on this consort's intentions. Have Chu Mabe lead the army to support. No matter how Yao Moen thought about it, she still felt that this was necessary. Yin Shui turned when she heard this, but when she reached the door, Yao Moen called her back. Wait. Yao Moen hesitated before turning to look towards Yin Shui. Actually, shouldn't this consort give Yi Junqing more confidence? Yin Shui fell silent when she heard this and only spoke after a moment. This subordinate feels that Yi Junqing's title of war god isn't for nothing. The past 10-odd years have already proven this point, said Yin Shui calmly. In this moment, Yao Moen suddenly realized that she didn't trust Yi Junqing as much as she trusted Yin Shui. Perhaps it was because she wanted to protect Yi Junqing too much that she couldn't bear to let him use his wings. But wouldn't this kind of protection harm him over time? Yao Moen pondered over this painful experience and waved her hand to call Yin Shui back. Stay here and wait with this consort. Yao Moen took a deep breath, then turned and sat down on the chair. Her clear eyes shone with a resolute light. If she really did beg Chu Maobei this time, it would undoubtedly be questioning Yi Junqing, so she definitely couldn't do this. Time passed second by second. Yao Moen choked from time to time. The embroidered handkerchief in her hands had long since crumpled out of shape, but she was completely unaware of it. At her side, Yin Shui had never been this nervous before. It was as if time had returned to when they were at Meng Yuan's Bright Moon Gorge. When she saw the corpses strewn all over the ground, she felt just as terrified and anxious. We've won. Master. We've won. Ting Yu's ecstatic voice rang out. Yao Moen abruptly got up and rushed forward. She happened to see Ting Yu panting heavily as she leaned against the door. In reality, when the battle had started, Ting Yu had urged Yao Moen to watch the battle. Yao Moen had shook her head on the surface, but Ting Yu knew what her master was thinking, so she found an excuse to go to the gate tower alone. Ting Yu. You said we've won. Is it true? Urged Yin Shui when she saw Yao Moen's bright eyes flicker. It's true. This servant personally saw Prince's army charge into Yangshuo. They've probably already broken into Yangshuo guest house. Master. Before Yin Shui could finish speaking, Yao Moen strode out of the inner room. Master. Where are you going? Asked Ting Yu as she panted. Is there a need to ask? Hurry and have someone prepare a sedan chair. Yin Shui's lips curved up as she looked towards Ting Yu. Ting Yu understood and immediately followed after her. After the great victory in Yangshuo, Yi Junqing continued to stay in the barracks. He only returned to the guest house 3 days later. However, as soon as he entered the guest house, he immediately dove into the study and didn't come out until 5 in the evening. During this time, only Ben Lei served him. Chapter 529. That night, the cold wind was biting cold. After a gust of north wind passed by, the wind stopped. Snowflakes as white as goose feathers floated down silently from the night sky. In the room, after Ting Yu lit the third stove, she casually put the match back into the cabinet. Master, Prince is really too much. He clearly knows that you're worried about him, yet he still refuses to see you for so many days. This is too heartless. He didn't even think about who he would have slaughtered if it wasn't for you capturing Li Xian, complained Ting Yu as her excitement gradually faded. Military affairs are important. It's fine as long as Ben Gong knows that he's fine. Yao Moen sat on the chair and stretched her hands over the stove to warm them. Her heart was pained. Even so, Yao Moen couldn't help overthinking things after not seeing Yi Junqing for so many days. Ting Yu knows that military affairs are important. It would be fine if Prince was in the barracks, but you've already returned to the guest house. No matter how important military affairs are, there's always time to eat. Could it be that Prince is also studying military affairs while eating? Who would believe that? Said Ting Yu angrily as she poured a cup of tea for Yao Moen. Perhaps. Just as Yao Moen was about to take the teacup, someone knocked lightly on the door. Who is it? asked Tingyu. Outside, Yi Junqing hesitated for a moment before answering. When Tingyu heard that it was Yi Junqing, she immediately put away the resentment on her face and opened the door with a smile. This made Yao Moen feel a bit embarrassed. She had originally thought that Tingyu would refuse to open the door. She didn't know what was wrong with Tingyu to actually let Yi Junqing in. This made Yao Moen a bit more passive. What made Yao Moen even more passive was that when Tingyu let Yi Junqing in, she shut the door. Even when Yi Junqing walked in front of her, Yao Moen was still holding the cup, but her heart was in a mess. Yao Moen couldn't find the source of her confusion. In the past, even if they hadn't seen each other for several weeks, her expression wouldn't change when she saw Yi Junqing again. But right now, Yao Moen rejoiced that the candlelight was dim, so it wasn't as bright as the sunlight. Moen, are you drinking tea? Yi Junqing was clearly more nervous than Yao Moen. Even though he walked to the seat, he didn't dare to rashly sit down. Are you blind? Yao Moen reflexively shot back at Yi Junqing. The awkward atmosphere was instantly swept away. Ahem. Although this prince's eyes are red, I'm still far from being blind. I'll have to disappoint you. Yi Junqing flicked his sleeves and sat down at the table. Then he picked up the pot and poured himself a cup of tea. When Yao Moen heard Yi Junqing's words, she lifted her eyes and an indescribable feeling of sourness welled up in her heart. She hadn't seen Yi Junqing for a few days, but he had actually changed so much that she almost didn't dare to recognize him. His eyes were sunken in, his eyes were bloodshot, his cheekbones were protruding, and his jaw was sharp. The Yi Junqing in front of her was actually far from the word handsome. Is it because this prince has become more handsome? Yi Junqing took a sip of tea and smiled. Yes, Ben Lei is going to be unlucky again. Yao Moen's voice was firm and her tone was icy cold. She had originally thought that with Ben Lei present, Yi Junqing wouldn't have to work too hard, but now, Yi Junqing had actually lost so much weight. Thank you. Yi Junqing suddenly looked towards Yao Moen with a solemn expression as he said this out of the blue. Yao Moen was slightly startled. She didn't know where this thank you was coming from. So you're agreeing to this consort punishing Ben Lei for you, guessed Yao Moen. When Chu Mabe left Jiang City, he came to find this prince. He said that he would be waiting for news from you at Golden Gate. As long as you say the word, he will lead Golden Gate's army of 500,000 to aid Junqing. But Moen, do you know what Junqing said to him? Yi Junqing's starry eyes glowed with resplendent splendor. His voice was like rain pattering on celadon that tapped lightly against Yao Moen's heart. It was like a drop of water falling, creating ripples in her heart. I wasn't there, so how would I know? Yao Moen did her best to make her voice sound unconcerned, but her heart was already clenching. This prince told him that this prince would definitely win this battle and that he would only be waiting in vain. But Chu Mabe said that he wasn't waiting for the result of this battle. Yi Junqing's words fell clearly into Yao Moen's ears. What do you mean? Yao Moen felt as if someone had suddenly poured a large bucket of glue into her brain and it wasn't working well anymore. He only wanted to know how much trust you had in me, Yi Junqing. Even if there were no signs of victory, did you still have 100% trust in me? At that moment, this prince didn't dare to reply. It was only when he walked out of the tent that this prince called out to him. Yi Junqing looked straight at Yao Moen with his thin lips pressed together. What did you call out? Yao Moen's heart leapt to her throat. Then just you wait, until you die. There was no hint of ridicule in his deep voice. Yi Junqing's gaze let Yao Moen know just how uncertain he had been at the time. So Moen not going to find Chu Mabe is the reason why Prince is thanking Moen. Yao Moen felt that this thanks was unnecessary. Yes. Your trust has let this prince know that I, Yi Junqing, am still a war god that gallops through the battlefield, invincible. All of your help has never turned Junqing into a useless piece of trash. Yi Junqing opened his heart and spoke frankly. What Prince means is, you've thought of yourself as a puppet before. Those words you said when you were drunk were from the bottom of your heart. Yao Moen's gaze was stern and her voice was trembling slightly. If I wasn't a puppet, that would be blasphemy towards you. If I was trash, it was Junqing looking down on myself. Junqing had once thought that if it wasn't for your protection, I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Chu Imperial Palace alive. If it wasn't for Yao Signal Corporation's strong financial resources and all of your connections, Junqing wouldn't have had the power to fight against Yi Hongyi. I admit that when I was frustrated, Junqing had once called myself a piece of trash. I had watched as you stood in front of me and blocked the wind and rain for me, yet I couldn't help you. Yi Junqing's eyes were filled with self-mockery and bitterness. It was Moen who neglected your feelings. Yao Moen was speechless, but her heart gradually turned cold. In her past life, she had made Yi Hongyi feel that she was a puppet. In this life, she made Yi Junqing feel that she was trash. Was it wrong for her to put in all of her effort? If it really was wrong, how was she supposed to treat others? It's not. If it wasn't for you, Yao Moen, helping Junqing out of trouble time and time again, Junqing wouldn't have been able to live until now. In the Chu Imperial Palace, Yi Hongyi had set up traps to consign Junqing to eternal damnation. If it weren't for your quick-wittedness and decisiveness, Junqing would have already died under Yi Hongyi's hands. In the past, Junqing had been muddle-headed. When he saw how strong and fearless you were, how swift and decisive you were, he started to rely on you. He felt like he was completely useless and lost his confidence. He never cared about how exhausted you were while doing all of this. Even now, Junqing still regrets making you suffer so much. Now that the great victory in Yangshuo has allowed Junqing to find himself again, from now on, Junqing has the ability to help you get rid of all the thorns in your path. Moen, Junqing thanks you for your trust. It was your trust that allowed Junqing to know that even if we were to face inhuman and inhuman beasts, my, Yi Junqing's, army would still be invincible. Yi Junqing's voice was powerful and his eyes were sparkling. Does Prince really think that? Doesn't Prince feel that Moen has overshadowed Prince's light? Yao Moen was truly afraid of Yi Hongyi. If this great kindness turned into enmity, then what need was there for her to have so many thoughts? If it weren't for you, Yao Moen, this prince wouldn't be able to pull himself together today. Junqing knows what you're thinking. You're afraid that Junqing will be like Yi Hongyi and view all of Moen's concern as a burden. Junqing hereby swears that if I have even the slightest bit of such thoughts in this life, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yi Junqing vowed solemnly, his gaze as firm as a blade. That's all. In reality, Yi Junqing felt that as soon as he finished swearing, Yao Moen would definitely step forward to stop him. She would reach out to caress his thin lips and then throw herself into his arms with tender affection. Unfortunately, there was always too much of a difference between reality and imagination. Just like now, Yi Junqing was a bit speechless. Then, I'll add on flying ashes and scattering ashes. Yi Junqing lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen probingly. Should he make it even more vicious? That's barely enough. In reality, Prince didn't come to find Moen just for this, right? Yao Moen's expression seemed as calm as a lake, but her heart was rippling. No matter how she tried to suppress it, she couldn't calm down. No one knew just how important Yi Junqing's oath was to her. This prince came to sincerely thank you. As for the other matters, this prince originally wanted to discuss it with you tomorrow. After all, it's already late, so it wouldn't be good to disturb your rest. Yi Junqing felt that in front of Yao Moen, he really had nowhere to hide. This feeling made Yi Junqing feel especially warm inside. If one didn't care, why would they spend so much effort to see through a person? Now that Yangshuo has been breached, the rest has to be pacified. Because Liang City is part of the Imperial City and is close to a prefecture, there are less than 100,000 soldiers defending it. Even if Yi Hongyi wanted to send reinforcements, the conditions to pacify Liang City and Liang City wouldn't allow for a large army to be stationed there. If Moen's guess isn't wrong, Prince definitely wants to attack 2 cities in a few days, then have a decisive battle with Yi Hongyi in the Imperial City. Yao Moen's analysis was incisive and was the essence of what Yi Junqing had been thinking these past 2 days. In this world, Moen is the only one who understands me. Yi Junqing sighed from the bottom of his heart. Is Prince praising Moen? Yao Moen lifted her brows with a pleased expression. Of course. Yi Junqing nodded. Yao Moen was speechless. Yao Moen smiled faintly. After this heartfelt talk, Yao Moen suddenly felt relaxed. Her relationship with Yi Junqing seemed to have returned to the time when they were in Guan Osprey Palace, but there seemed to be something more. As for what it was, Yao Moen didn't want to think too deeply about it at this time. Does Prince still remember the benevolent Prince Xiezhong? Yao Moen returned to the main topic. At the time, she had predicted that this day would come, which was why she had helped consort de Xia and Jian Chen, who had been hiding in 10,000 Buddha Hall for 7 years. She had even used 2 9-transformation soul-returning pills from Yan Nanxing. At the time, everyone had thought that she was being wasteful, but Yao Moen knew that using 2 pills to exchange for the support of the most virtuous and respected person in the imperial family, Xiezhong, was a huge gain. Of course this prince remembers. In truth, this prince just wanted to discuss this matter with you. This prince wants to meet Xiezhong in private and hope that he will support this prince in killing the incapable ruler. I'll have to trouble you for this period of time. Before Yi Junqing could finish, Yao Moen stopped him. If Moen has a way to make Xiezhong fully support Prince, would Prince be willing to agree to Moen's request? Yao Moen had complete confidence in Xiezhong. You want to go to the Imperial City? This prince won't allow it. Yi Junqing had never thought about putting Yao Moen in danger. Prince, don't worry. Moen has shown great kindness to Xiezhong. As long as Moen can entice him with benefits, I guarantee that Xiezhong will support Prince with all his strength. Also, with Yin Shui accompanying you, nothing will happen to Moen. Since they were already at the foot of the Imperial City, Yao Moen was already tempted by Xiezhong. If you must go, then this prince will accompany you. Otherwise, this prince won't be at ease. Yi Junqing knew that he wouldn't be able to change Yao Moen's mind, so he could only take a step back. If even Prince leaves, what will happen to Yangshuo? Back then, Moen had decided to leave because Prince's actions placed Moen's safety as the most important, so Prince lacked a sense of responsibility towards the soldiers. If Prince continues to persist like this, then it will be the same as forcing Moen to leave. Yao Moen explained why she had said those heartless and cold words back then. Now, the misunderstanding between the two was completely resolved. So it turns out. That's fine. Then this prince will wait for your return in Yangshuo. But Moen, if something happens to you, this prince. Yi Junqing's eyes were filled with worry. Moen will be fine. Moen still needs to keep this life to see Yi Hongyi get his retribution. Prince can act as planned and send troops to attack and pacify Huoliang City. Moen hopes to be able to reunite with Prince in the Imperial City. Yao Moen's cherry lips were tightly pursed, but her eyes were brilliant. Today, she finally saw the light of hope. Yi Hongyi, your time of death has truly come. Chapter 530. Imperial Chu City Imperial Study, Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing. You bastard. What right do you have to rebel against us? We are the true son of heaven. Yi Hongyi swung his sleeve and the memorials on the table fell to the ground. In front of the dragon table, the reporting guard choked and lowered his head, afraid that he would lose his life if he met his gaze. Pass on our decree, send Jiang Qingping out to quell this. They had to kill Yi Junqing. He can't be allowed to take a single step into the imperial city. Roared Yi Hongyi. Yes. When the guard heard this, he immediately ran out of the imperial study. However, right after the guard left, Eunuch Li, who had been serving Yi Hongyi, walked in while trembling. Reporting to your majesty, General Jiang Qingping is ill and has specially submitted his resignation. He wishes to return to his hometown. As Eunuch Li spoke, he handed Jiang Qingping's memorial to Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi was enraged when he heard this. After opening the memorial, his dark eyes instantly turned icy. Preposterous. Who allowed him to return to his hometown without our permission? Who let him leave the city? Guards! Immediately bring Jiang Qingping back. If he is arrested, his entire family will be executed. Yi Hongyi shouted hysterically, his eyes bloodshot. Yes. This old servant will go pass on the decree right away. When Eunuch Li saw the red mark between Yi Hongyi's brows, he was instantly terrified. Back then, he had personally seen His Majesty use only one hand to crush a little eunuch to death and then turn him to ashes. At that time, His Majesty also had this red mark between his brows. Once Eunuch Li left, Nameless walked out of the secret room. The imperial court is truly incompetent. Yi Junqing hasn't even fought his way in yet and there's already no one to send. Nameless' voice was filled with ridicule as he looked towards Yi Hongyi with disdain. You're still making sarcastic remarks here. What Iron Blood Army, it's just a bunch of trash. Yi Junqing was able to fight his way from Mang Yuan to Yangshuo because we trusted you too much. Yi Hongyi's eyes were as black as ink and the killing intent surging within them was enough to make people tremble. However, Nameless wasn't afraid at all as he stepped over the memorial on the ground. The Iron Blood Army does not only have Meiji and the rest, there are 100,000 death soldiers, each with their own unique skills, one man holding the pass, no one can fight against 10,000. In the past, the Iron Blood Army followed the late Emperor to battle, and faced against an army of 500,000, the Iron Blood Army only sent out 10,000 men, and obtained a complete victory. If not for this achievement, the late Emperor would not have placed so much importance on the Iron Blood Army. Wu Ming boasted about the glory of the Iron Blood Army, his eyes revealing a strange light aura. Since that's the case, I will send you, Nameless, to lead the Iron Blood Army to pacify them. We would like to see if the Iron Blood Army under your command is as valiant as you say. Yi Hongyi scoffed. There's naturally no problem with sending troops, but there's one thing. If Wu Ming returns victoriously, then after this, Your Majesty won't need to attend court anymore, right? Wu Ming said lightly, but Yi Hongyi was furious. Wu Ming. Are you trying to rebel? If you don't let us attend court, could it be that you want to replace me? Yi Hongyi shouted angrily. Your Majesty's thinking is too serious. If Your Majesty wants to attend court, it's not impossible, but there are some decisions that if Wu Ming feels are inappropriate, Your Majesty can't make a decree. Wu Ming spoke tactfully, but it couldn't hide the insult in his words. Using the Emperor to order the feudal vassals? Wu Ming, you truly have the ambition of a wolf. Yi Hongyi's hands clenched into fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing as if they were about to burst. Almost at the same time, Yi Hongyi suddenly attacked. A beam of red light suddenly shot towards Nameless. The temperature in the air instantly rose. But when Wu Ming waved his hand and extinguished the fire dragon that Yi Hongyi had attacked, the entire air suddenly dropped to freezing point. You! Yi Hongyi looked at Wu Ming in shock, not knowing how to react for a moment. Wu Axian isn't invincible, your majesty is too conceited. How about it? If your majesty agrees to Wu Ming's request, Wu Ming will send troops to pacify them. If Wu Ming raised his already ink-black eyebrows and looked coldly at Yi Hongyi. All right. We promise you that as long as we defeat Yi Junqing, we will give you whatever you want. Yi Hongyi calmed down from his shock and compromised. Since that's the case, Wu Ming will return to the underground palace and resolve your majesty's problems. Wu Ming smiled, then turned and walked arrogantly into the secret room. Only when there was no more movement in the secret passage did Yi Hongyi's lips curve into a cold smile. Yi Junqing wasn't someone to be trifled with. We refuse to believe that you, Wu Ming, can stop Yi Junqing's army of nearly 1 million with just 100,000 sacrificial soldiers. We'll let both sides suffer heavy losses first, then we'll stomp all of you to death like ants. Wu Ming, Yi Junqing. If you dare to threaten us, then we'll make sure you die without a burial. Hashtag. Yi Junqing thought up to this point, then immediately summoned hashtag. This subordinate is here. Hashtag walked in from outside the imperial study and waited respectfully in front of the dragon desk. Pass on our decree. Order the 20 prefectures closest to the imperial city to immediately mobilize their troops. Once Yi Junqing reaches the city, we will fight to the death with Yi Junqing, said Yi Hongyi fiercely. Hashtag immediately obeyed and left. When Wu Ming returned to the underground palace, he really did want to mobilize his troops, but he hadn't expected that Qi Kanglen would suddenly appear in front of him. Wu Ming kowtows in salute to Great Shaman. With the lesson from last time, Wu Ming grew even more fearful of this Great Shaman. That invisible pressure forced Wu Ming to kneel on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Give up on Yi Hongyi and preserve our strength. The melodious voice was like the sound of nature, but when it landed in Wu Ming's ears, it shook his heart. Great Shaman. If we give up on Yi Hongyi now, wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? Wu Ming never expected that Qi Kanglen would make this kind of decision. At the time, the plan was to win this battle. In vain. Captain Wu Ming also knows that all our previous efforts were in vain. The cold voice was like an echo in an empty valley, reverberating through the room. Wu Ming immediately lowered his eyes, not daring to look at that pair of eyes that seemed to carry magic and that head of silver hair that was like moonlight. Wu Ming knows his crime. Wu Ming immediately prostrated, his voice trembling slightly. Master has other plans. From now on, you don't need to interfere in this matter. In the air, the black robe silently fluttered. Golden wisps of clouds swirled around the robe, dazzling everyone's eyes. Wu Ming obeys. I wonder if Wu Ming can kill Yamoan to get rid of PFFF. Blood sprayed out of his mouth. Wu Ming didn't even have time to feel the tightness in his chest before a large mouthful of blood splashed onto the dark green marble like a flower from the netherworld. Do you need this shaman to repeat what I just said? Qi Kanglen's voice seemed to contain raging waves. Wu Ming felt his heart and courage shatter, but he didn't dare make a sound. This subordinate will remember Great Shaman's orders and dare not disobey. Wu Ming humbly knelt there and replied in a trembling voice. The shadow above his head suddenly disappeared. Wu Ming waited for a long time before he dared to raise his head. Qi Kanglen was no longer in the room. Cough. Only then did Wu Ming heave a sigh of relief. He struggled to get up and clutched his chest with one hand as he stumbled to the table and sat down. However, before he could sit properly, he saw a woman dressed in white at the door like a fairy riding the wind. Wu Ming kowtows in salute. Before Wu Ming could kneel, Huan Luo waved her hand. You're heavily injured. You can pass. This is a 7-star fruit, a panacea for treating internal injuries. Huan Luo's voice was very gentle, the kind of gentleness that could intoxicate any man. However, she was in such a high position, so how many men would dare to have any ideas about her? Wu Ming had no distracting thoughts in his heart, and he cultivated the virgin technique, so he naturally didn't have any ideas. Many thanks to Shaman for the medicine. Wu Ming accepted the panacea respectfully, then retreated to the side and lowered his eyes, not daring to look straight at her. This 7-star fruit is this shaman's private stash, Huan Luo said meaningfully. Wu Ming. I can't thank you enough. After living in Jianghu for so many years, Wu Ming was extremely sly. When Wu Ming heard these words, he naturally understood the meaning behind them. However, Wu Ming didn't dare to rashly promise to go through water and tread on fire for her. Some things were easy to say, but once they were done, they could take someone's life. This shaman doesn't need your gratitude. You just need to repay this favor in the future. Huan Luo raised her brows that were like curved willow leaves. Her cherry lips curled up in a mischievous smile. At this moment, Wu Ming really wanted to return the 7-star fruit. Of course, this was just a thought. Shaman, if there's anything you need, please tell me. Wu Ming will naturally do his best, said Wu Ming respectfully. Nameless said respectfully, but he had already guessed what Huan Luo was thinking. Back then, in the throne room of Great Shu, Huan Luo had struck at Yao Moan with the intention of taking her life. However, Han Genie had appeared out of nowhere. Putting aside how good Yao Moan's life was, he knew that this priestess who looked like a goddess was determined to take Yao Moan's life. This way, it could be considered to be in line with his intentions. Originally, he had sworn to kill Yao Moan, but now that he had this kind of backer, he didn't need to worry about Yao Moan having a tough life. This shaman will remember your words. Take care of yourself. There are some things that can't be rushed. Huan Luo smiled sweetly and left on the wind, leaving behind an intoxicating fragrance in the air. When Yao Moan found Xie Zhong under Jing Xian's identity, Xie Zhong wasn't too surprised. From the moment Yi Junqing started a rebellion in Mong Yuan and started to threaten you as a hostage, this prince knew that you, Yao Moan, weren't a foolish empress. In a pavilion in the rear garden of the benevolent prince's residence, Xie Zhong stroked his white beard as he examined Yao Moan seriously and nodded occasionally. Oh. I'd like to hear the details. Although the benevolent prince had been hostile towards her for a long time because Xie Si couldn't be empress, Yao Moan didn't hold a grudge against Xie Zhong. Instead, she envied Xie Si. Xie Si was truly fortunate to have a father like this. Based on this prince's understanding of that brat Yi Junqing, there's no way he would do something so despicable. This prince doesn't believe that he's threatening you as a hostage, but if you're saying that you're forcing him to rebel, then this prince is somewhat believable. It wasn't without reason that Xie Zhong was one of the leading figures of the imperial family's older generation. With his wisdom and quick-wittedness, as well as his glorious achievements in his early years, it was only natural that he earned this title. Old Prince thinks too highly of Moan. Yao Moan smiled faintly, but there was no fear in her eyes. Her eyes were as clear and cold as autumn water, making it impossible for anyone to look down on her. Since you've come to find this prince on your own, there's no need to be so unreasonable, right? Back then, my daughter was indebted to you for saving her life. This king will definitely repay this favor. However, this prince is curious. Why are you so sure that you'll be able to avenge the previous empress, Yao Maxin, on your own? Every word Xie Zhong said hit the nail on the head, making it impossible for Yao Moan to joke around. Hasn't Moan already reached this point? However, even if I fail and lose my life, there are some things that Moan must do. If Moan doesn't get revenge, it'll be hard for Moan to live in this world. Ever since Yao Sulwan revealed Yi Hongyi's despicable actions to the public, Yao Moshin's death was no longer a secret. Although Yi Hongyi said that it was malicious slander, in the end, the people of the world had their own opinions on who had slandered who. Yi Hongyi actually dared to act so viciously against this prince's beloved daughter. If this prince doesn't get this justice, how could this prince be satisfied? Xie Zhong viewed Xie Si as the pearl in his palm. After knowing that Xie Si had been humiliated by Yi Hongyi, he had been waiting for an opportunity to get revenge. Now, his opportunity had finally arrived. Since Prince has this intention, Moen does have an idea that I wish to discuss with Prince. Yao Moen's eyes flashed with determination. Tell me, said Xie Zhong with a nod. Here. Yao Moen hesitated slightly. What? You don't believe in this prince's hidden guards? Girl, this prince knows that you have Yin clan's hidden guards, but if we really fight, Yin Shui might not be a match for this prince's 30 hidden guards. What, do you want to compete? Said Xie Zhong confidently. Chapter 531. Yao Moen's lips twitched. 1 against 30. If it was her, she would also be full of confidence. With such a valiant hidden guard, the benevolent prince residence will definitely be impregnable. Actually, Moen feels that if Prince Yao Moen told Xie Zhong about the plan she had prepared earlier. Her voice was cold and her expression was solemn. After a moment of deliberation, Xie Zhong laughed loudly. What a good plan. Yao Moen, your intelligence isn't any inferior to Yao Moshin's. Unfortunately, that girl. It's fine if I don't say it. After this matter, this prince will definitely drink with you. Drinking with a bosom friend is a bosom friend. Yao Moen's plan won Xie Zhong's favor. In Xie Zhong's opinion, if Yao Moen wasn't a woman, she would definitely achieve great things. I am indebted to Lao Prince for not abandoning me. At that time, Moen will naturally drink 3 large cups with Lao Prince to celebrate Prince's grandchild. When Yao Moen said this, the smile in Xie Zhong's eyes disappeared and he stared at Yao Moen with a sharp gaze. What a powerful girl. You're thinking too much. This prince wants to see Yi Hongyi's fate even more than you. Although Xie Zhong's voice was cold, it didn't contain any malice. After leaving the benevolent prince residence, Yao Moen took a deep breath. Yin Shui, don't you think this consort has gone too far? Yao Moen felt a bit regretful when she thought back to the profound light in the benevolent prince's eyes. This subordinate feels that master did the right thing. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yin Shui has followed master all this time for this final battle. As long as we can win this battle, no matter how careful master is, it won't be too much, said Yin Shui firmly. I just don't know if the benevolent prince will think this way. If Moen's guess isn't wrong, he's probably already ordered people to move Xie Si and Jian Chen elsewhere. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. Right at this time, a pigeon landed on Yin Shui's shoulder. Yin Shui casually removed the bamboo tube. Master. Prince took down Heliang City last night. The army is currently advancing towards the imperial city. Master, you've been waiting for this day. As Yao Moen's hidden guard, Yin Shui naturally understood what Yao Moen had been waiting for all this time. Yao Moen's tears fell like rain as she looked at the letter in her hands. For the first time, she felt that tears were sweet. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. That's right, this day has finally come. Yi Hongyi, what do you do? Your retribution is coming. In the imperial study, Yi Hongyi was currently in a thunderous rage. The entire dragon table had been flipped over by him. Missing? What do you mean by missing? Such a huge underground palace was gone just like that. ###. did you look for him or not? When he heard that Yi Junqing had conquered and pacified Liang City, Yi Hongyi couldn't believe his ears. Just 2 days ago, Nameless had confidently said that he would take Yi Junqing's head. Now, Yi Junqing was about to attack the imperial city, but Nameless had vanished into thin air. No one would be able to accept this result. Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate followed the secret passage, but the other end of the secret passage was blocked. When this subordinate ordered people to break it open, they only saw ruins. There was no underground palace at all. Hashtag had a worried expression on his face as he reported the facts. Impossible. This was impossible. We walked through this secret passage and went to the underground palace, but it's gone. How is this possible? Yi Hongyi roared with panic in his eyes. Your Majesty, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise were also there. They also saw it with their own eyes. Hashtag looked towards Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise to indicate for them to testify. Your Majesty, hashtag is right. If we walk down this secret passage, there's only a pile of yellow soil. There's no underground palace at all, reported Vermilion Bird in a low voice. Your Majesty, this subordinate will send more people to find the nameless captain, but Yi Junqing's army will be at the city gates in 2 more days. The army that we've dispatched will also arrive in at least 3 days. What should we do? Black Tortoise's words were like a bucket of wisdom that instantly calmed Yi Hongyi down from his flustered state. Even without Nameless, we will still win against Yi Junqing. Hashtag immediately send Imperial Guards to guard the western city gates day and night. Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, the 2 of you will lead the Imperial Guards to provide reinforcements at any time. No matter what, we have to hold out for a day. Once reinforcements arrive, we will personally set out. We swear that we will tear Yi Junqing to pieces, shouted Yi Hongyi fiercely. Hashtag and the others didn't dare to tarry and immediately left the imperial study. However, they all knew that this was a final struggle. The outcome had already been decided and there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. They could only live on the emperor's salary and be loyal to him. There was no way out. The cold wind howled and snow filled the sky. Inside the forest, the trees creaked. A group of people arrived on horses and carriages. The tracks left behind by the wheels were gradually covered by the snow. Lord Commandant, where are we going? Are we just going to ignore that brat Yi Hongyi? On the back of a maroon horse, Thousand-Faced looked towards Nameless in confusion as he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Yi Hongyi will definitely lose. We can't do anything about it. Nameless chuckled helplessly. The original plan was to use Yi Hongyi as a puppet to conquer the 7 countries. At that time, the 7 countries would be unified under the control of Crimson Flame Emperor and the 4 seas would be at peace. However, who would have thought that Yao Moan would be able to affect the overall situation? Yi Junqing should be at the gates of the city right now. But isn't our duty to protect Great Chu? Inside the carriage, Meiji lifted the curtains and raised her long eyelashes. She occasionally glanced in the direction they left. Yan Nanxing, Meiji wouldn't let this go. Yi Hongyi isn't the son of the previous emperor. He's the illegitimate child of Luo Bin and Zhuang Xiaorong. He doesn't deserve to sit on the throne. Yi Junqing will definitely take back the throne today. This way, the throne of Great Chu will still be in the hands of the Prince of Great Chu. We won't be neglecting our duty, said Nameless indifferently. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the wheels rolling through the forest. This continued until Mo Chang broke the silence. Commandant, why didn't you tell us about this? Since Yi Hongyi is fake, what reason do we have to oppose Yi Junqing? As the Iron Blood Army of the Great Chu, we all have an oath of alliance with the late emperor. All of us have received the grace of the late emperor, yet we have done such a heaven-defying thing. This is simply inconceivable. Mo Chang tightened the reins and angrily stood at the very front as he questioned furiously. Mo Chang, are you trying to rebel? Nameless' voice gradually turned cold when he saw the bell-like eyes on Mo Chang's dark face. At the side, Baijan rode his horse to Mo Chang's side and looked at Nameless coldly. Baijan, may I ask Commandant Nameless where we're going? Baijan's voice was dry and cold. He was clearly questioning Nameless. What are you doing? This commandant has always been the one giving orders. How dare you question me? Nameless frowned and his voice was cold. It's not that we're questioning the commandant, it's just that you destroyed the underground palace and had us leave with you. Seeing that we're getting further and further away from Great Chu, it's only natural that we want to know where we're going, right? Thousand Faces also felt that it was necessary to clarify the situation. Actually, Meiji also wants to know the whereabouts of the 100,000 death-sworn soldiers of the Iron-Blooded Army. Chu Yang, who had been in contact with Meiji, has lost contact with Meiji. Did the commandant move them away? Meiji had always been conflicted about this matter. Now that she heard Nameless words, she knew that there was definitely a connection. No, this commandant killed them. All four of them were shocked. Commandant, why did you? Thousand Faces glared angrily. They were all trained by you, Commandant. You killed them all. How could you bear to do that? Baijan was filled with righteous indignation. 100,000 lives. If they had died on the battlefield, it wouldn't have mattered, but, Commandant, Mo Chang doesn't understand. Mo Chang's eyes were filled with regret. The Commandant is so honest. Does it mean that you don't treat the four of us as outsiders? Or does it mean that the dead have nothing to fear even if they know more secrets? Inside the carriage, Meiji slowly lifted the curtain and walked out. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were as cold as ice. When the other three heard her, they immediately held their breaths. The moment they did so, they felt that their true chi was blocked, as if they had been drugged. Now that things have come to this, Nameless doesn't want to hide it from everyone. That's right, just as you felt, you've been poisoned by my cultivation dissipation powder. For at least the next month, you won't be able to use your martial arts. Nameless' voice was filled with misery and helplessness. According to Chi Kanglen, the 100,000 death-sworn soldiers were all from Chu. If they didn't surrender to the Red Flame country in the future, they would undoubtedly bring trouble to the Red Flame country, so they had to die. As for Meiji, Thousand Faces, Baijan, and Mo Chang, Nameless couldn't bear to see them end up like that after following him for more than 10 years. Thus, he promised Great Priest Kanglen that they were willing to return to the Red Flame country with him and pledge their loyalty to him. Does the captain want to get rid of the four of us here? Thousand Faces said contemptuously, glaring coldly at Nameless. Whether you believe it or not, if I didn't do this, you wouldn't have been able to leave the underground palace. Now, either you die, or you leave with me, Nameless said indifferently, his eyes filled with sorrow. If he hadn't been found by the priests of the Red Flame country, perhaps he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation today. In fact, even if he brought them back to the Red Flame country, would he really be able to save their lives? Nameless wasn't sure. So be it. We're not people who are afraid of death. Mo Chang said and was about to charge toward Nameless, wanting to make a final struggle. Mo Chang, are you stupid? We're not the ones who did the wrong thing, so why should we die? Since the captain wants us to follow, then we'll follow. Meiji wants to see what kind of god the captain is. Meiji stopped Mo Chang and turned back to the carriage. Thousand Faces seemed to agree with Meiji's thoughts, so he shook his reins and moved forward. Baijan grabbed Mo Chang's reins and followed behind Thousand Faces. The sound of the carriage wheels rang out again, but Nameless Heart felt like it was being crushed by the wheels. He felt so stifled that he felt like he was suffocating. Who could tell him why he had fallen to this state of being deserted by his own people? But Meiji, do you know that everything Nameless did was justified? As a child of the Red Flame country, Nameless had no choice. The wind and snow grew stronger and stronger. White snow fell from Nameless' pitch-black robe. When Xie Zhong appeared in the imperial study, the frantic and helpless Yi Hongyi forced himself to calm down. He sat upright in front of the dragon table and looked coldly at Xie Zhong as he saluted. Elder Prince hasn't been to court for a long time. Is there something important for you to see us now? Yi Hongyi's pride didn't allow him to lower his head in front of Xie Zhong. Especially after the incident with Xie Si, Yi Hongyi and Xie Zhong had been in a cold war ever since. This old subject heard that Yi Juanqing's army will arrive at the imperial city as soon as tomorrow. Also, Your Majesty seems to have already dispatched the imperial guards to defend the imperial city. There are less than 100,000 imperial city guards left. Is this true? Xie Zhong ignored Yi Hongyi's hostile gaze and asked as he stroked his beard. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yi Hongyi's arrogance didn't change. Your Majesty thinks that just the imperial guards and imperial city guards will be able to stop Yi Juanqing's million soldiers. Even if it's just for a day. Xie Zhong got straight to the point and looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. This is our business. It has nothing to do with you. If Elder Prince is fine, withdraw, shouted Yi Hongyi angrily. He couldn't show weakness in front of anyone. Your Majesty should know that the previous emperor had promised that the princes of the previous generation of the imperial family could have 30,000 soldiers. Xie Zhong's words enlightened Yi Hongyi. That's right, how could he have forgotten? Back then, Imperial Father had given this order out of gratitude to these old princes for risking their lives to show his trust. So what? Yi Hongyi's tone instantly grew warmer as a hint of hope flashed through his eyes. As long as Your Majesty says the word, this old subject is willing to lead troops to defend the city together with Prince Jing and Prince Jing. Adding on the military power that the other princes of the younger generation have inherited, this old subject can gather 200,000 soldiers within half a day to advance and retreat with Your Majesty, said Xie Zhong firmly. Yi Hongyi looked at him in disbelief. Elder Prince is truly willing to advance and retreat with us. Yi Hongyi expressed his doubt. Does this old subject have a choice? Back then, this old subject had single-handedly pushed for Your Majesty to sit on the dragon throne. That Yi Juanqing hates this old subject. If he becomes the emperor, this old subject's days won't be good, said Xie Zhong straightforwardly. If Lao Wangye is truly willing to advance and retreat with us, once we quell the rebellion, we will definitely confer Lao Wangye the title of nobility. It was as if Yi Hongyi had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. His eyes were filled with a smile. There's no need to confer a noble title, but this old subject has a request. If this old subject can stop Yi Juanqing's army from entering the city, Your Majesty must confer my daughter the title of Empress. In this world, there was nothing good without reason, nor was there anything bad without reason. Xie Zhong didn't feel that his explanation would make Yi Hongyi believe him, so he raised his request again. All right. As long as Elder Prince is able to resolve our urgent situation, we will agree. When Yi Hongyi heard this, the hesitation in his heart instantly disappeared. Then this old subject will thank Your Majesty on behalf of my daughter. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This old subject will go back and gather the troops to defend the western city gates for Your Majesty. In reality, the so-called 200,000 soldiers was just a pretense. Xie Zhong had contacted some of the princes who had been supporting him, and the total number of soldiers they had was only 70,000. It was true that the late emperor had given them the right to raise private soldiers, but in order to express their loyalty to the late emperor, all of the princes, including Xiezhong, hadn't had a single soldier when the late emperor was alive. These 70,000 soldiers had only been slowly raised after the late emperor passed away. However, these 70,000 soldiers were enough to deal a fatal blow to Yi Hongyi. Chapter 532. The light of dawn was like a sharp sword that cut through the darkness of the night. The sleeping creatures gradually woke up. Yi Junqing had finally made it through the darkest moment before dawn. He stood in the wind outside the western gate of the Chu imperial city. The war flags flapped in the wind and the cries sounded like the roars of a dragon. The army of 1,000,000 lions had gathered at the city gates. Yi Junqing stood in front of the gate tower, his blood and energy surging. "Is the esteemed prince, Yi Junqing, downstairs?" The deep voice was sonorous and forceful. Xiezhong was clad in armor, and his white beard fluttered in the wind. His awe-inspiring aura was no less than before. Junqing will use diplomacy before force. If old prince is willing to open the city gates, Junqing will definitely be grateful for old prince's compassion for the common people. However, if old prince swears loyalty to an incapable ruler, then Junqing will have no choice but to offend you. Yi Junqing sat firmly on his horse. His silver armor shone with a dazzling silver light under the sunlight. He was handsome and dignified. At this moment, Yi Junqing seemed like the incarnation of a god of war. His lofty aura caused the millions of lions behind him to feel excited. This king has spent his entire life in war, not because he likes grandiose achievements, but because he fights for the common people of the world. Therefore, this king naturally sympathizes with the common people. As for swearing loyalty to an incapable ruler, let this prince think about it and see if I can find a reason. Xiezhong raised his snow-white brows as he stood on the gate tower. Old prince, please don't listen to Yi Junqing's nonsense. They're the ones who've brought disaster to the common people. If it wasn't for Yi Junqing's rebellious rebellion, the common people wouldn't have fallen into such dire straits. Old prince, Yi Junqing is the main culprit. Everyone has the right to punish him. Next to Xiezhong, the prince felt that something was wrong and immediately tried to persuade him. Bastard, do I need you to teach me how to do things? Men, tie up this bastard for this prince. Xiezhong's expression suddenly changed and he immediately summoned 3 hidden guards to charge at the prince. The prince was momentarily stunned and lost the best opportunity to resist. By the time he recovered, he was already tied up. Old prince. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to rebel? The prince glared at Xiezhong angrily. The monarch is forcing his subjects to rebel. Think about how much my youngest daughter has sacrificed for Yi Hongyi, and what is the result? Xiezhong's expression was grave. With a wave of his hand, 70,000 personal guards quickly subdued the imperial city's imperial guards. Old prince. You can't be so ungrateful. The emperor has made concubine to the empress. This is a great honor. He looked at Xiezhong in panic and shouted hysterically. Bah! That kind of meaningless posthumous title was not worth it. This king wants justice. Back then, without this prince's help, how would Yi Hongyi have been able to ascend the throne? What this king is doing now is merely returning the item to its rightful owner. Xiezhong's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, emitting a resolute light. At this moment, Luo Feng knew that he had lost the upper hand. Old Wang Ye doesn't care about his majesty. Don't tell me you don't remember the late emperor's kindness. Make a deathbed struggle. Virtuous prince, open your eyes and look. The esteemed prince at the bottom of the city gate tower is far superior to Yi Hongyi in both theory and martial arts. Among the previous emperor's sons, no one can compare to Yi Junqing. Today, this prince is helping Yi Junqing ascend to the throne as a show of loyalty to the previous emperor. Guards! Open the city gates and welcome the esteemed prince. Xie Zhong's words caused Luo Feng to stop struggling. Victory and defeat had already been decided. He had no more power to reverse the situation. Your Majesty, this subordinate has done his best. As he spoke, he tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but Xie Zhong stepped forward and sealed his acupuncture point. Luo Feng, it's not worth it to throw your life away for that kind of incapable ruler. Xie Zhong was talented and didn't want Luo Feng's martial arts to die. Old Wang Ye, Luo Feng has received the emperor's kindness. Now that I can't share the monarch's burden, what joy is there in life, what fear is there in death? Luo Feng doesn't ask for anything else, he only asks for death. Said Luo Feng sternly. What joy is there in life, what fear is there in death? This prince doesn't have a say in your life. Guards, take bodyguard Bai away and watch him properly. Xie Zhong took a deep breath, then turned and strode down the city gate tower. In front of the city gate, Yi Junqing got off his horse and cupped his fists towards Xie Zhong. Old Wang Ye is wise and righteous. Junqing thanks you on behalf of all the people of the world. Yi Junqing was dressed in silver armor and had a flame soul sword at his waist. His handsome eyes shone brilliantly. The esteemed prince is too serious. This prince can also be considered a wise man who submits to circumstances. Please. Xie Zhong laughed heartily, then turned to stand to the side, allowing Yi Junqing to walk in front. At the same time, Ben Lei and Helian Peng led their troops to attack the east and south city gates respectively, capturing Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. Now, Chu Imperial City was completely under Yi Junqing's control. At the main entrance of the Imperial Palace, Yao Moan stood in a snow-white gown. The cold wind blew against her ink-black hair, causing it to flutter in the wind. Her white gown rippled as she walked. She wore white boots and her hair was tied up in a bun. From a distance, Yao Moan looked like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. She was as beautiful as a snow-colored lotus that bloomed at the summit of a snowy mountain, so pure that no one dared to profane her. Moan. Yi Junqing walked towards Yao Moan step by step, his heart pounding. I've waited so long for this day. It's been a difficult journey. Yao Moan's cherry lips curved into a brilliant smile, but there were tears in her eyes. Let's go, we're going to find Yi Hongyi and get justice. Yi Junqing's deep eyes were like the stars in the night sky, bright and resplendent. When they landed on Yao Moan's face, they were as gentle as water. Yao Moan nodded slightly, then turned to walk shoulder to shoulder with Yi Junqing into the Imperial Palace. No matter how cold the wind was, it couldn't extinguish the raging flames in their hearts. At this time, in the throne room of the Imperial Palace, Yi Hongyi was eagerly ordering Azure Dragon to meet up with the reinforcements in the northern city. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Imperial Guard outside stumbled in with an ashen expression. Why are you so flustered? Shouted Azure Dragon when he saw that the Imperial Guard had lost his manners. Replying Your Majesty. Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing brought the Empress in. There's also the benevolent prince, he actually killed the Imperial Guards left behind in the palace. Your Majesty, the benevolent prince is. Just as the Imperial Guard was reporting, Xie Zhong had already charged in with a sword in hand. Who is this prince? Stop making a ruckus here. The sword in his hand fell and the Imperial Guard's head rolled to the front of the throne, leaving behind a ghastly trail of blood. Xie Zhong. You actually dared to betray us. Yi Hongyi flew into a rage. By the time he got to his feet, Yi Junqing and Yao Moan had already stepped into the throne room. Ben Lei and Helianping also rushed in with the elite troops and surrounded Yi Hongyi in the throne room. Yi Hongyi, you've lost. Yi Junqing's cold voice was like an ancient well without any ripples. He stood proudly in the center of the hall, his eyes as black as midnight as he looked at Yi Hongyi sternly. Lost? We won't lose. We still have reinforcements. As long as the reinforcements arrive, you'll all be turtles in a jar. None of you will be able to escape. Yi Hongyi waved his sleeves and roared. Yi Hongyi, you're dreaming. Forget about the fact that your reinforcements won't arrive for another day. Even if they did, do you think they'd still risk their lives for you in this situation? Xie Zhong suddenly felt that Yi Hongyi's stupidity was truly adorable. Impossible. They're all loyal to us. Not like you. You traitor, you said that you'd help us block Yi Junqing. But you. Yi Hongyi regretted trusting Xie Zhong. He was so upset that he wanted to tear Xie Zhong into pieces. But this prince changed sides and pointed my sword at you, a muddle-headed ruler. Yi Hongyi, you can't blame anyone for this. You can only blame yourself for doing too many heinous things. Back then, in order to help you ascend the throne, Xin didn't hesitate to destroy her own chastity to enter the palace and become a concubine, but how did you treat her? Yi Hongyi, from the moment Xin died, this prince swore to the heavens that this prince would definitely make you taste blood. You're the stupid one, thinking that this prince would really help you out. Unless this prince's head was stepped on by a rhinoceros, why would I do such a stupid thing? Xie Zhong looked towards Yi Hongyi with disdain in his eyes. Bastard! You're all a bunch of bastards. We're His Majesty, are you all rebelling? Helianping. We'll give you a chance. As long as you kill them for us right now, we'll confer the title of Valiant Bravery on your Helian family. Yi Hongyi turned towards Helianping, who only had one arm left. His eyes were filled with hope. Valiant bravery is nothing. Back then, my father fought all over the place for you and made so many contributions, but how did you treat my father? You sent my father to the death row based on a groundless crime. If it wasn't for the help of the previous empress, Yao Moxin, Helianping, would have already executed my entire family. Yi Hongyi, Helianping, rebelled against you not for anyone else, but to vent my anger. Helianping rebuked angrily. His words were like ice. Yi Hongyi, you won't have a chance to turn things around. Yi Junqing took a step forward and looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. His icy voice announced Yi Hongyi's fate. Impossible. We won't lose. We won't lose. All of you, scram. Did you hear me? Scram. Yi Hongyi waved his dragon robe angrily. His body became unsteady and he stumbled onto the dragon throne. As expected, if it wasn't for my elder sister, you, Yi Hongyi, would be trash, an idiot. Yao Moan walked up in a white robe. Her clear and cold eyes seemed to contain 10,000 years of frost, causing Yi Hongyi's heart to tremble. That gaze seemed familiar. At this moment, Yi Hongyi suddenly thought of Yao Moxin. That's right, this gaze was similar. No, even without Yao Moxin, we can still show disdain for all heroes. We are also the supreme ruler of the 9-5. Moan, you shouldn't have betrayed us. Everyone in the world can betray us, but you can't. Yi Hongyi wanted to prop himself up, but his hands were powerless. Your Majesty thinks this way. Moan doesn't think this way. Even if everyone in the world doesn't have a reason to betray your Majesty, Moan does. The blood feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if Moan has to risk her life, she will get justice from you. Yi Hongyi, do you know how much you deserve to die? Yao Moen walked up the stairs step by step. In front of the dragon table, Yao Moen's eyes were no longer as clear as before. The coldness in them was enough to make Yi Hongyi's heart tremble. Your Highness, Empress. Qing Long suddenly blocked in front of the dragon table, a pleading look in his eyes. Qing Long, you're the one who has the least right to block here, do you understand? Yao Moen really didn't take another step forward. Instead, she turned and walked back to Yi Juanqing's side. Come, escort Yi Hongyi into a secret chamber in the imperial palace. From this moment onwards, this prince is the new emperor of Great Chu. Ben Lei, pass down the decree. If the subjects recognize the new emperor, all of their previous crimes will be pardoned and they will attend court tomorrow. If they don't, there's no need to report. Just retire and leave the imperial city. If anyone has ill intentions, we definitely won't tolerate it, said Yi Juanqing sternly. Ben Lei accepted the order and retreated. You're being impudent. When Yi Hongyi saw the guards on both sides step forward, his eyes turned cold and a strange blood-red color gradually appeared between his brows. In an instant, the guards on both sides started to spontaneously combust. Their bodies burned with raging flames as they wailed in pain. Yi Hongyi. You actually cultivated such a demonic art. Come. Arrest him. Xie Zhong was astonished and immediately summoned the hidden guards. Yin Shui. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. At this point, Yao Moen couldn't tolerate the slightest mistake. Chapter 533. No matter how high Yi Hongyi's martial arts were, it was easy to imagine the result when faced with the combined attacks of over a dozen top-notch hidden guards. After a dozen moves, Yi Hongyi was subdued. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has already sealed all of Yi Hongyi's acupoints. Yin Shui was implying that even if Yi Hongyi wanted to die, it was impossible. In reality, Yao Moen wasn't worried about this. In this world, even a despicable person like Li Xian could commit suicide, but Yi Hongyi couldn't because he wasn't willing. Originally, everyone thought that the final battle would be an earth-shattering one. However, what no one expected was that the Iron Blood Army, which had always proclaimed their loyalty to the Great Chu, did not appear. Furthermore, with Xie Zhong's help, the scene that should have been full of vigor turned into a dull and ordinary one. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen touched every single piece of furniture in the room. The table, the chairs, the tea tray. Every time she touched something, it would feel warm. This prince thought that you would be in the secret room. When Yi Juanqing walked in, Tingyu tactfully retreated. Is Moen such an impatient person? Your Majesty should refer to yourself as Zhen. Yao Moen's eyes flickered as her gaze moved from the child-giving guanyin in her hands to Yi Juanqing. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years ago, she still remembered how depressed this man had been because of her death. Yao Moen rejoiced that she had used 3 years to awaken Yi Juanqing. She had finally repaid the debt from her past life. It's just a title, this prince doesn't care. Yi Juanqing walked over to the table and casually sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea, then poured another for Yao Moen. It's rare to be able to drink tea personally poured by Your Majesty. Yi Juanqing didn't care, but Yao Moen couldn't. She had wanted to call him Your Majesty for a long time and now her wish had finally been fulfilled. Nonsense, back then in this room, Juanqing had served you quite a bit and those 2 cats of yours. Yi Juanqing would never forget those days. At the time, he had felt like he was in dire straits, but now he missed it even more. Is Your Majesty complaining? Yao Moen lifted her brows in disapproval. Warmth spread from the teacup to her heart. That's impossible. We just feel like we haven't served you enough yet, so aren't we here now? Yi Junqing immediately denied it, every word coming from the bottom of his heart. When Yao Moen heard this, she smiled faintly. There was a hint of allure and charm in her eyes, and she managed to capture Yi Junqing's heart. Moen. Now that the dust had settled, all Yi Junqing wanted to do was hug the person he loved and never leave her again. Does your majesty remember that Yang Shuo once promised Moen that as long as Moen took care of Xie Zhong, Prince would promise Moen one thing? Yao Moen could see the deep love in Yi Junqing's eyes, but right now, she had more important things to do. It's up to you how you want to deal with Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen suddenly felt that she and Yi Junqing seemed to have reached a level of telepathy. Your majesty is truly considerate. Moen wishes to bring Yi Hongyi to the throne room tomorrow to be interrogated. After that, I'll bring him to eldest sister's grave to offer sacrifices. How about that? Even though Yi Junqing had given her authority, Yao Moen still had to ask for his opinion. After all, the person she was facing right now was the Emperor of Great Chu. Junqing will accompany you. Yi Junqing nodded firmly, his eyes dark. He had been working hard for this day. Yao Moen didn't say anything, but she was thinking about something else. Yi Junqing didn't leave until late at night. Just as Yao Moen was about to fall asleep, Yu Funing suddenly appeared. From Yangshuo until now, Yu Funing's existence seemed to have been ignored by everyone. So when Yao Moen saw Yu Funing, she finally remembered that there was such a person. I knew from the start that I wasn't a match for you, but I was still unwilling to give up and wanted to try. The result is obvious. Yu Funing didn't regard herself as an outsider and slowly sat down. Yao Moen's eyes flickered and she ordered Tingyu to serve tea. Your Majesty is a soft-hearted person. Yao Moen naturally knew what Yu Funing was talking about, so she pointed out the right path unintentionally. Yu Funing was a bit stunned. She thought that she would be ridiculed, but Yao Moen actually encouraged her. You don't hate me. Yu Funing was surprised. Reason? Yao Moen was also surprised that Yu Funing would have this kind of thought. In Yao Moen's opinion, all of her hatred had been given to Yi Junyi, so she really couldn't spare it for anyone else. Because I wanted to steal Yi Junqing away. In order to obtain Yi Junqing's love, I would do anything. Yu Funing felt that this reason was more than sufficient. When a love rival met, one's eyes should be especially red. Just like right now, she felt that her eyes were definitely bright red. If you can steal Yi Junqing away, then it's because of your ability. If you can't, then it's because your fate in this lifetime is shallow. Overall, this matter doesn't have much to do with Moen. Yao Moen really did think this way. Forget it, there doesn't seem to be any point in saying this right now. Funing went to look for Yi Junqing, but he refused to meet her, so Funing came to look for you. Yu Funing got straight to the point. You want Moen to play matchmaker between you and His Majesty. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. She really didn't have the mood to do that right now. Give this to Yi Junqing. Tell him that I'm leaving and that I won't see him again. As Yu Funing spoke, she took out a sealed letter and carefully handed it to Yao Moen. You're leaving. Where are you going? Yao Moen hadn't expected that Yu Funing would give up so easily. She was a bit shocked. Of course I'm going back to your residence and have father find a good marriage for me. After leaving Yi Junqing, Funing can't possibly go and become a nun, right? Yao Moen could hear that Yu Funing's smile was filled with relief. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Funing turned to leave. When she reached the door, Yu Funing turned to look meaningfully at Yao Moen. You wouldn't secretly open the letter, right? Asked Yu Funing carefully as she waited for Yao Moen's reply. Of course not. Yao Moen didn't hesitate and immediately replied. That's good. Yu Funing left, leaving Yao Moen alone at the table. Her fingers occasionally played with the letter on the table. Read? Or not to read? Yao Moen looked around hesitantly. Tingyu had already fallen asleep. Was it Yin Shui? Yin Shui, call Ben Lei over for this consort. Yao Moen ordered indifferently. Then she heard a reply from the void and Yin Shui immediately left. Once Yin Shui left, Yao Moen repeatedly checked outside Guan Osprey Palace several times. After confirming that no one was spying on them, she unexpectedly opened the letter. Yao Moen, I bet that you'll read it. Since you care about Yi Junqing, why are you pretending to be unreasonable? Since you dare to hate, why don't you dare to love? How much longer do you want Yi Junqing to wait for you? The world is short, let's enjoy ourselves while we can. You Funing. As Yao Moen looked at the letter in her hands, she couldn't bring herself to be happy. She suddenly felt like she'd been slapped in the face and her cheeks were burning hot. Master, Ben Lei has arrived. When Yin Shui entered, Ben Lei followed behind her apprehensively. However, he was extremely happy inside. Yao Moen must have called him over for an urgent matter this late at night, and all urgent matters were important matters. If Yao Moen was willing to hand over this important matter to him, wouldn't that mean that she was forgiving him? Ben Lei. Yao Moen's mood was extremely bad. This subordinate is here. Ben Lei excitedly stepped forward with an expectant expression. You can scram now. The moment Yao Moen said this, it was as if Ben Lei's expression had been struck by lightning. At the side, the corners of Yin Shui's lips twitched, but she didn't say anything. Thus, Ben Lei walked out of Guan Osprey Palace in despair. Dark clouds loomed over Ben Lei and torrential rain poured down on him. The next day, Yi Junqing sat in the throne room dressed in his dragon robes. Both sides of him were filled with court officials, but even so, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Yi Junqing saw all of the expressions of fear mixed with doubt and apprehension mixed with fear. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! When the little eunuch next to Yi Junqing announced the start of court, all the court officials prostrated themselves in worship. Right after, Xie Zhong, who hadn't attended court in a long time, led a group of older princes to the center of the hall and kowed out sincerely. This action was undoubtedly done for the court officials to see, so the effect was naturally extraordinary. Even the benevolent prince was willing to serve him, so if they had any other thoughts, they would be courting death. Beloved subjects, please rise. Someone, bring Yi Hongyi here and summon Yao Moen into the hall. Yi Junqing looked meaningfully at Xie Zhong, the gratitude in his eyes evident in his words. At this time, Ben Lei pushed Yi Hongyi, who was still dressed in his dragon robes, to the front of the hall. Behind him, Yao Moen walked in with a dignified appearance. How dare you, Yi Hongyi, not kneel in front of your majesty? Ben Lei roared angrily, only to see Yi Hongyi glaring at him angrily. Just who dares? We are the emperor of Great Chu. How dare you treat us like this? Once our reinforcements arrive, we will definitely tear all of you to pieces and leave none alive. In just one night, Yi Hongyi seemed to have aged by 10 years. His stubble stood up like weeds, his eyes were scarlet red and his eyes were pitch black. The veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to explode. Yi Hongyi, it's already been a night. Isn't it about time for you to wake up from your great dream? Yao Mowan's cold gaze shot towards Yi Hongyi, her ice-cold gaze was like an icicle. Yao Moen. Yao Moen. We regret treating you so wholeheartedly. Yi Hongyi's brows were tightly furrowed as he growled through gritted teeth. If eldest sister's spirit is in heaven, she would definitely be thinking the same thing. Yao Moen merely smiled at Yi Hongyi's anger. What are you all looking at? Hurry up and save me. We normally treat you all well, is this how you repay us? Yi Hongyi howled hysterically as he looked at the court officials to his left and right. Chapter 534. The moment the coffin landed on the ground, all the court officials gasped in shock. They saw Luo Bin lying inside the ice coffin with his eyes closed. His expression was miserable. In the other ice coffin, a woman who looked almost identical to Yi Hongyi was frozen expressionlessly. Her facial features were exactly the same as Yi Hongyi's. What? What's going on? How did old General Luo die? Old General, you shouldn't have died. Dong Ning cried when he saw his old friend in such a miserable state. He indeed shouldn't have died, but what was even more unforgivable was that he died at the hands of his own son. Yi Hongyi, Moen really wants to know, when you killed your own father, did you feel any pain? At the time, Yao Moen had ordered Yin Shui to freeze the two of them in the cave. She hadn't thought that they would be alarmed one day. However, the world had changed. If she didn't bring out strong evidence, who would believe her just because she had a glib tongue? You're babbling nonsense. Zhen's father is the late emperor. Who does he think he is? The moment Luo Bin and Ning Li's corpses were carried out, Yi Hongyi lost control of his emotions. At this moment, he finally believed what those people had said. Yao Moen wasn't an idiot. Starting from that night in Yao Xiangfu, he had jumped into her meticulously laid trap. Otherwise, how could she have Luo Bin and Ning Li's corpses? How could that be? Yin Shui, bring Zhou Momo here. Yao Moen ignored Yi Hongyi's rebuttal and complaints and spoke indifferently. This old servant, kowtows in salute to your majesty, kowtows in salute to consort Yao. As Yao Moen spoke, a black figure appeared in the throne room with a person in its hand. This person was Zhou Momo. After Yin Shui put the person down, she disappeared like lightning. At this moment, Zhou Momo was trembling as she knelt in the throne room. It's you. Zhou Momo. Zhen is warning you, don't speak nonsense. Yi Hongyi immediately recognized that this Zhou Momo was the personal servant who had served by his mother Zhuang Xiaorong's side. His heart turned as cold as ice. Zhou Momo, don't be afraid. Tell everyone here, whose child is Yi Hongyi? Yao Moen swayed as she walked to Zhou Momo's side. She placed her fingers on Zhou Momo's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Replying to your majesty, Yi Hongyi is the child that Luo Bin and Her Highness gave birth to. At the time, Her Highness gave birth to twins of a boy and a girl, but the imperial family doesn't have any precedence of having twins of a boy and a girl. Her Highness was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so she had Luo Bin take the girl away while she left the boy behind. This old servant clearly remembers that Her Highness even gave the girl a name, Ing Li. Nonsense. I am the rightful son of heaven, the son of a dragon. Who does Luo Bin think he is? He doesn't deserve a son like me. Unworthy. Yao Moen, it was you who made her speak nonsense, wasn't it? Don't believe her. This isn't real. Yi Hongyi cried out guiltily, his lips trembling. Even if Nanny Zhou is talking nonsense, you and this young lady look exactly the same. Obviously, you're twins. There's no doubt about this. Yi Hongyi, please don't tell Moen that this is just a coincidence. Moen, dare I ask the court officials, is there such a coincidence in this world? Yao Moen's voice was like a blade that pierced fiercely into Yi Hongyi's heart. I didn't expect that the emperor this old subject has been loyal to for 7 years was actually fake. Late emperor, this old subject has let you down. Sun Jizhu, the grand scholar of the imperial cabinet, the world-famous pedantic official, the one nicknamed the Smelly and Hard Rock in the latrine, knelt on the ground with a thud, his face covered in tears. Even Sun Jizhu was filled with regret. Those old officials naturally believed it was true. They all knelt on the ground and complained that they had eyes but couldn't see. What are you all doing? Get up. All of you get up. We are real. They're lying. Yi Hongyi roared with all his might. None of the people he saw were willing to look at him. Even when their eyes met, that kind of disdain dealt a heavy blow to Yi Hongyi's valiant confidence. We are His Majesty, you can't treat us like this. You can't. Yao Moen. All of this is because of you. Yi Hongyi's bloodshot eyes shot towards Yao Moen. For the first time, he felt the urge to kill Yao Moen. Is it because of Moen or is it because of you? Yi Hongyi, the fact that you killed eldest sister has already been exposed by Yao Sulwan in broad daylight. Not only did you kill your wife, you killed your son, you killed your father as well. You didn't even let your own little sister off. Moen really wants to know if all of this was Moen's fault. Was it Moen who held your neck and forced you to kill your own father? Or was it Moen who forced you to kill your own little sister with a knife? Yi Hongyi, now that things have reached this point, do you still feel that you've been wronged? Ministers, Moen will seek justice for my elder sister. I wonder if the ministers are willing to hand him over to Moen. If we don't use his blood as a sacrifice to eldest sister, Moen won't be able to die in peace. It was true that this was Yi Junqing's promise, but Yao Moen wanted everyone to be convinced. Yi Junqing had just ascended the throne, so he had to be extremely careful with every step he took. That's fine, this beast really does deserve to die. Since it was you who announced all of his evil deeds to the world, this prince feels that handing Yi Hongyi over to you is only right and proper. Xie Zhong found it appropriate to sell Yao Moen a favor. Since Xie Zhong had agreed, the ministers naturally had nothing else to say. Thus, amidst the silence, Yao Moen ordered wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to bring back Luo Bin and Ing Li's coffins, then ordered Yin Shui to bring Yi Hongyi out of the throne room. When Yi Hongyi saw the cold and even disdainful gazes of the ministers, he felt like his heart was being tormented by a raging fire. He had always been high up, had always looked down on the common people, so how could he endure this kind of contempt and humiliation? He had been dragged out of this splendid throne room. His face had been swept to the ground and trampled on by tens of thousands of people. Yi Junqing. We will be back. Even if we become a ghost, we will find you for revenge. This throne room belongs to us. It belongs to us. Yi Hongyi's scarlet eyes were filled with extreme resentment and hatred. He hated everyone here, Yi Junqing, Xie Zhong, every single one of those cowardly tortoises that were watching coldly from the side. He especially hated Yao Moen. After Yao Moen left, Yi Junqing finally said something. Court dismissed. For some reason, the moment Yi Hongyi was dragged out of the throne room by Yin Shui, Yi Junqing felt as if something had hit his heart. He felt inexplicably nervous and even a little worried. He had no time to attend to the ministers in court, so he hurriedly left the throne room. He had to stay by Yao Moen's side. Only then would he feel at ease. After Yi Junqing left, the ministers began to whisper among themselves. The entire court was filled with clamor. What are you all blabbering about? When a new emperor ascends to the throne, all sorts of etiquettes can't be omitted. This matter will be handled by the Ministry of Rights and the other ministries will assist in the preparations. This is a joyous occasion for Great Chu, so it must be done with a bang. Did you all hear that? Xie Zhong was a person of virtue and prestige, so no one dared to refute his words. Thus, after Xie Zhong's shout, all the ministers scattered like birds and beasts. Since Yao Moen had exposed Yi Hongyi's identity, the change of dynasty became a matter of course. No one in or out of court doubted Yi Junqing anymore. All that remained was cursing and cursing Yi Hongyi. It took about half a day's journey from the Chu Imperial Palace to the Imperial Mausoleum. After Yao Moen dragged Yi Hongyi out of the throne room, she ordered Yin Shui to stuff him into the carriage and head straight for the Imperial Mausoleum. Thus, when Yi Junqing arrived at Guan Osprey Palace, he naturally didn't see anyone. "Your Majesty. Weren't you in court?" When Ting Yu saw Yi Junqing rush in with a flustered expression, she was astonished. "Where's your master?" Yi Junqing asked urgently when he saw that there was no one in the hall. "Master? Didn't master also go to court?" Ting Yu was even more confused. "Got it." Yi Junqing thought that Yao Moen must have gone straight to the Imperial Mausoleum, so he immediately turned and chased after her. As Ting Yu watched Yi Junqing come and go in a hurry, her expression was blank. "Got it." She didn't say anything. At the foot of the Imperial Mausoleum, Yin Shui forcefully dragged Yi Hongyi out of the carriage. "Yao Moen, what are you trying to do?" Yi Hongyi's crimson eyes grew even redder as intense hatred radiated from his body. It was hatred. In his life, he had never treated anyone as well as he treated Yao Moen, to the point where he was willing to dig out his heart and give it to her, but what did he get in return? "Yi Hongyi, what do you think this consort is trying to do? What else can we do in this Imperial Mausoleum?" Yao Moen laughed coldly. She was far too familiar with Yi Hongyi's cold and frightening gaze. Back in the cold palace, it was precisely this gaze that had consigned her to eternal damnation. "Ha, you want us to kowtow and admit our wrongs to Yao Moxin? Keep dreaming. She's a lowly woman, she deserves to die." Yi Hongyi roared sinisterly as he laughed wildly. Yao Moen's hand slapped Yi Hongyi's face. Her clear and cold gaze was like an icicle on the summit of a snowy mountain, so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. You dare to hit us? Yao Moen, what right do you have to hit us?" Yi Hongyi struggled to charge at Yao Moen, but Yin Shui firmly held on to his collar. "Why wouldn't this consort dare to hit you? Who do you think you are? Great Chu's emperor? Pa! What flows in your body is merely the blood of a vile spawn. You keep saying that Zhong'er is a vile spawn, but that's not Zhong'er's fault, because his birth father is a vile spawn. He's a vile spawn that Luobin and Zhuang Xiaorong gave birth to behind the late emperor's back. Great Chu's ancestors. Did you all hear that? Yi Hongyi is a vile spawn." Yao Moen's cold voice reverberated in the air above the Imperial Mausoleum. When Yi Hongyi heard it, he felt as if a knife was gouging at his flesh. The pain was indescribable. "Yao Moen. Shut up. You lowly woman." Yi Hongyi wanted nothing more than to rush up and fiercely choke Yao Moen. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yao Moen laughed coldly, then turned and walked up the white jade steps towards her and Zhong'er's grave with heavy steps. At her side, Yin Shui unceremoniously picked up Yi Hongyi and followed respectfully behind her. Yao Moen's tears silently fell as she looked at the gravestone with her and Zhong'er's names engraved on it. "Zhong'er, Imperial Mother really misses you, Yin Shui." Yao Moen forcefully suppressed the extreme pain in her heart and took the offering fruit from Yin Shui's hands. She slowly crouched down in front of the mausoleum and carefully arranged the offering fruit. At this moment, Yao Moen's tears fell onto the offering fruit like pearls from a broken necklace. "Master." Yin Shui's heart ached for Yao Moen, but she didn't know how to comfort her. "Give the thing to Ben Gong." Yao Moen forcefully swallowed back her sobs. When she slowly got up, she took a pill that was as black as ink from Yin Shui's hands. What are you doing?" When he saw Yao Moen walking towards him step by step, Yi Hongyi could no longer conceal the fear in his heart. He panicked and wanted to retreat, but with Yin Shui blocking him, he couldn't move an inch. "Your Majesty's memory really isn't good. Didn't Moen say it earlier?" Now that we're here, what else can Moen do? Isn't it just getting revenge for eldest sister and nephew? Your Majesty, don't be afraid. This is just a pill that can make your Majesty wish you were dead. Yin Shui, pry open his mouth. Yao Moen's treacherous smile made her seem like the king of hell, causing Yi Hongyi to be extremely terrified. Don't. Yao Moen. Stop it. Woo woo, cough cough. When Yao Moen saw the fear and shock in Yi Hongyi's eyes, she felt relieved for a moment. In the end, all the hardships and pain she had endured hadn't been in vain. Yin Shui, go down and stand guard. Without Ben Gong's order, don't go up. Yao Moen only ordered Yin Shui after Yi Hongyi swallowed the pill. Yin Shui was very clear about the power of that pill. She relaxed and let go of Yi Hongyi, then turned to leave. Yao Moen. What did you give Ben to eat? After Yi Hongyi's restraints were released, he immediately dug at his throat and tried to spit out the pill. Shen. Yi Hongyi, you really are thick-headed. Now that things have reached this point, how can you have the nerve to call yourself Zhen? Forget it, since you don't have much time left, you might as well continue lying to yourself. The corners of Yao Moen's lips lifted slightly, her eyes shining with an unbridled sharpness. Yao Moen. Zhen wants your life. Seeing the disdain and contempt on Yao Moen's face, Yi Hongyi's anger soared to the heavens. He immediately charged at Yao Moen, but just as his fingertips were about to land on Yao Moen's body, they returned to his own chest. So painful. Ugh. Yi Hongyi's brows were tightly knitted, his expression pained. His forehead was instantly drenched in sweat. The pain of being bitten by 10,000 ants caused him to curl up into a heap on the ground as he howled in pain. How could it not hurt? That pill isn't a normal pill. Ben Gong had begged Princess Hanyu of Nanjiang for a long time before she was willing to use her most precious heart-devouring parasite to concoct medicine for Ben Gong. Oh, Your Majesty probably doesn't understand this heart-devouring parasite very well, right? This kind of parasite is the most picky about its food. Once it enters a person's body, it will only eat the heart. But Your Majesty, don't worry, this kind of parasite is very small. Normally speaking, if it wants to eat a heart, it will take at least 3 days. The person that it eats should be able to survive for 2 days. However, Moen was afraid that Your Majesty's life would be tough, so besides the heart-devouring parasite, there was also a poison that Yin Shui specially concocted. It's a type of poison that can corrode the lungs. However, the effects of this poison are also extremely slow. The poisoned person will only die after a day. Based on this, Your Majesty still has 1 more day to live. Right now, Yi Hongyi was rolling on the ground from the intense pain. He had completely lost the ability to attack Yao Moen. This was also the reason why Yin Shui had left without any worries. Yao Moen. You're so vicious. Zhen treated you like that. You're actually repaying kindness with enmity. Yi Hongyi glared at Yao Moen with bloodshot eyes. Repaying kindness with enmity. Yi Hongyi, look carefully at the words on this. Do you think Ben Gong is repaying kindness with enmity? Say it. Yao Moen suddenly charged in front of Yi Hongyi and grabbed him by the collar with both hands, forcefully dragging him in front of the gravestone. She pointed at the 2 lines of words on it and roared hysterically. The one buried here is Yao Moxin. It's that vile spawn. It's not you, Yao Moen. No matter how Zhen treated Yao Moxin, Zhen treated you sincerely. Yao Moen. Ask yourself honestly, how Zhen treated you. Yi Hongyi tightly clutched his chest as he roared with all his strength. Then what if? Yao Moen is Yao Moxin. Does Your Majesty feel that what Moen has done is still excessive? Yao Moen was silent for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. Every word was like a sharp knife fiercely chopping at Yi Hongyi's heart, causing him to be so shocked that he almost suffocated. He looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. "You're Yao Moxin." "Impossible. This is impossible." Jin personally saw Yao Moxin and that vile spawn being burned to ashes, personally. Cough cough. Ah. The violently rising and falling heartbeat caused the heart-devouring parasite to become even more excited and take 2 more bites. That's right. How can people believe it? Something like borrowing a corpse to reincarnate would only happen on stage. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. At that time, her shock was no less than Yi Hongyi's. Even if you killed this consort, Zhong'er is your child. How could you do it? Yi Hongyi. Return my Zhong'er. Yao Moen abruptly charged forward and fiercely pulled Yi Hongyi to the front of the grave, then fiercely pressed his head to the ground. Tears blurred her vision and her heart surged. Yao Moen cried bitterly. The grievance she had suppressed for so long erupted like a mountain flood. She pressed Yi Hongyi's head with all her might as she looked at the grave with teary eyes. Zhong'er, I'm sorry. I made you wait for so long. It's all Imperial Mother's fault. Yao Moen sobbed silently, her tears falling like rain. You're Yao Moxin. You're actually Yao Moxin. Yao Moxin. You deserve to die. Yi Hongyi used all his strength to struggle free of Yao Moen's restraints. His entire body lay on the ground, his eyes spitting fire as he glared at the woman in front of him. To him, she was an existence akin to a demon. It's a pity that this consort didn't die. What should I do? Yao Moen wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and coldly stood up. She took out a dagger from her bosom. A cold light flashed and Yi Hongyi unwillingly retreated. Since you're Yao Moxin, why didn't you kill us earlier? Why? Yi Hongyi had no choice but to accept this seemingly absurd reality. The pain in his heart assaulted him once more, making him wish he were dead. Because you can't die so easily. Just like now, you've gone from a high and mighty emperor to a vile spawn despised by tens of thousands of people. All of the things you're proud of have all turned into ashes. The current you, other than a body full of sin, you have nothing. Yao Moen raised her brows, the corners of her lips hooking up in a strange smile. She had been waiting for this moment. Yao Moxin, you're so ruthless. Zhen's entire life has been ruined by your hands. Zhen hates you. When he saw the dagger in Yao Moen's hand touch his ankle, Yi Hongyi used his elbow to push back with all his might. Hasn't Ben Gong's entire life also been ruined by you, Yi Hongyi? Yi Hongyi, listen well, good will be rewarded with good, evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that retribution hasn't come, it's that the time hasn't come. Right now, your retribution has come. Yao Moen abruptly stabbed the dagger into Yi Hongyi's leg, fiercely gouging out his flesh. Yi Hongyi's calf instantly became a bloody mess. The sharp pain caused Yi Hongyi to howl loudly like a pig being slaughtered. Yao Moxin, you won't have a good death. Zhen won't let you off. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Yi Hongyi no longer had the strength to struggle. He could only fall to the ground and endure this world-destroying pain. What a coincidence. Back in the cold palace, Moxin also said the same thing. This consort still remembers it very clearly. His Majesty personally said that he would definitely wait for Moxin to come back to find you. Moxin didn't go back on her words, she really did come back to find His Majesty. Yao Moen laughed coldly. Her voice was like a death knell ringing in Yi Hongyi's ears, causing his hair to stand on end. Ah! The dagger in Yao Moen's hand stabbed into Yi Hongyi's body again and again. Her icy eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. If she didn't dismember Yi Hongyi's body into 1,000 pieces, how could she vent her hatred? Just as Yi Hongyi didn't even have the strength to howl, Yao Moen suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. That smell was very unique. Yao Moen's raised hand froze in midair and her vision gradually blurred. No wonder your fate is so special, so it turns out you've reincarnated in a corpse. A black robe slowly appeared in the cold wind. Yi Hongyi's body seemed to lose weight as he rose into the air. When Yi Junqing arrived, Yin Shui was still waiting below. Yin Shui kowtows in salute to your majesty. When Yin Shui saw that it was Yi Junqing, she bowed respectfully. In reality, there was no need. As Yao Moen's hidden guard, there really wasn't a need for her to be so respectful to other people. However, after knowing him for so long, Yin Shui felt that she should give Yi Junqing some face. "Where's Moen?" asked Yi Junqing urgently. "Master is up there offering sacrifices to the former empress, but Master has ordered that no one is allowed to go up without her permission." When Yin Shui saw that Yi Junqing intended to force his way in, she immediately blocked his way. "Who do we think we are? We are the person who cares about Ma Xin the most in this world. Now that Yi Hongyi has been captured, do we not even have the right to go up and talk to Ma Xin? Yin Shui, you're too heartless." Yi Junqing was well aware of Yin Shui's loyalty. If he tried to force his way in right now, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. But Yin Shui felt that Yi Junqing's words were reasonable. After all this time, she naturally knew just how much Yi Junqing cared about Yao Ma Xin. "Yin Shui, if you still have a shred of humanity left, then let us go up and tell Ma Xin that we've finally gotten revenge for her." Although Moen's contributions to Yi Hongyi's matter cannot go unnoticed, we also put in effort. If you don't let us go up, then are you denying all of our efforts? "Yin Shui, you're too heartless," complained Yi Junqing. "All right, but if Master blames us," said Yin Shui hesitantly, "Junqing will take care of it." Yi Junqing vowed. Although Yin Shui didn't think that Yi Junqing could take responsibility, she still let him go up because she didn't want to be too heartless. When he saw Yao Moen lying powerlessly in a pool of blood with the dagger still in her hand, Yi Junqing suddenly felt like he was suffocating. It was like seawater had poured into his chest. "Moen! Yao Moen!" Yi Junqing abruptly rushed to Yao Moen's side and pulled her tightly into his embrace. His mind was completely blank. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Perhaps it was because Yi Junqing was hugging her too tightly, but Yao Moen gradually regained consciousness. "Moen, you didn't die. Don't be afraid, Junqing will take you to the imperial physician right now. If you can't live, Junqing will accompany you in death." Yi Junqing was filled with regret as he looked at Yao Moen who was covered in blood. He shouldn't have let Yao Moen leave alone. It was all his fault. "Yi Hongyi. Where's Yi Hongyi?" Yao Moen ignored the deep love in Yi Junqing's eyes and immediately got up to look around anxiously. "Moen, don't move. You lost so much blood, how could you? You're not injured." Then this blood. Only when Yao Moen noticed that Yao Moen was moving freely and didn't seem to be in pain did Yi Junqing calm down. "Yi Hongyi. Get out here." Yao Moen never would have expected that someone would come here to save Yi Hongyi. It was her negligence. If she had known earlier, she would have killed that beast with one strike. "Moen, what exactly happened?" asked Yi Junqing solemnly as he pulled the furious Yao Moen over. "Someone drugged me and saved Yi Hongyi." "Why?" "I was only one strike away." Moen had wanted to stab Yi Hongyi's heart with the last strike, but why didn't the heavens give Moen the chance? Yao Moen collapsed into Yi Junqing's embrace as she cried bitterly. "Zhong'er, I'm sorry, Imperial Mother is really useless. Chapter 536. That night, in Guan Osprey Palace, everyone's gazes fell on Yin Shui. Master, Yin Shui is useless. I truly didn't sense that someone had appeared in the imperial tomb. When Yi Junqing carried the bloodied Yao Moan down the imperial tomb, Yin Shui was extremely vexed. She hadn't been able to protect Yao Moan properly. You don't need to blame yourself. In any case, Yi Hongyi was already poisoned. Even if he was saved, he wouldn't be able to live. Even so, Yao Moan was still unwilling. Not being able to kill Yi Hongyi was still a knot in her heart. If even Yin Shui couldn't sense it, then this person's martial arts must be extremely high, analyzed Feng Lin. Who could have this kind of martial arts and be willing to save Yi Hongyi? Yuer frowned in thought. Could it be John Doe? Lightning Flash suddenly asked. No, although nameless martial arts are high, if it was him, Yin Shui would definitely be able to sense it, said Yin Shui confidently. Perhaps this consort has guessed who it is, but why would they want to save Yi Hongyi? Yao Moan took a deep breath as worry filled her face. Master, are you talking about the two experts that saved Nameless in Great Shu's throne room? Yin Shui couldn't help but frown when she thought back. If it really was those two people, Yin Shui had to admit that she wouldn't have been able to sense them even if they had been so close to her. That's right. Other than them, this consort finds it hard to think of anyone else who would be able to save someone right under your nose. However, what reason would they have to save someone who was about to die? Also, could they have just killed this consort? The questions in Yao Moan's heart deepened. Now that she thought about it, Nameless' disappearance was also very strange. Master, His Majesty has arrived. Right at this time, Tingyu walked into the inner room from the main hall. Yi Junqing had already walked in. Moan kowtows in salute. Yao Moan was just about to get up when Yi Junqing quickly walked over to help her back onto the bed. When everyone saw this, they all tactfully retreated. Actually, we feel that Yin Shui and the others should be trained to walk through the door. In the blink of an eye, Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning disappeared like ghosts. It was truly frightening in this pitch-black night. And Moan thinks that His Majesty can only think that way. Yao Moan lifted her brows in disapproval. Cough. We have sent Ben Lei and the others to investigate. The secret passage in the Imperial Study does indeed lead to the underground palace, but the strange thing is that the underground palace is already in ruins. There is not even a shadow of a person. Ever since Yi Junqing had entered the Imperial Mausoleum, he had ordered Ben Lei to search all over the Imperial Palace. In the end, he had found the secret passage that led to the underground palace in the Imperial Study. Moan has always found it strange. With the Iron Blood Army's divine bravery, even if they were to face an army of 1,000,000, it wouldn't be a problem for them to resist for a day or two. When Yi Hongyi's reinforcements arrive and the two armies start fighting, it's hard to say who will win. So why didn't he appear? Yao Moan couldn't understand this no matter how much she thought about it. We also can't figure this out. We'll probably have to wait until we capture Nameless to figure it out, thought Yi Junqing. Your Majesty, do you think that Yi Hongyi isn't dead? Yao Moan's clear eyes flashed slightly as she felt inexplicably flustered. Don't scare yourself. We've personally experienced just how powerful Nan Chong's parasites are. There's also the poison that Yin Shui concocted. Yi Hongyi isn't made of iron. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan comfortingly, but a trace of heartache leaked out from his heart. She had clearly gotten her revenge, but there wasn't the slightest bit of joy in Yao Moan's eyes. Perhaps Moan is overthinking things. Yao Moan let out a long sigh and did her best to make her expression look more relaxed. However, her heart was still taut. She had already told Yi Hongyi about her. If he was still alive, the consequences would be unthinkable. Moen, we have something we want to discuss with you. Now that Yi Hong-yi is dead and we have ascended to the throne, the country cannot go a single day without an heir. We feel that we should have the imperial astronomer pick a good and auspicious day and we can make you empress. Yi Junqing didn't know how many times he had practiced these words in front of the bronze mirror in Central Dragon Palace. At the time, when he faced the bronze mirror, he either felt that his expression wasn't perfect or that his gaze wasn't affectionate enough. In short, he hadn't been satisfied even once. However, at this moment, Yi Junqing knew that he had succeeded because Yao Moen's cheeks were turning red at a godly speed and it was getting redder and redder. If she hadn't been aroused, why would Yao Moen reveal such a bashful expression? Yi Junqing's heart surged. Moen. Since Yao Moen hadn't spoken for a long time, Yi Junqing tried to call out. We know that these words are a bit rude, but we are sincere. Moen, this journey. Just as Yi Junqing was about to list out the hardships they had gone through, Yao Moen collapsed onto the bed with a bang and fainted. Moen. Yao Moen. Hurry and call the imperial doctors. Yi Junqing shouted in shock. After an entire 2 hours, under the consultation of the imperial physicians led by Li Juan, they finally came to a conclusion. Yao Moen had caught a cold and had fainted due to a moment of anxiety. Forgive this old subject for speaking bluntly, but did your majesty say something that master shouldn't have said to cause master to faint? Li Juan's bravery and fearless spirit made Yin Shui, Fingyu Lei Dian, and the others admire him greatly. Afterwards, Li Juan felt that he could only blame himself for being ignorant. Scram! Yi Junqing roared hatefully. Then he pulled Li Juan, who was about to scram out. If we can't cure Yao Moen, we will definitely bestow you with a sentence that will make you so anxious that you'll immediately kick me. After saying this, Yi Junqing left Guan Osprey Palace dejectedly. In reality, with Li Juan's medical skills, this level of cold was nothing to him. However, thanks to Yi Junqing's words, Li Juan stayed in Guan Osprey Palace for an entire night and only left after Yao Moen's fever had subsided. In the cold and damp cave, the sound of water dripping could be heard from time to time. Yi Hongyi's eyes shot open from extreme pain. Was this the underworld? Yi Hongyi stared blankly at the rock covered in green mud above his head. He instinctively put his hands behind his back and slowly got up. Lu Xing. Yi Hongyi looked in shock at the drawing in front of him. What way? The flames of resentment burned fiercely in Yi Hongyi's body, turning all his reason into ashes. At this moment, other than revenge, Yi Hongyi didn't think of anything else. If you're willing to become the person in the painting, you can sneak into the imperial palace, said Qi Kanglan indifferently, knowing that Yi Hongyi wouldn't refuse. You want to change my appearance into that eunuch? Indeed, Yi Hongyi recognized his current situation, but he still couldn't accept that he would go from an emperor revered by tens of thousands of people to a eunuch despised by everyone. However, the person who couldn't accept it even more wasn't Yi Hongyi. Brat, what do you know? What's the point of disguising? You think you're an expert just by pulling a face? A bunch of idiots. This lousy is changing skin, what matters is technique. Brat, if you don't know how to speak properly, then shut up. Gue Daozi's temper was famous in Crimson Flame country. Yi Hongyi, do you have a second path? Qi Kanglan's words confirmed the fact that he, Yi Hongyi, was already at the end of his rope. Good. Good. We'll become him. We'll personally kill Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Anyone in this world can sit on the dragon throne, only Yi Junqing can't. What we can't obtain, we definitely won't let him obtain. Yi Hongyi clenched his teeth and roared fiercely, but his heart was so anxious that he couldn't control himself. A cold smile flashed across Qi Kanglan's thin lips. With a wave of his sleeve, Yi Hongyi was already lying flat on the stone table. When Gue Daozi saw that everything was in place, he slowly got up and walked lazily to the stone table. Without waiting for Yi Hongyi to question him, he flicked a pill into his mouth. If this old man hadn't come to Great Chu for some business, you wouldn't have fallen into such a good fate for me to personally take action. Gue Daozi glanced sideways at Yi Hongyi, his voice filled with disdain. Yi Hongyi didn't even hear the end of Gue Daozi's words before he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep felt like 1,000 years. In his dream, he was sitting on a vast expanse of rivers and mountains, with a beauty nestled in his arms. When the beauty smiled, it was an outstanding beauty. Yi Hongyi did his best to clearly see the beauty's appearance. Her eyebrows were curved like willow leaves, and her eyes were bright and kind. The smile in her eyes caused Yi Hongyi's heart to be enchanted. He slowly approached the beauty, wanting to kiss and caress her, but he discovered that her face was slowly changing. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.